welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship. I'm Edelweiss, joined of course by Pocket Train. We had a full day of matches yesterday. What do you think?
I really enjoyed it. As opposed to, I remember in the last playoffs to qualify for this, we were seeing like 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. It was rapid. But this, all these matches have been really close down to the wire. We've seen 3-2s almost across the board. I think in the first match of the day, both players are coming off 3-2 wins as well here. And yeah, yesterday was exactly the same. So I'm looking forward to seeing some very tight, nerve-wracking matches as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, it's been interesting. You know, still fast because of the decks that are primarily brought in this event, but yeah, going to some of those more full counts. It wasn't until the very last match of the day where it actually went 3-0, and then we were done quite quick. But
just the inevitability of Gabby finally showing through. It did feel like at the end it was just he was just there to spoil everyone else's party. He's already got his spot locked up in the World Championship from his performance in the first Masters Tour of the year. So now he's just here to spoil the party and get that extra prize money for himself.
Yeah, you see here Kwanwu, Gabby, and Saver from the Winter Championship, Soiterin, Curfew, and Fatih from the Spring Championship, and we're about to find out our 3 players from the Summer Championship, and then it'll be down to points for those last 3, of course. China has its own qualification system for which they've already selected their 4 players who will be advancing to the World Championship. Yeah, here's how folks got here in terms of qualification. There's playoffs for every region. I forget, did we have something like this system back when you were playing, or is this new to you?
Not really. So I played in the 400 player Masters Tour system.
Right.
So we had that, but it was still everyone packed in together. And that would qualify some people to Grandmasters, not myself, but back then. But that was the only sort of regional difference at the time. And then, yeah, 2023 when I started kind of having success, really, that was everyone bunched in together. Some of the qualification systems were a little bit different with a certain amount of spots allocated to different regions on ladder, but yeah, we didn't have anything quite like playoffs, and I've really enjoyed looking at the different routes the players are making their way to the tournaments from. Yeah,
so I guess that means this will be I think you and my both first in-person World Championship right here with
yes.
the upcoming September BlizzCon, September 12th to 13th over in Anaheim, California. Hope to see you there if you've already claimed your spot or if you just live in the area. Yeah, should be a great time. There will be stage and everything.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Of course, we have the usual best of 5 conquests, kind of the way the format has always been for competitive Hearthstone. I think only DreamHack used to do the, what was it, Last Hero Standing?
Yeah, there was Last Hero Standing. They dabbled with some slightly off-the-wall formats in Grandmasters with, I think there was like Trio and Specialist, which didn't go down fantastically well, and everything always comes back to nice cozy conquest at the end of the day, I think.
I remember the most unusual format I ever played in was the WESG format that kind of like Frodan came up with, where you had to bring a deck for every single class. And then there was this kind of spiral ban system where you would go back and forth, and you would still get to, 3 decks in the end, I think, or 3 or 4. But you kind of went back and forth with your bans to get there. And so you could end up with some very interesting class setups.
Yeah, forces you to prepare for every eventuality. I quite like that.
Yeah. Would be interesting in a format like this one, where there's decks with some classes with some very questionable decks. But Group A, Banter and Demo Shadow making it out of that group, which means that we have Priest from
Gabby.
Well, we have Priest from Gabby, we have Priest from Banter, right? And we have Quest Mage from Banter.
No, Banter has Mage, no Priest.
I've got it switched.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Interestingly, so far, both of the groups that we've been played, Group A and Group B, we saw Banter win Group A, Skill Drain win Group B. That is 2 Americas players with Mage as well going 2-0 here. And we will see in this first match here, Windex, representing Canada, does also have Mage in his lineup. So it could be another one, just 3 in a row for Americas going 2-0 with Mage, which would be interesting because, I mean,
it would be a first.
Not the strongest. Yeah, it would be a first. I did say after seeing the names of the Americas players who got through playoffs, I did think at least one would make it to the World Championship through this tournament, because so far this year we don't have any Americas players qualified. But I do think this weekend could be the one where we see one of them make it, and it's looking really good for them so far.
And I think kind of on top of that, it's not only America's players, but generally the America's players we've been seeing all year have been Brazilians who have a really tight-knit practice group. They're often, trying to come up with a great lineup, and then they all kind of circle around that or something near it. And this time around, they just were not able to pull one of those lineups together. And there's a distinct lack of Brazilian presence in spite of the heavy America's presence generally.
Yeah, I think this is the first Masters of the year with no Brazilians. I think the others, we've had at least 2 in both of them. But looking at these predictions, it could be, as I was saying off broadcast, a very, very short cast of predictions today, because unfortunately for you, Noob User wasn't quite able to make it out of the group yesterday, despite I think he played very well and I liked his lineup. It just wasn't to be. But we've got 3 of us picking Inkuro, who is in this winner's match, and Chonsu later in the loser's match in the same group. So very likely that one of these 2 players at least will not make it out of the group and just end the cast of predictions on the spot here and now. Yeah,
I think you and I both picked Chonsu for the choose your champion, and then lineups got out and we said, oh, that's a warrior. Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, I had my packs riding on Chonsu, but the moment I saw his lineup, I could not stick with that. Although unusually, his warrior did get banned in that first series off stream, yet he still did lose the series. So yeah, interested to see how he does later after we see the result of this match between Windex and Inkuro.
Yeah, and we see the bans are in. Demon Hunter banned away from Windex, and Hunter banned away from Inkuro. I feel like I haven't seen a ton of Hunter bans yesterday.
I think we've seen a bit of a mix. Interestingly, I think I could be misremembering. Inkuro prepped with Santamax, and I think not Santamax, Demo Shadow, changed his name. And I think he was banning Hunter instead of Demon Hunter, which I wasn't a huge fan of. But I love this from Inkuro. I've been saying all tournament, I think Demon Hunter is the best ban. If your lineup doesn't want to ban Demon Hunter, then you've probably made a mistake there. So I love that he's got this, in my opinion, the four best decks in the tournament to bring, and he's got the best ban, which I'm a big fan of. Windex opting to ban away Inkuro's Hunter is probably a nod to the fact that he has Mage in his lineup, and Inkuro does have the copy of the Rostrop Viper in his Hunter, which I think has perhaps forced him into banning that. Although I definitely would have been okay with seeing a Demon Hunter ban here from Windex as well.
Yeah, I do like, however, a couple of the cards in Windex's Rogue here. The flashback, I think, could have or not, but the Warden Maiev, I think, is just, one card inclusion that sometimes you coin it out and you get to just snowball.
Yeah, I think it's good to have inclusions in this Rogue that actually pose a threat themselves, because a lot of the time you play Rogue and it's just, I'm playing a card that costs 2, I'm playing the card that costs 2. It doesn't really matter what it is, you're just trying to tick along to your Jade Guardians and your Troublemaker. But Maiev in itself does pose a threat on its own, so it kind of adds another dimension to the Rogue deck, which I'm a big fan of.
Yeah. Hard to pass up, though, on turn 2, playing this Shadowed Informant. It, in a lot of ways, says, play this the turn that you draw it, because you really want to discover more Rogue spells. See if you can get an extra copy of Jade Guardians, or, another Rite of Twilight.
Shadow of Demise, yeah. There are so
hits.
many good options in Rogue, and I think the quality does diminish significantly as you start going through the other classes. Inkuro here, it's just a perfect opener for him. He can tick along with the Void Souls. He can deal with the early pressure. He's ahead on board going into his Stardust side turn, which is something that you really, really like as the Demon Hunter, because a lot of the time you find yourself taking a little bit of chip damage in the early turns.
Yeah, and it means with that 5/5 lifesteal about to awaken, it makes it really safe to set up the weapon, right? I think there's instances where the weapon, being 4 mana can feel a little bit slow if you're already falling behind. But these dormants kind of awakening with lifesteal, or just, getting the initial 3/3 sometimes the turn after, helps so much with tempo to be able to make some of those lower tempo plays until you can accelerate the Void Souls.
Yeah, usually you're expecting to be a little bit behind on board, and then you explode onto the board after your Stardust side's turn and play all the Void Souls. But he's just ahead already, can play as many Void Souls as he likes, because there is no Cult Neophyte in the hand at Windex just yet, although it is hiding in the deck somewhere. I'm sure he'll be wanting to pick that up sooner rather than later to disrupt Inkuro's waves of pressure, because this is unrelenting at the moment.
Now, what do you think about just dropping the Earth Elemental?
I think it's too disruptive to what you've got going on in your hand already. I think Windex is sort of forced into the spot where he just has to try and get to his Jade Guardians as fast as possible, just play as many things that cost 2. And the Earth Elemental does do a lot on board, but it disrupts your game plan so much, especially with that overload of 2. And yeah, it has a lot more merit than it usually would in this position, but I do think I still lean towards getting to your Jade Guardians, because that is the way that you're really sometimes able to swing back against this board from Inkuro, although at this point I'm not sure that will even be enough.
Yeah, rolling the 4 mana 7/7 Void Soul, not looking good for Windex. I was thinking about it in terms of...
He needs a preparation right here, right now, I think. Ooh. Oh, Cultist Map into prep could work, because that would allow him to... Sorry for interrupting. That would allow him to get the...
Jade Guardians discounted.
The Guardians down and free 8 drops.
Yeah, has gotten that 2 count quite high. Still just a little bit away. Unusually are... I hadn't realized that, the Troublemaker count is always 1 higher than the Jade, but of course that's because it starts with a base of 1 damage. Yeah, my thinking with the Earth Elemental was just it puts a wall that if Inkuro wants to swing with the weapon, he has to take significant damage. But of course, yeah, the overload would be too much. We'll have to see if Windex goes for that preparation play, as you said. Does not find it. Takes the rewind there. I actually would not have minded a minion that blows up a random enemy 1, but I don't think it would have saved Windex even in this position. Yep. Yeah, so, I mean, this is the thing that happens with these Void Souls at times, is just they start ramping up. If you're not able to sort of force the Demon Hunter to fight for board, there's just free reign to keep playing Void Soul after Void Soul, and Inkuro not gonna run out of these anytime soon, and already with just an enormous board that Windex has no way of clearing. Even if the rogues were still running Narrowlex Mistress, it would be a turn or 2 away. Windex just kind of going through the motions here, looking for some good Jade Guardian hits. Draco Rex is the snap play, and that is actually incredibly huge. That is a full clear with Tar Tyrant to follow up afterwards, a very, very large lifesteal taunt. We do see Inkuro has Kane on the other side. I would imagine, yeah, we'll see this attack come in, and now because of the death rattle from that 6-mana neutral demon, I don't remember the name, deals 3 to everyone, sort of hellfires the board. This was kind of the perfect 1-2 setup from Windex in terms of being able to actually clear the board and then, set up a protective taunt, something that can gain him some life. I think, he's also managed to get double Eben scale here, which are, turn into a dragon if you've played a dragon and deal damage equal to their attack. So one of them is currently an 8/8, the other one's untransformed. Those could go a long way to being able to swing against some of these larger minions that otherwise Windex would have to sort of piece something together to clear. The threat is really going to be that Windex doesn't know that Nikuro has Kane, and so is he going to be able to? Is he going to play around it all the same, or say that, well, I never really beat Kane, and I just have to sort of hope for the best in this position? And Kuro going for a Trastath rather than playing that additional Void Soul. Go ahead and imbue that down to, or not imbue, prepare that down to 3 mana. And now Windex actually having a bit of a hand space issue. A lot of expensive hits off of the imbues. And of course, that Earth Elemental with the huge drawback of the Overload. Dead card in Divination. So actually a bit challenging to even make space for this second Jade Guardians that he's hoping might be able to save him here.
Wow. Sorry, I was having some technical issues, but should be all resolved now, so I hand back. And when it's crazy, it does look like this change.
Yeah, I think totally safe or totally reasonable not to really be playing around the Kane in this position. There's still 20 cards left in deck.
Yes.
But that is going to prove fatal. I think Windex would have needed to do a weird play of attack with the Dracorex to kill the Fell Hunter before the Moarg, so that nothing...
Yeah.
Actually, no, it's going to resurrect no matter what. It'll resurrect the Hellfires. So kind of in a tough spot no matter what.
Yeah, you find yourself in a spot where you can't play around Kane. There is no avenue to play around it, so yeah, that just wraps it up. And Kuro looking just as strong as I think a lot of us thought.
Yeah.
I missed a lot of that game, but the bits I saw, he just looked inevitable and dominant for pretty much throughout.
I think I was just coming a little bit late to the prediction picks, and I looked and saw, oh no, I would have liked to pick Nkuro too, but there's 3 of you. We can't all pick Nkuro.
I woke up extra early to get the Nkuro pick in first because I thought, oh, they're not going to pick Nkuro. I don't want to pick Nkuro if everyone else has, but then they just copied me anyway. So yeah, the sanctity of the caster predictions I felt was a little bit spoiled there. But yeah, sometimes a pick is just so good that you just got to go with it. And I do think Nkuro is incredibly well positioned in this tournament. His play is good, his lineup is good. I love the fact that he's banning Demon Hunter. I think everything just ticks the boxes for me so far. Yeah,
been very clean to this point and has looked quite good all year, to be honest. I think Nkuro, one of those players where he's just been very, very consistent, and it feels like just a matter of time, right, before he gets there.
Yeah, he was in the World Championship last year. I think he fell away at top 8, but looking at it, I think he was a player that really, really stood out to me as arguably the player who played the best throughout that tournament. And I do think he does have a big tournament win in him at some point eventually, because he has just been sort of simmering under the surface a little bit for the last couple of years, but he's always in and around it. So I'm hoping / expecting him to do big things this weekend.
Yeah, and off to a great start with proving that Demon Hunter is in fact the ban. We'll see.
Yeah, we see it in so many series. One player bans Demon Hunter, one doesn't, and then just queue it up. Game 1, Demon Hunter gets the win. I think it was Demon Hunter with Hunter after day 1 were the 2 highest win rate decks, and it's looking like Some people are banning Hunter, which I don't hate. I still probably prefer a Demon Hunter ban, but some people are banning Hunter, which does make sense in a lot of lineups. But it's the ones that I really, really can't get behind is the Rogue and Shaman bans, which have looked really, really poor for those lineups. I think both of those decks are going sub 50% overall in the tournament. So even if it is correct for your lineup to do so, I do think that says something about your lineup preparation if you're going into the tournament banning a deck that most lineups are beating more often than not.
Yeah, definitely. Even though Rogue is in all the lineups, Rogue is just always in that position where it feels like it has a chance against anything, right?
Yes.
But that also means that it doesn't have sort of the overwhelming victories in some certain instances, whereas it can feel like certainly the Hunter and especially the Demon Hunter just have that overwhelming power.
Yeah. The way I'd looked at this field is Demon Hunter's there because, in my opinion, it's possibly the best deck in the game. And then Rogue is there because it's just a really safe utility bring. You can put it in any lineup and you're never unhappy. It's just there and it's fine. Because I think players were in a position in this tournament where you are a bit starved for strong, high power level decks. If there are very few things on the power level of Demon Hunter in the meta right now. Like Shaman can do a job. I think that's why so many lineups do have it. And then you've got Hunter, and then you've got a lot less representation of things like, I think there are 5 mages off the top of my head, roughly that many, not a lot less, where you've got, I think, maybe 12 to 14 Hunters and Shamans, a lot more popular. And then you've got 3 priests as well. And those decks aren't performing quite so well. So yeah, I do completely understand the Rogue inclusion, because there's not a single lineup that a person can build where you're going, oh no, I'm really sad I've got Rogue. It just sort of performs. It will probably get you a win, but it's not going to do anything absolutely groundbreaking for you either.
Yeah, it looks like there's 6 mages, 3 priests, 1 warrior, and then everyone has Demon Hunter, everyone has Rogue.
Yeah.
Most people have Hunter.
Yeah, most have Hunter, most have Shaman as well. Slightly less than Hunter, I want to say.
Yeah.
And then there was the one Z Shaman yesterday. Unfortunately, didn't get through. But
my pick was really
the deck
was really
itself.
for that one.
The deck itself, I think, didn't lose a game, which credit where credit's due. I think that was good. But and also we were talking about Dragon Warrior. Chonsu's Dragon Warrior off stream did actually get banned, and I think weirdly correctly as well. So I have been really, really critical of the Dragon Warrior bring, especially with my testing this morning. I've just had a really, really bad morning playing Dragon Warrior and Mage and losing every game on ladder at like bronze because of the reset and just feeling terrible. But yeah, it's a fine deck in certain situations. It just doesn't stack up very well, I think, if you're leaving Demon Hunter up, which I don't think Chonsu will be doing later.
Yeah, absolutely. Just waiting on a little issue with the players at the moment, but so in terms of your preference for metas, like when you're lineup building, do you like ones where it's like this, where there's mostly sort of like, okay, these are the best 3-4 decks, or do you like it a little more open?
It's weird because I've sort of changed my perspective on this multiple times through my time competing. I think originally when I thought of myself as I'm a really good player, if I'm playing the same decks as my opponents, then that's my best chance of having a good win rate. So they can't surprise me with some sneaky lineup that just has a good edge against me. Because in a lot of tournaments, you go into it and you'll line up, okay, have a game, but I will finish this point. A lot of tournaments, you go into it and your lineup will be good on average against the field, but there will be lineups that unavoidably in the field do counter yours. So in a field where everyone's playing the same thing and you're just sitting at a 50% win rate across the board, that can be preferable. I know that's something that players like Gabby, I think, have really, really thrived in throughout their time competing, and I used to enjoy that. But I think as I sort of progressed and tried to add more facets to my skill set, I did start preferring fields where you can actually go a little bit more out there with your lineup. So I do like a bit more variety, because you can hit your opponent with something that they haven't prepared for that only you know how to play, which I do think is a very good skill to have.
Yeah, that has always been my preference, is to kind of like hit them with the stuff that they haven't prepared for, because that's how I would have to get an edge. But Inkuro looking good with this start, pulls a 1-mana minion to potentially play alongside the low security wing, now having to decide if he wants to kind of go bigger off of the mountain map.
Yeah, the mountain map does give him more options directly for next turn, which is probably why he's considering it. But the low security wing is the more sort of consistent, reliable play. You know that playing it early is default good, because you want to get as many clicks of the location out as possible. Although, yeah, playing the mountain map now will maximize his chances of having a higher tempo minion for the next turn.
Does get the sprite down as well with this line, and I have played a fair bit of this card because I, foolishly try and make Death Knight work. And if you really get to know the specific mana cost spells at certain breakpoints, there are some really good hits. Now, I don't know if Inkuro, with a passing knowledge of this card, would know those breakpoints, but it really is like 6 mana tends to be quite nice, particularly for clearing enemy boards.
Okay.
And then 9 mana is quite good because it's just Life Bloom, and with Annihilation gone from 9 mana and now 8 mana, it's just Life Bloom and Murden's Last Stand.
Yeah, I think Inkuro will probably have his eye on something like that, because this matchup can go slightly longer. It's not base iteration of Hunter from Windex, it is the contraband list. So if this game does go a little bit further along, then Inkuro will probably be seeing that as quite a good option, because I don't think he's planning on playing this anytime soon. So ticking up to specifically 9, as you said, I think does sound like the optimal breakpoint.
And it is coming down, a turn earlier than even could normally happen if you were running it in your deck, right? Came down on turn 2 instead of turn 3. Mm-hmm. So we'll be able to ramp up to that quite quickly. For now, just going to go with plan A of let's set up a nice Ascendance board.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday. We have seen Ascendants get stranded in hand a lot with this deck, but as a result, we've sort of seen players opt to just get any value they can out of Ascendants as early as possible. So I do really like this from Inkuro here. It builds a sticky board. It guarantees face damage for the next couple of turns. It's so hard for Windex to deal with this. And it also means that there are more stats on board to chew up the tripwires that he will be expecting to get pulled from the deck from this shovel.
Yeah, and even if, you can Earth and Roar 1/2, but then there's still those minions that are going to come back out. And the ones that are getting summoned back out are pretty good size health, right? Even that 2 cost was a 1/4.
Yeah, so now Windex has an awkward spot here. The Sylvanas does clear the first iteration of board, but that does mean you're without Sylvanas for the rest of the game, which is always a big decision point for hunters, I find. Like, Sylvanas is great. It's pretty much always good, but the moment you use it, then that does give your opponent the go-ahead to just go as wide on board as they like, because they don't have to worry about that trump card being played against them anytime soon. Well, again, for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Windex drawing the third sister, right? So he's going to be able to fully upgrade that Sylvanas for a massive board swing. Inkuro will be looking to, probably just set up another Ascendance here after making a couple of attacks.
Yep, Descendants will give him a fully healed copy of that Gorilla Bot after Death Rattle's procced. And yeah, Windex has just shown him that he's struggling to deal with a board of this size. So Inkuro is just posing him the exact same problem, and Windex is just getting further and further behind as a result. Does need to find something very soon, although the Sylvanas and the Illyria could do a bit to help that, especially because he does have another copy of Tripwire in his deck. I do like that he over-equipped the weapon last turn just to guarantee the first swing here, so he could pull the other Tripwire as soon as possible. that did miss technically 1 damage over 2 turns, but this is definitely the main use of the shovel is just to pull those tripwires. The one attack on it is just so that you can get the charges spent, really.
Yeah, it's what turns, you know, the 3 mana deal 5 into deal 10, or, you know, summon 1 5-drop into summon 2 5-drops.
Okay, so Sylvanas' Triumph pretty good, means that will activate the other 2 Triumphs already in Windex's deck, so turn them into AoE, which he's going to be in desperate need of after this Sylvanas is used, probably next turn. Because this chip damage is starting to really add up for Inkuro.
Triumph coming down, just to clear away that 3/3 before it can get Divine Shield.
It does just send out a bigger minion in the form of that Totem Golem.
Inkuro now kind of free reign. No Kindred on the Chill Spine anymore, unfortunately. So that deals, you know, 2 damage to 2 minions, but is no longer going to freeze them.
Yeah, in this situation, I think the 2 damage is perhaps the more important part. The freeze, I mean, it would be nice, but this Illyria is not really posing much of a threat. I think it might trade into one of your minions, and then you just keep pushing face. You know that's not really going to threaten your actual life total anytime soon. And any situation where you're against Hunter and you're not worried about your health total probably suggests you're in quite a good spot in the game.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially with things in play, right? Because I think even at a high life total, if your board is clear, you're feeling threatened by arcane tripwires. But
yes.
With this full of a board, Inkuro is just kind of safe in every respect.
Do you think this Sylvanas, especially with this other tripwire top decked?
Yeah,
I'm interested in the fact that he's choosing to go for tripwire first. I feel like you have much better odds by going Sylvanas first here.
I would think that as well, because you clear away the minions that don't have the death rattles. So a bit of
the hits,
odd order.
It did hit in a certain way that it did cleanly clear up those death rattles, because it did hit those 3 health minions. I think those were the specific ones he was trying to aim for, because if it hit anywhere else, it was just soaking damage for free. But now suddenly Inkuro is a little bit on the back foot here.
Yeah, Windex going to save the weapon swing just in case he needs it to, clear more minions. Here it is. Inkuro, I think, is aware 6 is one of the good ones.
Wow.
And one of the reasons is, getting those taunts, and then also the Moonwell for a little bit of healing.
Fantastic. Board plus healing. The 2 things that he was lacking, and he's solved them both in the form of just 1 card.
And now setting Windex to 4.
Yep, these taunts
Tripwire
soaking up the tripwire before the Earthen Roars as well. Perfect timing for Inkuro. Disastrous timing for Windex.
Yeah,
this does also set up lethal for Inkuro. If there's a minion remaining on board, Tiny Pal plus Thunderquake giving in the static shot will be lethal. So Windex, very difficult spot here.
I think he's just going for the desperation Pterodax, right, out of the underbelly.
Yeah, might keep him alive with the Earthen Roar, and I believe there is another tripwire in deck. So based on what we can see, that would keep him just about alive, but that does walk into this Storm Fury in Inkuro's hand quite dangerously as well.
Yeah, 7/7 lifesteal is a must-answer minion in more ways than one at this point. A lot of times you're concerned about it because of the lifesteal aspect. In this case, well, it's not activated yet, but
lethal.
Can he?
That's lethal with the Molten Gold picked up off the top, because that will turn into a 1-mana elemental.
Right.
The static shock and the invocation played. Exact mana. Exact lethal.
This is part of why you run Thunderquake, right? Because there can be instances where you have not transformed the spells into minions just yet, and so they are a little bit expensive, but getting access to 2 spells out from Thunderquake, getting the static shock, which is free, just gives you these quick, cheap ways of transforming them into those minions so that you can get the mana discounts and make plays like that.
Yeah, honestly, that game, it didn't feel like Windex did anything particularly wrong. I liked the sequencing with the way he used his shovel. I think after the first one, he equipped it and didn't swing, even though he had tripwire in hand, because he was just saying, I don't need the tripwire to come out yet, which I think that was a great little bit of optimization. But Inkuro just, his utilization of the Ascendances just to get value out of them while they were there and mean that Sylvanas isn't going to completely wipe his board if it's in hand, I think it was fantastic, because it's such a difficult card to get out of your hand in some situations. And yeah, any other small suboptimal play from Inkuro there, that game was very, very risky. It could easily have gotten out of his control there with that with those sisters from Windex and those tripwires. So fantastic from Inkuro. I'm really, really pleased with my pick, just judging what I'm seeing so far.
You're gonna claim it as your pick, and all others are copycats, right?
I was the first one to input it out of all the casters.
There we go.
That is a fact.
Yep. Yeah, I think the crucial turn there was going for that 2 minion Ascendance. I think it would have been very easy to just get 3 minions in play, just to try and go for the bigger Ascendance on the next turn. But making sure to lock in those 2, that then is 2 sticky minions where Inkuro says, well, if this doesn't get cleared, then the second Ascendance gets to be even better.
Because it's a compounding effect there. If the first Ascendance comes down, then it means the second one is going to be better, because that board is just hard to clear. You are more likely to have 2 minions stick and then add a third one for the next one, after your opponent will spend most of their turn dealing with your first wave, and it's exactly what you want them to do. So yeah, fantastic recognition from Inkuro. But the series, not over yet. We have seen Americans go 2-0 in all the groups so far. So Windex, well, he is 2-0 down, but he could still fit that trend if Inkuro is unable to get a win with this rogue, which has been a little bit of a weak link in a lot of lineups, I'd say.
The 2-bit rogue, I think some people are calling it. Windex has got that Maiev and is on the coin, which this is one of those decks where you kind of prefer to be on the coin, so that you can go, coin 2 into 2, or else, on 3, use the coin to play a pair of 2s. It just smooths things out in a way similar to having the imbues, right? Where you get this 1 mana hero power to kind of fill in the gaps.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward with the way Windex's hand is shaping up, because you would like to go Maiev into Bookie, but you really want to get that coin from the Bookie so that you can point out 2 2s on turn 3. So I feel like Windex might actually opt to coin out something else. It's a difficult decision. That's why he is roping this out. So yeah, I do like the coin Bookie here a lot. And Inkuro, fantastic hand from him as well. I think I wouldn't say you like to be on the coin ever, really, but this rogue certainly is one deck that it hates it the least out of a lot of the decks at the moment, because it plays so much like the odd and even decks back from years ago, where just your curve was so rigid. This deck really wants to almost face up, just play cards that cost 2 every single turn. So you kind of know what they're expecting to do each turn, and the curve can get quite awkward if you don't have those coins or those imbues to smooth it out, like you said.
And another thing that some players have opted for, Inkuro being one of them, that I quite like, is this Rock Skipper. Because along with the imbue hero power costing 1 mana, that rock costs 1 mana, and so it can be another nice way to sort of fill in your curve with something to either help you manage the board, have a little extra burst damage, etc.
Yeah, I think that's a very nice nod, because the rogue does have quite a bit of burst damage in here, so if you can compound that with just more rocks, then that is an extra game plan. If you get in a lot of matchups, there are a lot of decks that don't run masses of legendaries, so you can get quite consistent Garona kills on King Lane with this deck, but sometimes you don't quite have enough reach, and I do like that the rock skip has been included in there to utilize that from Inkuro.
And you've already got Thalnos, right? So it just kind of makes the Blood Mage Thalnos feel even better.
Yeah, I believe.
At least I assume so. I would want to keep Thalnos.
It is It's interesting because Thalnos always used to be one of the flex spots. We're seeing Maiev, we're seeing Viper from some people, and since we are seeing these rock skippers, there must be something cut from Grosek. He does have the Thalnos, so I think the flex spot he doesn't have. He only has one escape artist, and he doesn't have Viper, which we've seen from a few players, and he doesn't have Maiev.
Right, yeah. It does have 2 pick locks, though, which is
yes,
not my favorite inclusion.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that at all, to be honest. It does feel really, really awkward to play a lot of the time. Just like you only really ever want to play it for 2. And if that's the case, then you should probably put a card in your deck that naturally costs 2 and does something a bit more efficient for the effect. But Inkuro and Demo Shadow both opting to go with that. And so far seems to be working out for them with their list. Although I would say his hand perhaps looks so good because it doesn't have the pick lock in it right now.
No prep off of the map. Otherwise, this might have been, another prep Guardians line, as we saw before. Instead, going to go for the Neophyte.
I think the Neophyte is a good second option because it does disrupt Windex's development and his answers to this turn. He does choose to just maximize removal this turn because he's probably a little bit worried of Windex just compounding the damage he has right now. Inkuro's saying, I've played my 8s. If I can just stabilize the board a little bit, then this Jade Guardians should hopefully take control of the game. Although Windex is staring at a pretty discounted Jade Guardians of his own. Although not many 2s in hand to activate it just yet. I think he's 2 away, so yeah.
It depends on whether you're going for free or not, right? A line he could make is say, well, I'm going to Jade Guardians now. They cost 2. That now is an extra tick up for my Troublemaker, and I still get to play 1 of the 2 hits.
Yeah, I'm very, very hesitant to do that generally. I think I almost always opt to get it down for free if I can. There are certain situations where you're really behind on board and you need something there and then. But with Windex being ahead on board, ahead on life total, I think he can afford to take it slightly slower and progress his overall game plan a little bit more by getting these 2s down and tick away the Troublemaker as well. It's sort of 1 extra tick in the long run, I think, even though your Jade Guardians would contribute it to a little bit.
Gets a nice 1-2 here. Disciple of Demise destroys the minion. Throw out the Malorn. This is not going to be discounted, but could pull something silly out of the hat later on.
And this is the problem that you face if you are too slow to play Jade Guardians. Your opponent's Jade Guardians can just throw stats on board, and it does mean that the range of options for your Jade Guardians actually being good does get narrowed quite a lot. Windex really needs something that directly impacts the board here.
Well, Great Jagerex is good, but not quite enough damage. Escina, I think, a long way off of being active.
And I think with the 2 swings of the Kingslayers, Inkuro might be fairly confident about this King Lane in hand for Windex. I do like that he swung there just to get the Demise in his hand. To make sure he has another copy of Jade Guardians ready to go. But I think Inkuro here will just be going for lethal with this Corona because he's seen 2 swings of Kingslayers from Windex. He's now picked up his own copy. I think he'll swing this. I think he'll see no legendary drawn, which will give him the signal.
He may just have enough burn in hand with the shadow,
anyway.
Right?
Yeah, it is
you
just
get
lethal anyway.
Double up on the rock. And yeah, that is going to be plenty of damage on its own, no halving of the life total needed. And Inkuro, we were saying there weren't a lot of 3-0s yesterday, but if someone's going to do it, I guess it would be Inkuro.
Yeah, and I think he was going through the same thought process as me there. He was going, okay, King Lane's really likely in his hand. I can do this. And then he stopped himself and went, hold up, guaranteed lethal here, which is not something I did. So I think it's really, really good discipline from him there going, okay, this would be lethal, but if you spot one quite likely lethal, then you need to spend the rest of your turn figuring out if there's a better way to do it instead of just locking that in there and then. So I think it was really nice from Inkuro. It's showing that he's in very good form, really dominant 3 games here. In fairness, I don't think Windex did anything particularly wrong there. Inkuro was just looking outstanding and, yeah, very rapidly into his spot in top 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, very clean all around. And, you know, with that stroke, half of the caster picks are in. So we will get to see more of Inkuro tomorrow. But for now, we're going to have just decider matches remaining for Group C. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're getting ready to go into our next match of the day. I'm Raven and joining me is Sottle, and I'm already looking forward to getting going, Sottle, as there's definitely a lot on the line for these players. We've seen the sort of group start to progress again. Obviously we had A and B yesterday, and we've got the next 2 groups today. So what are you looking forward to out of this next match?
Well, first off, looking forward to casting with my good friend Raven, because I didn't get to cast with you yesterday. Mm-hmm. So, you know, like I said, looking forward to getting started. It's rare that I go an entire day without casting Hearthstone with you when we're doing this, but we managed it yesterday. But yeah, so we are now going into the lower bracket of Group C, as you can see with the helpfully timed visual aids that come along with the words that are coming out of my mouth. Chonsu and ZLS, which is going to be an interesting one, largely, I think, because of the inclusion of Dragon Warrior in Chonsu's lineup, which controversial to say the least. Dragon Warrior was kind of universally agreed as one of the best decks during playoffs when we cast that a few weeks ago. It's very agreed upon meta. Fresh set came out. We're now in the period where adjustments have been made to a variety of those decks, including Warp Tooth in Dragon Warrior. I wasn't a huge fan of Dragon Warrior in that meta. So I am stunned that it has now been deemed good enough by Chonsu to get it through. He is in the lower bracket, so it would be easy and lazy and reductive to blame that on the Dragon Warrior. But it actually was not the Dragon Warrior that had the problem on the off-stream game. So looking forward to seeing what happens, because actually the Dragon Warrior got banned previously, which seems kind of ridiculous to me, and maybe was a contributing factor. But we shall see. Chonsu, double Demon Hunter ban in this one, looking a lot more logical from what we've been talking about. I did mention at the end of day one, it'd be interesting to see if the Demon Hunter being left up thing was a trend that would continue throughout day 2 and day 3, but we do at least this time have a double Demon Hunter ban in this one.
Yeah, really interesting. Chonsu in his first match actually just got his rogue deleted 3 times, and that's how he lost. The Dragon Warrior got banned, and I did touch on this a little bit yesterday. You were saying that it's you look at one player bringing one class that no one else has brought, and you do ask questions, right? You go, hang on a minute, like what's going on here? Chonsu, obviously, we know Chonsu's a fantastic player. That's just a fact. However, I was bringing up the point where it could have a weird effect on bans because no one really prepared for it. No one really has a plan for Dragon Warrior. I'm not saying the deck's necessarily great, but it could find certain matchups, right, where you're like, oh, I don't really want that to be there, so now I have to ban it away, which could have been what happened in match 1 for Chonsu, of course. So it'll be interesting to see if Chonsu manages to win this match and continue on through the tournament, if that Dragon Warrior has a positive or negative impact, because just so far, yes, Chonsu lost, but Dragon Warrior, as you said, was banned, so it's not done anything wrong yet, right? It's innocent for now.
Yeah, and I do think there's a looming specter of Quest Mage that is having a much bigger impact on the metagaming for the tournament than it is on the actual tournament itself, right? It's very limited in numbers in terms of people who have actually brought it, but I think a lot of people in lineup construction and deck building have had it in mind as a very possible 4th deck that a significant amount of people might bring. We've talked about the splash damage that you get from Cult Neophyte and Viper, for example. Now, Dragon Warrior specifically is always kind of held up as the Quest Mage destroyer because it has the perfect 1-2 punch to be able to deal with it, where you have early pressure, you build big boards early, you push a lot of damage early on. Your biggest early game minion is untargetable by spells, so really difficult to deal with for Mage. And then you have Stadium Announcer, which is, Viper with massive upside for you as well to deal with the quest reward when you get there. So maybe, if we're going to go digging really for Chonsu's big motivation here, maybe he was a Quest Mage expector coming into this one. And that's part of the motivation of why he ended up here. And of course, now he is in the lower bracket already, but he has hit a Quest Mage on the other side. So we shall have to see if that pays dividends. But no such respect to the Warrior to receive a ban on the other side here from ZLS.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting, isn't it? And that's the one thing I was talking to Pocket about yesterday, where yes, we have a lot of similar looking lineups, especially when we look at Demon Hunter and Rogue specifically for this tournament. But it is those choices of, let's say, the 4th deck, for example, that has really sort of sparked this tournament specifically, where we've seen these choices. We talked, or at least I talked about Priest yesterday. It's obviously having a nightmare overall in performance. Mage has. I feel like this style of Mage, as long as it's existed, has always had this weird question mark of like, it just does stuff, and like, yeah, it's got some good matchups, some bad, but every single Mage game feels a bit precarious when you're watching it, right? Of like, well, are they gonna generate good stuff from the discovers? We'll have to find out. So there's a lot of these question marks over how each player has sort of filled out the lineup once you get past Demon Hunter, Rogue, and to a large extent Hunter as well. And I think that's what's going to be very interesting to see exactly how this pays off or not. So looks like we are ready to go into game number 1. Chonsu on the top, going to be on that Rogue, and then ZLS on the Shaman on the bottom. And again, just sort of I was going to call it regular Shaman, but you know what I mean, right? The common Shaman, not the Z Shaman.
Yeah, although these days, if you're used to playing on ladder, Z Shaman might actually be the common shaman, right? It's actually, it's very close to a 50-50 split across a lot of rank ranges, and I think at high ranks, there's actually more Z Shaman hanging around. Very weird.
We're getting off to a pretty good start here for Chonsu. Cult Neophyte in the hand, sort of ready to go whenever decided, which is quite nice.
Takes a backstab over an additional copy of Jade Guardians, I think, just showing how eager he is to win this early tempo battle with the Shaman.
Out of my jungle.
Those are kind of ugly.
Yeah. Not the best. Yeah, I quite like the backstab, honestly, because even though the two shaman variants are clearly different, they both can still like really run away with early games if they get that push going right with the minion based boards. They can really start to overrun the game. So with Rogue having something to do along with playing a 2-drop is a pretty nice bonus.
Muzzle their magic.
Yep, he's going to drop the Neophyte. Good turn to contest here. Knows. Chose to coin out the Shadowed Informant on the previous turn. Firstly, because it was a top deck Shadow Informant, so it was your class, which is generally the best one to go for. You want to do that before it switches. But secondly, he saw ZLS played the Blazing Invocation on turn 1, so it was probably not going to be a great turn to block out spells, because you knew they might have picked a 4-drop and they can just slam that as a 2 to fill out their 2-mana turn perfectly, right? So waiting the additional turn to see the extra minion, hoping they can get a bit more value out of it this turn. Ding! You got it. Good job, Sherlock.
Was able to clear up this Neophyte as well, and suddenly these minions are getting pretty chunky. Maybe not the most damage in the world, but 4-8 is nothing to ignore here for Chonsu. Gonna have to try and dig something to deal with it. Hey, Assassinate works.
The second Shadowed Informant rolled back to Rogue, because of course you have double dip on Shadowed Informant. It starts on your class if you play it on the same turn you draw it, but then it can roll through the class that you are playing as one of the options as it rolls through the classes as well. So very nice to be able to get both of his informants to pick up rogue spells.
Not the most amazing.
No. Ravenous Devilsaur, if you can make some Kindred magic work, would be an excellent swing turn against Jade Guardians if the game gets to that point. But I think just taking Curator and playing it now, probably your best chance of ending the game before that even becomes a factor, which I think is a much, much better plan.
Yeah, you're ahead on board with chunky minions. Guess what? Get more chunky minions to stay ahead on board. Normally, that's a very good plan. If something's going your way, push it even harder. Also makes this Assassinate a little bit worse.
Yeah, Backstab Fan and Rite of Twilight looks more appealing here from what I can see. Allows him to clear up the Curator. Stick a little bit onto... Well, actually, so you can take the VT on the Stonehill Defender. It might actually be more beneficial to send the damage into the 4/7 instead, just to maybe set up something with the mirrored Rite of Twilight, but he's already moved past that anyway, so might as well just take the value trade now.
Okay, good pickup for ZLS there, because this Shaman does get to points where you kind of run out of stuff, right? And the some of the spells, I think you were talking about it yesterday, where you were saying like it's just chunks of spells or what, cards that need other things to feel good about them, and then you just like these 2 Thunderquakes here, and it's like, okay, ritualistic power, ritual power, fine, but like they're not really progressing what you want to do. So the location pickup here for ZLS is at least giving them options every couple of turns. Effective card draw.
Yeah, if you go through a period in the mid game where you draw 3 cards in a row of like Ascendance, Frost Shatter, Storm Fury, Muradin's Last Stand, which It's not that unlikely. I named like 8 to 10 cards in total in your deck there, right? If you draw 3 of those in a row, they're so clunky in sequence because all of them need to be activated by something else. Ascension needs a board. Muradin's Last Stand needs you to have a board, so you have minions attacking. The Frost Shatter and the Storm Fury need to be transformed, but those are your cards. That's what you've been drawing, right? You need the cheap stuff to go along with that so that you can activate all the combo stuff alongside it.
Yeah, 100. And like, look at this. Like, the cards are fine because the board is sticking, which is really nice, showing 11 damage so far. Got a little bit more from hand, of course, but it is just like, ZLS just needs a little, just one higher quality card to feel like really, really good about this.
Yep. Yeah, this is the other side
from Chonsu as well.
Yeah, this is the other side of the equation from what I was talking about, where he's got all the really nice, cheap, flexible cards that are super high tempo, but he's not paid off any of the Frost Shatters, Storm Furies, or anything while he's been doing this. So now he's in danger of just drawing those cards, and they can be a little bit slow, but he's been so efficient on high tempo. Hitting the guess on the 4-8 was huge, right? The difference between a 4-4 and a 4-8 there. Being able to push so much extra damage, really, really big deal. But I think this is his push. If Chonsu can find a way to stabilize here with the second Jade Guardians, the Shadowed Jade Guardians, I think ZLS might just struggle. Yeah,
additional card draw from the Thanos going down as well. Might help out just a smidge. But yeah, I think ZLS was just working out how much should I commit. What's the potential draw? Do I need to save stuff if draw is X, Y, or Z? But yeah, just going pretty hefty, filling the board and just saying I'm putting out as much damage as possible.
Yep.
And threatening Chonsu. Is it hovering Grom?
Yeah. The Grom and the Malorn will take the second Jade Guardians down to 0. He potentially had some real degeneracy this turn if he was able to find a prep. But was not able to do so.
Oh.
The Moarg.
The Moarg, yeah, not too bad at all. It's about as... I'm not saying it's the best, but it feels about as good as you're going to get at this point in this situation.
You see the wince from ZLS. Like, this is the situation I'm describing. He knows how all in he is.
Tiny Pal picked up.
Big defensive option is going to be a big problem for him.
Yeah, Plucky Podling is, not really
not your boy.
Doing anything.
Nope, that's Ascension food and really nothing else in the deck, and there is no Ascension in sight right now. It's great, isn't it? We complain so much about Ascension sitting in hand and being a dead card, and it has been phenomenal on every single turn of this game so far for ZLS, and he can't draw it.
But that's the thing. It's been great because ZLS has drawn the other cards instead of Ascendancy. So it's like it's such a. I've never seen a deck be so good but look so clunky so often. Right? I think this is quite a rarity.
And I think some of that is skill diff, right? Of it feels clunkier for us on more occasions because we don't have the level of experience and skill with the deck that some of these top players do, where they mulligan better, they play the cards in the right order to avoid those situations, you know?
Oh, did ZLS not get an attack?
Oh, because you have to pick the element, right?
Yeah.
He hasn't allowed time. Yeah.
Really rough. Not good enough at this stage.
Oh, wait. Was this lethal?
It was lethal. It was lethal with the +1. 1 damage to all.
It's lethal with the 1 attack. Oh, my goodness.
Yikes. Yikes. And the problem is, with another Jade, Chonsu's not out of this, right? Because of that blunder.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, that went poorly, but okay, we'll take it.
Oh, not the best.
Yeah, whatever. Pick one, move on.
Gotta be good. Oh, well, quite good.
State your business with the bronze.
Here's a weird question.
Nope. You got to shoot your shot sometimes, you know.
Oh yeah. Was there ever a world where the Dragon Taunt wasn't
Blood and plunder.
played? No, right? No, there's not.
Go on.
Just trying
What madness are we talking about here?
Just in a world where like attacks with this gun can be made into something that isn't giving you lifesteal.
I see. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it just it was just something I was thinking about, but I don't think it would have really changed it. I don't think it was right to not play the additional dragon. Plus, it's more damage on the backswing, right? So it's obviously great. I was just for a split second because the weapon feels a bit spicy right now. Obviously, I was just like, are there any outcomes where you need the lifesteal?
I think most importantly, you just die to Hex if you don't play double taunt, right? That's the biggest
Fair.
problem.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely fair. Yeah. Just needs a huge attack buff on this elemental, and Johnson will be fine.
Yeah, not being able to heal for more than one is actually a very significant problem here.
Yes.
Because, you know, I have it queued up, so we might as well have a look at it again. Like this is a problem. This card exists.
And go digging again. Like any. Ooh, okay.
It's
Like,
any
legitimately,
healing,
any
armor
minion buff?
locks the game up at this point. Yeah, minion buff, healing, armor, anything.
Yeah, any
anything
of those
would
would have been so big.
Yep. And also,
Go.
damage in some spots would just be, you know, straight up lethal in some positions.
Absolutely
as well.
right. Yeah, very significant. Noises!
Okay, I mean, Slag Claw opens up some possibilities for extremely strange
God.
outcomes.
Dig again.
Shadowcaster? Add a 1/1 copy of a minion to your hand. That's whoa. Discover a native spell from the past. No spells to trigger it though,
No.
and ZLS just couldn't find the fire breath. Could not find that one additional damage. Got himself in a ropey mess on the turn with the weapon coming down. Found himself a couple of damage short. Had a couple of draws for the fire breath still. Could not find it. Chonsu hanging on for dear life at the end there, but yeah, one of those draws in the end for Shaman, but admittedly a draw that should have been good enough given ZLS executing correctly.
Yeah, 100%. It's one of those sometimes punished scenarios, right? Because we can see gotten down to 3 with the weapon swing. The weapon swing deals 2, but you pick the 1 to all enemies damage. Boom, that would have been lethal there. And ZLS just, that's the thing you do have to think about, do have to keep on top of, is you can be confident with the rope. We see pro players all the time play like the full burn rope, right? And still do actions, it's fine. However, you need to remember there are certain cards that have slow animations. You've got to like, it pops up, then you've got to pick one, then it's got to equip, and so on, so on. So you just have to be aware that certain things will slow you down, and especially if it's lethal, then you just can't afford to miss them. This is an elimination match. The loser of this is done. They're knocked out. That's it. So a lot on the line for these players, and an unfortunate and terrible start for ZLS there. Effectively should be 1-0 up, but Chonsu took that opportunity and cashed in on it, being 1-0 up himself now.
And if you were looking for a deck that, you know, was nice and simple, straightforward, don't need a lot of actions, don't have to wait for animations while the rope's burning or anything like that, queue up some Quest Mage. Yeah, it seems good.
Yeah. Look somewhere else. Is this the answer, right? Like, don't look. Close your eyes. Yeah, so we are going to see Shaman on the top for Chonsu. ZLS, of course, on that mage. And a lot of Discover available here for Chonsu. Got plenty of stuff to get on with here, right? With another invocation in hand.
He void sold.
I do like.
Shadowed Informants are being extremely cooperative today. That went from your class straight to mage, handing a extra altar time over to ZLS, which is a phenomenal pickup there.
This is one of my favorite cards that no one plays in the deck, by the way, Merge Seller.
It's one of the
actually
best
so sick.
randomly generated
Yeah.
cards in the game. Yeah, I agree.
It's actually so good. Obviously, in this instance, because it's like cheated outright mana wise, obviously it's going to feel even better. But the effect is genuinely powerful.
Yeah. One of these says 1 mana Discover on it, so I think
Yeah.
ZLS is just making sure he's not mana choked in terms of being able to play a card like that over the next few turns. But yeah, 1 mana draw, 1 mana Discover a card. You're almost always picking in the quest completion stage of Quest Mage.
A little bit brutal to have to hero power that turn, though. 2 mana on a ping is not something Mage has ever really wanted to do for a few years now, right? Like, it's not something you're happy about. Considering the things that this Mage wants to do, how fast you want to accelerate the quest, spending 2 mana to not do nothing, but to have no progression towards the quest really, really sucks. Here comes, though, the Frost Shatter, going to be pretty nice. Keeping the tempo up, keeping the pressure up, and keeping that hand count high. And unlike those hands we talked about, Sottle, I feel like Chonsu's hand is very well-rounded right now.
It is, yeah, 100%. These are not the good hits from Alter Time. Mass Polymorph can be useful in certain spots, but not when you're at a quest completion kind of period. He's going to pick it. The other two are just kind of bricks. Magic Trick is obviously the juice.
Now we're going to get to see Chonsu's approach from this point, right? There's worlds where you can be more minion aggressive. There's stuff that can be played, keep up the just all face pressure. Could equip the weapon just for the raw value that that generates. And there's a nice 1-2 on the board. Very easy to just ping off with that weapon. Or could start doing more discovers and see basically what's in the box to maybe have a more explosive setup.
Yeah, I think having the Abusive Sergeant is allowing the Tiny Pal here because, you know, there's a switch in your brain that just says, well, I can't pass a turn without playing a minion because then I've just set 2 mana on fire for my turn.
Yeah.
But at least having the Abusive Sergeant available is something that you can drop here for extra pressure.
Don't have much
Get in there and fight, Maggot.
Get in there and fight, maggot.
And yeah, I like this. Just everything to the dome. Already saw that 2 of the mana out of 3 was used for a ping earlier. Got the board, pretty chunky board. Knows that he's still continuing to give ZLS just random stuff off the top instead of actual cards ZLS wants to draw. So it's about as good a position you're ever going to get in to push, and has the gold element on the left for more burn damage just from hand. And if this whole turn is mass poly, yeah. Like, ZLS probably had to do that, but Chonsu's thinking, well, unless you're going to follow up with some crazy zero-cost arcane spell, okay, I'll just keep going.
Interesting. Had the option to Secret Ingredient there as well. Just double-checking I'm thinking of the right card. Yes, I am. Take the 2 attack off Secret Ingredient and just clear up one of the sheep. Probably saves you 1 damage over the next 2 turns of those sheep attacking you. No, thank you.
Yeah, I was thinking, I was like, no. Nothing too great on offer.
Don't have much time.
I'll handle this.
The march of the sheep. Gonna start pressuring as much as possible. Yeah, just again, just piling on the pressure.
Is there not? Yeah, there's a 0 mana Muradin's Last Stand this turn, right? So I'm a little confused by what's happened this turn. I feel like that was not counted in advance, because a lot of things could have happened, and then 2 cards could have been drawn, and there were some genuine lethal outs there, I think, for the turn.
It felt like it was elemental end turn, and then it was like, oh wait, hang on. So yeah, very bit of an odd one there from Chonsu. Missed out on some card draw, and also the wait, were there potential lethal outs as well there?
I don't think
If
so. If
'cause-
there is, it's possibly one mana off, because to get the thing down to 0, that did involve playing the Voltaic Sparks as well to get the extra summons for the attacks to get it to 0. So I don't think you can do that and play the Elemental and play Fire Breath all in the same turn, which is what
There was
would have ended
static
up
shock
being
though,
lethal.
right? With that, there's 2 static shocks in the deck. Would that have been...
True, yeah.
Yeah, long shots, but I'm just trying to think. Either way, I think drawing the cards would have been nice. Didn't have to play the dragon, of course, which would have floated 1. Either way, though, CLS gonna do their best to defend. That's a relatively low health total and just 1 Techosaurus and a Dream. And this should just be enough, right? Or are we just off?
Missing the 2 damage, right?
Oh, the armor,
Hex
yeah,
and
of
Rush
course, yeah.
to clear the damage, but yeah, there's just 2 missing. Just needs to find pretty much any source of damage from any of the discovers. Misses on the card draw. Lava Flow should do it.
Can they get through without the Hex?
Yeah, because the Lava Flow is replacing 6, right? So you should still be able to.
To bits. Don't have much time.
This goes in for 3, you trade 3 more in, and then you have 3,
Yeah,
5,
yeah,
11 going face at that point. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
plenty.
I 100% was not counting the dragon, so yeah, my bad.
I don't think you needed it either. I think just the 2 Brieslings was still enough as well, because this is 1 over,
Yeah,
right?
it's enough,
Yeah, this is
yeah,
1
yeah.
over.
Overkill,
So if you just
yeah.
play 2 Brieslings is 2 instead of the buff plus 1 Briesling is 3,
Yeah.
so it still would have been lethal just with the 2 guys on their own.
Yeah, makes sense. And Chonsu just managed to pile on tons of pressure with the Shaman. And as we said, like we talked a lot about Shaman hands, especially during playoffs and now last day or so. But Chonsu just had the bits of everything, right? Had minion pressure with the Discovers, had card draw with the Elementals, had damage from hand. And once you've got those 3 things sort of continually supplying each other, right, then you are just going to put on a ton of pressure. And of course, having that early game push and forcing awkward turns from ZLS. There was the mass polymorph, and there was the turn where it was the 2 out of 3 mana was just to ping to just kill the demon. Like, that's a lot of the mage doing nothing, right? Normally mages are quest complete on turn 5-6 they're looking at, right? And instead having to just go mass polymorph pass is really not what you want to do. So really unfortunate one there for ZLS. And Chonsu, even though there were maybe a question about the card draw missed or not at the end there, did just, other than that, had it just locked in, right? Keep the pressure on. Sort of realized very quickly that ZLS wasn't having the best game in the early game there, and just said, okay, I'll put my foot down and go.
Yeah, it was an incredible start, honestly. Like, it was a 5-3 on 1, even though it was frozen, it was still there. Then it was a 3-5 brick your deck on turn 2, and then it was a 5-5 on turn 3. Like, that's going to kill you incredibly fast. As ZLS chose to ping on the 5-3, so the 5-3 didn't get to attack. There was an option there to just shut your eyes and ignore and, like, play the tracking that you discovered that turn instead of the ping, and then maybe pick up another 1 mana discover and you just full turbo send from there, and maybe that gets there. That's reverse engineering. That's an afterthought at this point, because I didn't hate pinging the 5-3 at the time. It seemed like a reasonable thing to do to buy some time. You're just kind of gambling in a world, because we've talked about it a lot. Shaman doesn't have to have these perfect curves. There's a reasonable world there where you ping the 5-3, there's no major follow-up, and you're just sat being hit by the 3-5 for a couple of turns, which you're absolutely fine with as Quest Mage, right? So I think that was a reasonable thing to go for from ZLS. It didn't work out in the end. But now he is in deep doo-doo, Raven, because now Quest Mage has to beat Dragon Warrior, which is not an easy thing to do.
And I'm already looking at a Slither Drake in hand, Sottle. Like, that is concerning at best for ZLS. A little bit tricky. The main event for Chonsu here, the Dragon Warrior, going to be going up against that mage from ZLS. Chonsu, one win away from
It's
being
so
one of
funny.
the few players that it could manage a 3-0 so far this weekend.
These mulligan screens like this that have a mother duck in them always just remind me of that meme, like that "Who Invited Lil Bro" meme format, like the odd one out thing, and it's just like a random duck hanging out with some dragons, just going, "Yeah, what's up, boys?"
But I'll tell you something, you wouldn't mess with the duck though, would you? Because if you've got a load of dragons as friends, you're not going to mess with them.
Yeah, true. No, thank you. Can we pitch the polite British SAS expansion, where when you get a discover, you can just click no thank you, and it will give you another set of 3? That'd be great. Thank you.
What horror will happen?
But then I actually want so much like British caricature style stuff, right? Like maximum British stereotype stuff in the expansion as well. There can be a card that says Toodle Pip or something like that. That'd be good.
Dental bill just removes all of your mana.
No, it's just unplayable.
It's just unplayable.
It's just unplayable card. And you just start, the deck starts with it in. Nothing too great here either. Very slow, which is not really what Zealous is after right now. Obviously did get the discover in the first place, which is the main reason Stonehill's there, along with the post-quest reward world as well, but I don't know. Coin Drake looks mighty scary.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
a
going duck,
little
okay.
annoying. I think because there's 5 health on the board, you might as well go duck here, right? And I think ZLS is realizing, like 5 health on this board is very, very awkward because it means that you can send your face into the minion as well, get that 4th character damaged, and then, speaking of British dentistry, the warped teeth will appear.
Yeah, and then this is good now because it's saying, okay, ZLS, you have to clear this board or do something. If you don't, great. If you do, great. There's a Slither Drake follow-up. Then what have you got, right? If you've used stuff to try and clear this up, you've got nothing for a Slither Drake at all. Hold.
Evolving missiles.
Yeah, hold. Hang on a minute. Is this just glyph? Yeah, it just kind of has to be, right?
So, yeah, ZLS is doing a very reasonable thing here that is going to run into some extremely bad news, which this game he has just decided, okay, my best chance here is just turbo quest completion, hope for the best. But we talked a lot about the Mother Duck in the opening hand. We talked a lot about the Prescient Slither Drake in the opening hand. This is a full keep from Chonsu because Stadium Announcer has also joined the party. So that weapon is getting 1 turn at best. And ZLS is under so much pressure here that I think that 1 turn is going to be playing the weapon and not doing an awful lot alongside it. He absolutely can't afford to greed it. If he even gets there, which right now, not looking super likely.
Yeah, it's the fact that, and again, this is nothing, I'm not saying ZLS has done anything wrong, but the fact that the board wasn't even really remotely dealt with, now a Slither Drake's been dropped down behind it, you're just running out of even possibilities that deal with any of this, right? That like the longer this goes on, the more pressure Chonsu's putting down. It's getting very, very, very difficult to nigh on impossible. ZLS gonna fight that.
Very, very good pickup here, though, in combination with the malfunction, and can now tidy up with the Sleet Storm. Has actually chunked away most of the Prescient Drake as well, which is very nice, even though it will still be very difficult to finish that off.
Dark Gift, though, can change everything.
Charge!
Yeah. Finally, you've come to my way of thinking, Saul. So, does it have charge? Yes, pick it.
Well, when it's a potentially 4 mana, 6 attack minion, like, we're in Leroy Jenkins territory there, so yeah, pick it up.
Yeah, the only like thing Chonsu may be considering is the potential of Devastator just as a giant thing to play next turn. But I just don't know if it's that relevant, if I'm honest. I just don't think it's needed. Yeah, it does end up on the turtle, makes sense.
I don't think there was a choice. Yeah, I personally am not taking the Devastator just because I don't think you need your draw bricked here. I don't think you need any more massive things to play in the position that you're in. Like, I think they're just kind of dead.
Yeah.
The Dracorex, in a game where maybe you weren't as aggressive, don't have Stadium Announcer picked up, you could take a cheap Dracorex so that you don't necessarily lose to the first board that they play if they are able to get the weapon down. But I don't think you care about that either because you're so far ahead and you have Stadium Announcer. So yeah, I think it's just...
Well, it was also reduced attack Dracorex, right? So it just wasn't even as powerful as you'd maybe even need it against the mage is the scary bit. But yeah, Johnson going to keep the pressure on. ZLS is going to get that quest completed, but at what cost?
Okay, he's still glyphing. We're still glyphing. Misdirection not playable. Smoldering
Techie.
Grove is playable though, which gets the Techisaurus down. And this means ZLS can get one full turn of weapon next turn.
Yeah, there's Torch though.
Oh.
Yeah. Any of it would have been fine, right? Dragon Turtle. Yeah, Dragon Turtle into Torch. It's just going to be too much. And Chansu going to take the victory 3-0 and a quite a convincing win for the Dragon Warrior. So let's just note this down for a second, Sol. Dragon Warrior got banned once and won once. So maybe it's the best pick of the tournament so far.
It's 100% effective win rate in the tournament. Like you genuinely can't do better than that. It's been very fortunate. It was banned in the first series in a position where I'm not quite so sure about, although Pocket was saying earlier, maybe it is actually favored in the series. Maybe it was an okay ban, but I can't accept that to be a thing. And then you play one game in a series where you're 2-0 up and your opponent's queuing Quest Mage. So yeah, that's what you brought it for. Congratulations. You know, you hit the lineup. There are Quest Mages about. You played against a Quest Mage. And you win out on the series 3-0. Heartbreaker for ZLS, who just ran into a Dragon Warrior, which brutalizes his Quest Mage. A kind of stinky draw on the Shaman, where a fairly catastrophic mistake led him into an unwinnable position. And that's the fine margins at this point, right? Minor decisions in deck building and lineup building, and minor executional errors in actually playing the game, and that can be the difference between a World Championship and being done for the year, because that's the reality now. Like, this is the last chance. This is last call, essentially. You're either going to Worlds or you're not. There's no, like, I'll pick it up next month. Just not happening.
Yep. This is the last chance for a lot of these players over the course of this weekend, but it's not the last match of the day. We've got plenty more coming up, so we're going to go to a quick break while we set that up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
welcome back everybody for the final game of Group C already, and we've only just begun the day somehow. It's going to be between Chionsu and Windex. Windex, a new player on the scene in 2026. We don't know much about him at all other than what we've seen in tournaments. Chionsu has played in 2 World Championships before, 2025, okay, last year, and 2016, where he came in the top 4. He has been around a while, Adel.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Pocket and I have been discussing that Chionsu is both of our Choose Your Champion pick. But before we got to see the lineups, you know, Choose Your Champion comes out, we locked in our picks for packs. And then we had the same thought when we actually saw the lineups of, oh no, Chionsu has Warrior.
Yeah.
I don't trust that. But to his credit, now, you know, he did lose off broadcast with that first match, but it was banned, and this is that same rematch with the same bans, Chionsu's Warrior being banned away. We just saw him with a decisive victory against the Mage. Maybe he was expecting a lot of Quest Mages, and so Warrior ends up being, you know, much better positioned. We'll have to see if he can kind of get over the finish line this time without the Warrior in this rematch against Windex. But if he does...
Yeah.
You know, there may be more data points tomorrow to determine whether it's, you know, the secret good fourth deck.
Well, if he does lose this, then it will have gone 100% in the tournament, guaranteed. With 2 bans and a win. So it will be the best deck in the tournament if he loses this match. As he's the only person to have brought it. But here we are. First of all, we're going to go for the Demon Hunter and the Rogue. Demon Hunter not being banned is the downside of bringing the Warrior. Like, the upside is you get that Mage matchup. The downside is the Demon Hunter ends up being played. So, yeah.
Yeah, not a ton of Void Souls for Chionsu yet, but still a pretty solid start getting that 3/3 Naga taunt out, and then with Infestation to follow up. I'll be curious to see whether Chionsu coins out the Stinger just to clear up this 4/4. Yeah, it feels very clean. Keeps the board presence and allows him to set up for another Sigil plus Infestation next turn.
Yeah, this is always feels bad when you have to kill the Escape Artist early on in this matchup. You just can't let it draw you cards having done its thing. You know, it's a very well themed, well constructed card in terms of just lore, I like, but
yeah,
I don't know. You have to kill it because the extra card Mage, you just can't let them have all these 2 drops early. You've got to put on the pressure, you've got to do a lot of damage, try and kill them over the top at the end. And yeah, it's not the position you want to be in early on, but you've got to do it to get this little board state and start chipping that damage down.
Yeah, and Chionsu actually just doubling down on that, using another Stinger with 2 damage directed at the minion to keep the 2/1 in play for the following turn. And then just using, you know, Hero Power and Sigil to keep that board dominance going into this turn 4, what I imagine will be a Scythe play.
It will. Do you want to sacrifice your 2/1, or do you want to Hero Power to get the nice clean kill? There is an argument for doing some wacky things to get those Void Souls ticking along and spend the mana on them.
So I guess the reason to not Scythe this turn, right, is because it doesn't line up cleanly, and so you could go for Axe of Cenarius Hero Power, like you were saying, instead to get that nice break point. But I think getting the Scythe online is worth the sacrifice of a 2/1.
Yeah. I agree. I do agree. You quite often end up in this matchup playing like a Grim Harvest, and then when that unclears, if you get a good roll, you play a load of Void Souls at the same turn, and suddenly you've got a massive board out of nowhere. You don't have a lot of time to set that up because this Rogue deck is very, very speedy in getting those 8 drops down. But yeah, when you get the board like this, the Rogue does have to concentrate on actually doing cards rather than just spamming 2 drops sometimes.
Yeah, still a bit of a clunky opener for the Rogue. You know, has got the Neophyte to potentially slow things down here. This might even be a Maiev coin Neophyte. But, you know, low on the card draw for the Rogue. It is a sort of unusual Rogue deck in that we're used to Rogues just drawing loads and loads of cards, but you've only got a little bit, right? Escape Artist being killed is one fewer card drawn. You know, it does have fans that replace themselves. Map is really the big draw 2 cards and they're discovers, right? But other than that, you're kind of piecing together this card draw, and so not having Jade Guardians yet is a very, very tough position to be in. It's why you tend to keep that in the mulligan when you can.
I love this play from Chiansu. The decision on whether to kill Maev or not, like early on in the game, sometimes you have to kill it because the other stuff is just too overwhelming. But in this exact situation, if your opponent's about to start playing Jade, they can't until they've killed off their own Maev sometimes. So you just put the damage into the face, threaten to kill them, and say, you can't play anything that's going to be on the board next turn. It's going to vanish. Yes, it's going to be dangerous later on, but I'm going to kill you before later on happens.
Yeah, it is that double-edged sword where, early on it's great because you're just trying to accelerate with your stats, but if you get to the mid-game and you're behind, it can be this sort of thing where, it's like having taunts with stealth, right? It doesn't get to do anything until the following turn.
So, check 1, am I dying next turn? Probably not. Check 2, can I kill them next turn with my Infestation and Cane? Which is, how much mana have you got next turn? You can use one of the Infestations, the Cane is 5 to the face, plus a weapon swing if you had a weapon equipped. So you can either do 8 this turn, or you can do 5 this 6 this turn, set up a weapon.
I mean, I kind of like continuing on the game plan of leave Maev alive, right, with no minions in play. That invalidates any top deck Jade Guardians. You just push face with a weapon and hero power, maybe studies to see if there's something you can find in there.
You have got to kill them next turn if you set that up, but it is a valid plan. Yeah, he's going to go the other way by the look of it. And just,
for maximal Void Souls, but you get to... Oh, wow, even swinging against a minion, so very far in the other direction.
Yeah, interesting.
That's a great hit, though. Even with just one activation, the 3/6 taunt here, whenever it's attacked, does 1 damage to all enemies. I think it's like Wrath Spine.
He was dead, by the way, my way, because Garona kills him.
Sure, although you can play King Lane, right? You could play King Lane and swing, which then makes that feel a lot riskier for Windex.
Sure, yeah, that's fair.
Because, Kingslayer can draw portals.
Yeah, and often does. Talking of which.
There's the Guardians.
So many
Escena, not active. Undefeated champion, not the greatest hit, but it does present a huge minion. The problem is that it's given Chonsu all these minions to work with, and Kane invalidates this Meadowstrider.
Really does. Yeah, Meadowstrider always looks good, but Kane is so good against it, and this is going to be lethal. The weapon, the Kane, that's 6, and then there's 6 more needed for the board. I can see 6 minions, so one of them can't attack, but that doesn't matter. There's plenty of 2 attacks. Am I missing something?
I don't think so. We've got... Because you've got 7 attack in play. The Kane brings that to 10. You can either swing with Axe of Cenarius.
He's seen it.
Or Infestation. Yeah, okay, there it is. Yeah.
He's just seen it. I saw his eyes light and go, what? I think he said something like, what? He's like, I just can't count anymore.
I think we've all had those moments, right, where you're kind of focused on like, oh, how do I get out of this clearing? And then you're like, oh yeah, Kane says taunt. Taunt is cheat. Taunt doesn't matter.
That's why it's in my deck. I remember. It's not just a 3-foot charge. He's a little embarrassed, but he got there in the end. Oh. And the exhale of air as he's like, that could have been a disaster if I hadn't seen... Whatever I was thinking was the completely wrong line. But he does take it down, gets that 1-0 lead.
Yeah, and that puts him in a 4-0 streak, right?
Yes.
Coming off of the previous loss to Windex in, off broadcast. So he's just kind of running hot at this point. We'll have to see if that can continue, and if he ends up 6-0, right? If he gets another 3-0 here and goes 6-0 into Sunday, I feel like those are some of those times where I mean, it shouldn't matter, right? I think anyone who's like played Little League or something, the coaches are like, oh, always play, like the score is 0-0. And it's like, but morale is a thing. And so, you play better when you're feeling good. And we'll have to see if Chonsu can get a hot streak like that going to go over into Sunday. Meanwhile, Windex, some rough beats there. I'm not sure he really did anything wrong. It was just a bit of a tough rogue hand, and the Demon Hunter did Demon Hunter things.
Yeah, I mean, there's a world where there's no Kane in hand and he wins next turn. Like,
right? Yeah.
There's also a world where I'm playing and I just don't play enough minions that turn, and they kill me with the Garona. So, plenty of other ways that could have panned out. But yeah, he didn't have the ideal hand. The rogue isn't amazing at defending itself earlier. It puts in the best options, but they are kind of limited. Like the Escape Artist is a very good board removal tool. There's some of the direct damage is good removal early on, but it's a little bit fiddly if you haven't got the right stuff, and sometimes it just loses like that. And I think Demon Hunter, I've gone backwards and forwards on this, but I think Demon Hunter's fractionally favoured in that matchup, but it's very close to 50-50, I think.
Yeah, and one thing I'll note is ZLS has got the now I'm blanking on the name. This 2-mana spell that summons minions? Am I wrong?
Oh, the one that summons 2 minions from the past? He has that, surely.
Yeah, I know we've seen it played. Of course, I'm not finding it in the list right now. But we've seen him play that... Flashback. Has that been off of... Maybe... That hasn't been off.
Windex has flashback and Chonsu does not.
Yes, sorry, it's Windex, not ZLS, that's why. Yeah, Windex has the flashbacks, and I do think, while they can be nice for tempo, you are making some sacrifices in
Okay.
With Maev to be able to capitalize on that fact.
This looked like some Shaman hand, by the way, before things went a tiny bit wobbly. Sorry about that. Blazing Invocation, not quite the card it was, but it's still incredibly good. No, he's not taking the Avatar, chat, okay? Make the board as quickly as you can. What a roll. A little celebration there from Chionsu as he gets this turn 1 double minion board, which is really hard for Rogue to remove, as is the 4 health, really annoying for the Rogue as well, without an Escape Artist in hand. So Chionsu is going to be in a great position here to get a whole chunk of damage in these first 3 or 4 turns. Okay. Feels so bad taking a 1-mana 3/4, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the Viper's not like super useful in this matchup, so I don't mind. Yeah, just taking the Abusive Sergeant lets you, trade off the 1/1 here while continuing to push face.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he's going to do. And just getting this wider and wider, increasingly scary looking board. And Windex is going to have to respond. No time to just, play his own minions really with the flashback. He's going to have to try and get something generated, because none of the cards in his hand are really helping deal with this.
Second time we've seen an Earth element there. It's a brick wall, but it does hamstring your next turn substantially. Gets a 2, although that 2 kind of doesn't do anything until you've actually generated a lot of corpses.
Just so much pressure.
Yeah, and this is why... Yeah, the Mug Shaman has still, been around even after the Blazing Invocation. I hesitate to say nerf. Blazing Invocation was a card that initially worked the way it does now, but when it was brought back into core, because it is an older card, they gave it that 1-mana discount that we see on Discover cards sometimes.
Yeah.
And it just turned out that, like, in normal decks, that is fine, but when you're already getting a 2-mana discount from your hero power from the start of the game, it's just a little bit too much mana discount to be able to play a 4-drop on turn 2.
Yeah, just a
or
Yeti on turn 1 was
Yeah.
always a bit awkward, right? Yeah. With the way some of the stats on some of the cards as well. So
Yeah.
that worked out. Do we have time for a tiny pal here? Make a little taunt, make sure you can freeze some things if things get nasty, or do we want to put more damage on the board with a Mugsy and just say this is getting there?
I mean, I really like Tiny Pal for just the deal 1, right? You can attack the 2/3 and get a full clear.
Sure. And what do you set up for the turn after? That is better than what I suggested. You still set up freeze for the turn after, I think.
Yeah, freeze is so good when you can clear the opponent's board and then set up a freeze and say, look, I don't care what additional things you're going to set up to contest my board. We're just going to make them not work. Yeah, actually even just ignoring the 2/3 to just push maximal face damage, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's getting towards the time now where there are worlds where he just is facing down a wall of Meadow Striders in a turn or 2 and is going to be relying on 4 damage off the top, so
Yeah.
getting every piece of damage he can while he can.
Yeah, does pick the freeze.
So in the world where he misses completely next turn, that does buy him another turn. He's on 30, it doesn't matter what he has to put his face into to achieve it.
Chansu trying to pick up the full clear here, 6 shots.
Oh no!
That's
Not
3
enough.
misses, and that is just lethal for Chansu on the follow-up. Yeah, 6 pings was going to be tough to hit there no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. But we've seen it done many times. We've seen the opposite done many times as well, where they just ignored things on the board. So it turns out the random is fun sometimes, but not if you're the one who is missing or hitting or whatever you didn't want to do. Gionso left with the Rogue, and this did get swept in their first encounter earlier today. So he won with the Demon Hunter. Yeah, he won with the Shaman. His Warrior was banned, and then the Rogue was the thing. So no reason why that should be. Realistically, I think I might have to go back on yesterday, and Pocket might have to be allowed a win on that one. That Rogue is probably not favoured into the Mage, but one of them's a mirror. The Hunter match is okay. Rogue should get there in one of those games. Just by doing the Rogue thing of turn 5, here's some 8/8s, like sometimes that just wins.
And I think Chansu just has kind of pulled himself together after that off-broadcast match. We didn't get to see it. We don't know what the roles were. It was very, back and forth. It went a full 5 games. And so he's just been looking really, really clean. Wouldn't be surprised to see that momentum continue. Has got coin with Maiev here, which we were discussing that
Yes.
I'm not sure coin the Maiev on 2 or just play it on 2 to try and coin for double 2s on the following turn. I think up against Hunter, you've definitely got to get something down now.
Yeah, it absorbs 4 damage. Worst case, you take 4 less damage from the Hunter if they kill it.
Right.
So, yeah, that's your worst case scenario. That's absolutely fine. And if it sticks, you get to play the Neophyte, which is the perfect card afterwards, as you've described. And then the Neophyte's big. And Maiev later on becomes a bit awkward to play. You don't really want your minions hiding when they need to be in the way of the bigger Hunter beasts in the mid game.
Yeah, you don't want to give your opponent the opportunity to intentionally leave up the Maiev, right? Windex says it's not important enough to clear that I'm going to give up playing a turn 2 Rat's Nest, which I think is absolutely correct.
Deciding he probably wants to use the Neophyte going into the turn 4, which is the turn that the Beast Tripwire gets played. Delaying that by a turn can definitely mess things around. And sometimes you use it to delay a Tolvia, depending exactly how things work out.
Might just be another tracking here as Windex, sitting on the Briar Spawn Drake does make the Earthen Roar, twice as effective, but it means you're sitting on a 10 drop, and so wouldn't be surprised if Windex is gonna be hoping to dig deeper into the deck to find Tolvir, as you say, or even just a 1-drop to play this turn. I think Sylvanas' Triumph second copy is the real tempting other pickup.
It's very tempting, but his hand is so dead. Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah, and in favor of pushing the 2 damage with this rat, which you could say, I don't mind making that trade. It clears the Maiev and I get to pick up card draw, but just having another thing on the board to sort of keep pushing damage is nice.
It's also like the Triumph will probably clear the board next turn, or at least do a lot of. It won't clear the 5/6, but it'll do a world of good next turn, especially with that Earthen Roar, no matter what happens.
Yeah.
And he needs to draw some cards. Like, his hand is absolutely terrible. So, Earthen Roaring these into the Triumph or possibly the Sylvanas to spend mana more efficiently now.
Yeah, I think it's the Sylvanas. You don't know when you're going to pick up another sister. This at least gives you more board presence and doubles down on this play of just like, hey, I'm going to dominate the board. I've got the Sylvanas' Triumph to clear your next board.
Yeah, and the rats to get some cards now, which need to be good because he hasn't done a single tripwire. He's not got a weapon established. There's not a whole lot in Atolvia, so he needs to get some combination of cards that does something here, and that isn't really it. I know I said about the weapon, but it's not established with a nice tripwire to go fetching for, but it's something.
Yeah, but Jansu at 14 from this, or 13 was a significant damage push. If an arcane tripwire is
yes.
Jade go.
He did stop the card draw by doing nothing, on board that turn, which makes sense because, he's probably got a good idea. Windex in hand is, Drake plus. Well, he knows about the Drake, and then one random card that isn't played. These need to be good. There is no direct damage in hand for Windex at the moment. There's plenty in the deck. The tripwire is not so good when the Guardians come down for obvious reasons. They've all got massive health most of the time. These are some good rolls. These are some very good rolls. For the situation right now, couldn't have asked for better. Ooh. Two-way face. Just needs 3 to go face. Lethal next turn. Johnson needs some way of healing. Plenty of ways to try and find ways to heal here. But will he find any? They always do against me, I know that much. Having another go at it. Oh, they're so good, but they don't heal. If he was on like 6 or 7 health, this would be game over the other way, probably, but he's not.
Put your faith in the light.
It's just hero power. He's on 1. Yeah. Yeah. No, I realised you had I didn't see the thing for a second there. Yeah. He set it up last turn with missiles going face and not enough hitting the dragon.
Yeah.
And it's 2-1.
All right.
It's flying by.
Yeah, the hot streak is broken.
Yeah, he was on that was 7 in a row. No, 6 in a row to that point, wasn't it? 5 in a row to that point. I can't count.
Yeah. 5 in a row. Yeah, with a 3-0 into 2-0. And, still well positioned, right? All it takes is that one win to get over the finish line, and Rogue, as is often the case, sort of has a shot against anything. And we saw there got good hits, but the Hunter is just, I think it is one of the particularly more challenging matchups for the Rogue because of how much face damage it has, right? And we saw Windex really, really taking advantage and just pushing with those 2/1s, even though it meant the card draw was slower. He got so much damage in just from those rats. By keeping the board clear.
Right. He took that Sylvanas Triumph, which made all the difference, by the way, in the end as well. We never know how the game would have panned out if he'd taken the other choices, but he did then top deck Sylvanas, gave him so much AoE to clear the boards. He had the Brightborn Earthen Roar, which you don't really want in your hand, but he managed to use them to remove 2 5 health minions, which you do want to do. And, yeah, took it down nicely. All right, it's mage time. This matchup's a real tussle. Like, it's a race, and the rogue has the advantage of the chip, but the mage has the advantage if it wins the race to completing the quest. Then they do so much more powerful things so quickly.
Yeah, in a sense, you're both completing a quest. The rogue quest is to get 6 to 8 2-drops played to activate your Jade Guardians, and then try and get that overwhelming board presence with the Guardians. And then the mage quest is, as it says, right? Play all the discovers, get the weapon out, make a huge board with Raptor Herald, Morchi, one of those. Skeleton Key or Spark of Life, nice pickup for just more cheap discovers.
Yeah, absolutely. Like hitting everything on that turn, rattling through the quest procs. He also plays incredibly quickly, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I usually assign that to nerves when that happens, but I think he may just be a super fast player. The decisions he's making quickly seem to be pretty accurate.
Neophyte, of course, it's a broadly strong card in all these matchups. Mage is no exception. Fortunately for Windex, is able to just get down the Morchi as another discover to play. Would have liked to play Alter Time on that turn instead, I think, but it's at least something decent to do, and contest board fairly well as in addition.
Yeah, this game is going to be explosive in a minute because Jonsu is very near completing his mini quest of playing 8 things. It doesn't have to play 8, of course. 7 sometimes suffices, sometimes 6, but you know what I mean. And Windex is going through the quest really, really quickly, so...
Yeah, just
might well
going
come down to that Raptor Herald. If you could hold on to the Raptor Herald until after the quest is complete, after the Sands of Time are played.
Yeah, I think those are always the sticky situations when you're sort of forced to play your minion discovers, to complete the quest. Windex, fortunately, has enough spells here that he's not going to have to do that. Yep.
And then you've got to hit on the Herald, but it's so hard to miss on Raptor Herald when you've got sort of 2 options, all with or 3 options, obviously 2 going to play, all with Dark Gifts as well. It's very hard to have a bad one. Even the bad ones are okay. Well, let's find out. He's got there already with 3 mana to spare on turn 5.
Notably, neither of these players have Vipers in their rogue lists, so Windex is going to be able to just lock up the weapon here without worrying about any risk of it getting broken. And so Chonsu will be trying to set up the first big turn, right, and hope that the Jade Guardians is going to prove better than the Raptor Herald minions.
The prep is absolutely huge, as it often is. And he picks up the Shadow of Demise to follow it up next turn.
Renewing Flames, honestly, might be a pickup to try and be able to get a lethal down the line.
Possibly, actually, yes, because sometimes there's just this wall of nonsense in your way. Yeah, good call. Yeah, let's do this immediately.
I think there's also recognition from Chonsu that Ursul is a card that you can get from the 8 drops. These are not very good hits, so I think Chonsu is going to be disappointed with those. Will have the opportunity to rebuy next turn with the Shadow of Demise Jade Guardians, but an Ursul pickup would mean 3 turns of Renewing Flames, And so I think that just kind of makes it all the more something that catches your eye in terms of spell discovers there.
Right, yeah. Critically as well, they cost 2, the 8 drops last turn, so it didn't waste any mana, because now he can do, as long as he doesn't do something silly with a coin here, he's got, infinite Jade Guardians actually, here they come again.
Ooh. Those spell hits off the Konzu, though, were kind of perfect for Windex, setting up Blizzard and, a couple of water elementals. A lot of times spells, it's hard to actually get minions out of them, but those were very, very good hits. And now the Raptor Herald, he's setting up Cleave and Wind Fury.
So much. Okay.
I think... Okay, these are free now. A couple of taunts.
Okay.
It's not a bad start.
These will have to do.
Very much a gamble. What minion from the past? It's not like minion with taunt from the past or anything, so there's really high highs, really low lows on the minion summons out of these wardens.
Yeah, just the fact they've got 12 health obviously is the big deal, right? There's just so much extra health to get through. He's on 26. He's still got another Jade Guardians in hand, because why wouldn't you have 3? And like you say, the minion from the past could just save it anyway. Reminder, there is that Renewing Flames if he gets to a situation where he can use that. It does go to the lowest health.
Yep.
So if the opposing minions get too big, funny things can happen.
Yeah, at this point, Chonsu may need to hit Ursol to catch the Renewing Flame so he can get 3 turns of it just for, keeping clear and staying afloat. Windex got the good upgrade off of Leyline, right? Arcanomicon getting autocast. You don't get to pick which upgrade, but Windex got the cast an additional time, so that Bursting Leyline is going to cast twice.
Yeah. Basically back to full, 26. Where did the boards go? This was 800 million power on both sides a minute ago. Now look at it. And
yeah, it's a bit odd, right? Windex, able to get significant clear, of course, but the Amber Wardens really did their job there in terms of just keeping Chonsu alive, and now having this 3rd Jade Guardians. Is going to be looking for... It could actually... This is another way you can find Ursol. It'll actually cost 8, but misses out on it. I don't know what's the way to go out of these.
I don't. Do you think you get to turn 10 and Amagagum Renewing Flames?
Yeah, I mean, that's significant. Yeah, I like the Forest Lord Cenarius. It kind of does more on its own. You can build a big taunt board, or you can, buff an existing board. Marithra, not worrying about getting the mana spent, just more board presence is better here.
Obviously, you're against Mage, who've got completed quests. You're tiptoeing around the AoE, but you've just got to assume they don't hit everything, right? You've got to pick a direction and go with it, and he's going with the wide board. That'll do me. Yeah, it's pretty wide.
Yeah, once again, maximal stats here for Chonsu. Sets up, nicely, can just play an Amber Warden next turn, potentially. Windex will be looking for ways to build a board of his own.
Yeah, the other thing Chonsu could do here is try, and he's got this big board to do that with, he could possibly ride it out. There's 4 more procs on the weapon, and then Chonsu will, unless he's massively low on health at that point, will be massive favourite to win because he's got the imbues to keep the stuff coming, and the mage kind of runs out of powerful things to do. The whole point is it doesn't do powerful things early on so that it can rapidly complete the quest. I'm not saying they'll be out of it if they run out of quest charges, but if Chonsu can ride out the weapon, he'll be in a very strong position. And given that he doesn't look like he's going to break through anytime soon, that might be his plan now.
Yeah, at this point, the 8 drops are gone, so it is that imbue Chonsu is relying on, and this is sort of that weird thing I mentioned where even though Chonsu has a lot of cards, there's not a lot of card draw to like find the things in his deck that he wants, to find those troublemakers, which while you often use for lethal, you can also use just to kind of clear up chunky boards like this.
If I could take out the 1/1, pocket Divine Shield, maybe kill the 4/2 Raptor right now, and then use my minions after that, that would be beautiful. Thank you very much.
But Windex is, sort of set up this taunt board as a form of removal, right? To just put a whole bunch of stuff in play that Chonsu has to deal with. We're just, this is peak Hearthstone, right? We are just slamming large minions into each other.
Feels really bad to play an 8-mana 4/12, but the other options are, because the casting costs in his hand, he wasn't going to spend 8 mana much more efficiently than just playing an 8 anyway, the way it was working out.
Yeah. Interesting heavy value of getting Lane out of the hand, I think because Windex knows that he's not getting any taunts in play anymore. I'm a little surprised to see that come down right away when there's still opportunity to get some board clears done here.
Well, I think he has a little problem in that he's got so he wants to play maybe the Altar Times, whatever, but he's not got much hand space to do much with right now. And everything that makes hand space is a discover that isn't going to discover something particularly brilliant.
Right.
So he's trying to weigh up exactly, which card he's going to be forced to play to free up a bit of space that has a powerful enough effect to be worth it.
Lux out on the roll there in terms of Chonsu only getting, a 2/1 rush. That was just a 3-mana storage scuffle. I'm a little bit surprised there. So Windex is, intentionally trying to free up hand space without using charges of the weapon.
Yeah.
I think
it goes
to
back
set
to what I
up
was saying, right? That Chonsu's way to
next
win
turn.
is to use up those charges. So
Right.
Windex has to have his game plan, which is not to use those charges inefficiently, because when they're gone, that's it. You're done.
Right. Yeah. Got a little more wiggle room because of the low roll off the Amber Warden, and so with Lane out of hand, you sort of are safe from sneaky lethals. That Flames of the Infinite is going to clear up Marithra after this turn, or anything bigger that would come down, and then Scrappy Scavenger next turn can summon a couple of 9s.
Chonsu also took a moment there. I think he probably paused to try and work out what he thinks Windex's hand looks like, because that was if you can't see Windex's hand, that was an incredibly strange turn.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Like just a whole bunch of nothing in a situation where he's had the tempo for some time and then suddenly just gives it all up. Does draw the Techisaurus.
Just gonna roll out the Neophyte along with the Escape Artist for maximum stats. Flames of the Infinite clears up Marithra. Yeah, Techisaurus definitely a nice little bit of extra protection there. And, ooh, Krog is tough. Gonna set all these to 1/1s. Can clear up.
So rough, because part of what Chonsu's been doing is working towards this Scenarius, right? And he's got to get rid of the Krog for that to be a thing he could use.
Yep. Yeah, it's such a nightmare because you just can't develop into Krog. You have to deal with it first.
Yeah. Might be a way where he can set up, not with this hand, but give him some more cards next turn. Maybe make it so the Renewing Flames actually hits the Krog and just waste a turn that way. And he must have fancied his chances, right? The weapon had ticked down to 3, your opponent's messing around as if they haven't got anything. But now we're seeing what happened. He's wanted this big turn now.
Yeah, now kind of the random junk that's been piling up from some of these discoverers is now able to just get played out. And no ability even to draw a card off this Escape Artist because it has to survive to do that.
Yeah. I think not everybody, I've seen a lot of people caught out by that.
Yeah. And you know, Cenarius with 4 minions in play would be nice to buff, but it buffs health more than attack, and so even +1/3 twice, or sorry, 3 times, is, you know, which is the most you can do, is not going to give enough power to punch through all this.
And then they get reset again anyway, so, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks on the imbue, that's not good enough. I think this has to be like Via or whatever it's called, the Paladin, destroy all non-Paladin minions. Doesn't find it, goes for a random spell.
Nope. No.
No.
Just double check, because it is +4 attack, but it's not nowhere near enough.
And Krog gonna seal the deal for Windex, and I think it feels like it's all slipping away for Chonsu. You know, I think as nice as it can be when you're riding high off of, you know, 5-0 streak, to now suddenly be back in the same position full series as he was off broadcast against this same player, right? Windex, who banned away the
your
warrior.
rogue.
Yep.
First
It's gonna feel a bit ominous.
It is, but I mean, it is basically with equally skilled players playing exactly the same. It's a flip. Obviously, that is why we play the games, because different people have slightly different styles, different ability levels, blah, blah, blah. But it's as close to a 50-50 as you get. I think Chonsu's experienced enough to just play the same way mostly. Not saying he won't feel nerves. Of course he feels nerves. This is, you know, an important match for him, but he'll be okay.
Yeah, and of course the mirror. And honestly, looking at the two lists, I do like Chonsu's rogue list better, right? I never thought I'd be in this position, but I don't feel like Flashback is as good a card in the deck, just because you don't want to prep it out, because then you're not playing a 2, and unless you're on coin, you can just end up in these spots where you're not playing it until like turn 4 comboed.
Yeah, that's a long way off. Well, it's rubbish, but it has massive potential if you can get a couple of good top decks.
Yeah, Chonsu gonna be kind of strictly playing off the top of the deck to find these early 2-drops. Neophyte is, you know, a nice pickup.
Want to plan quite a lot ahead right now. Obviously, have the option of the coin, and he's going to go with it.
Yeah. Like, it makes you feel less bad about the fact that you're maybe just gonna Fan of Knives next turn.
Yeah.
Windex picks the 2. Oh, there we go. See, just play like you're always gonna draw the best top deck, right? Isn't that?
I think when you obviously have a poor hand, that is how you should play, right? Because otherwise, if you draw the bad cards, you're not going to win the game. So you have to play like you're going to draw the good ones in this situation. And the opposite is true when your hand is amazing, right? You've sort of got to make sure you don't let yourself lose to a bad top deck at that point.
Well, I don't know that it will come to this. These are not Herald decks, but they do run a couple of them. And Ajara Ocean Lord, Ocean Queen, I don't know, Ajara something, gives your hero plus attack and Wind Fury. So, Ocean Lord. If Windex can get that, you know, upgraded just the 2 that are in deck, you know, with potentially more heralds from imbues, that could represent some significant burst.
Of course, you draw the Thanos. Second you get rid of your fan. That's how the game works.
Yep.
Still good with eventuality and fairness.
And you maybe just, ship face?
Ooh.
I don't know about that. I might have been tempted because these minions just sort of poof themselves. I might have actually just shipped that damage face and said, okay, you go ahead and ship yours face, and you know, your minions
I may
go
have
away.
done, yeah. Did protect his Thanos by doing that though, because the 4/1 wouldn't have drawn the card if it had traded.
Right, yeah.
Maybe he valued that higher than we do.
He's
also in a position as Chonsu where he can actually Jade next turn if he wants to, and he might want to.
I think so. Especially with the prep. right? You can prep Jade Guardians and then play both of them for 2, and then that sets up for the following Jade Guardians next turn that they'll be free.
Yeah, that's okay.
Ooh. Tough hits. Asina is a 16 away from being active. Much better as just a 6/8 right now than any waiting would be.
He hit Willow last game, and he hit the Taunt Dragon last game, right? But this is still very poor hits again. But he is on the board first with his hits, so. Now it's Windex's turn.
Yeah, also has the prep. Is going to be able to get to play the 8 drops for free.
Yeah, just playing his final 2 now, just saying what he wants to do with his final 2. There's going to be a double troublemaker turn at some point.
Yep.
Well, good luck, everybody, whoever you're cheering for. These are the next
The
2 or 3
exact
turns. Oh,
same
my
2.
goodness! No way!
And, still just as underwhelming.
But more underwhelming because you're responding. Your opponent gets, going first advantage into them.
I think Chonsu might have a laugh at that.
Yeah, I think he might. There is still that Ashara, Ocean Lord in hand.
Azar, I was going to say, Azar is a Naga, not a demon, so it doesn't get summoned here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that'd have been just terrible. Oh, my goodness!
My.
Chonsu's eyes just light up.
Double Jade Guardian's turn with the Shadow of
And
Demise pick up.
Clocksworth.
Yeah, Clocksworth. You really got to get going, right? Because those rewinds take a long time.
And he's doing this right. I talked about this with Pocket earlier when somebody sort of did these in the wrong order. Get your thing that you can't queue done first, and then start queuing actions after that. I feel that in general people go too far with Clocksworth. He'll just be looking for 2 decent things.
That's also
not
underwhelming.
Just want 2 things that you'll take 2 sort of 6/7s at this point and just get on with it, right?
Yeah.
This will do.
Okay,
This will do.
yeah,
You're keeping
that. Looks good. You don't have a doesn't like it. I'm surprised. There's no dragon in hand, so he wouldn't be blowing up his own board. I would have kept the Khadgar, but now you're stuck with. I mean, this is fine. Also, Tyrion and Asphyxiodon. At this point, I'd be tempted to hold back the Inquisitor.
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
think you just want to kill everything.
The rush
Say
is
deal
very,
with
very
this.
nice. Yeah, you get to push the 5/5 this way. And yeah, I suppose realistically, the Tyrion is going to be hard to clear, and there's not a lot of incentive to clear it since it gives the weapon. So yeah, this is correct. Just maximum pressure, and double troublemaker to follow up.
And Windex pulls a Shadow of Demise off the top on the turn after he uses the Jades, whereas Chonsu pulled it off the top the turn before he used the second Jades. And that is going to be a huge difference there. Windex scrambling to find stuff to do now. Because these troublemakers, like you say, he doesn't know about them. They're just going to clear everything if there's even a hint of it not being lethal anyway.
And, while it was exceptional that Chonsu hit the Shadow there for an additional hit, but even if it had just been the Clocksworth and I think it was the Illidari were the first 2, I think that just demonstrates, like, we were a little nervous with the Jade Guardians, both in the opener there for Chonsu, but when they had exactly the same hits off of the first one, just having that extra pressure, your deck is going to give you 2s, right? It's quite unlikely that you don't get enough 2s. Chonsu, even with the troublemakers taking up space in the hand, yes, they're gonna get lethal now, but with so many 2-drops in the deck, you're able to just, get these cards active so quickly. And, the extra 8 drops just allow Chonsu to finally take this win here and secure his spot in tomorrow's bracket.
Yep, it is tomorrow. It's gone so quickly. It doesn't feel like we're we're not nearly there till we've got 3 more matches yet today. But, yeah, we're getting towards tomorrow really quickly. Chonsu must have started to think it wasn't his day. Lose with Rogue 3 times to a player in the first round, then play them again and lose twice more when you're 2 ahead. And then that opening hand, you were describing there how, you know, it's going to give you 2s, but it sort of gave him the 2s that worked and kept him alive. And he made the decision on turn 1. I'm going to coin out my Neophyte. I need a bit of time. My deck is going to whiff at some point. I don't have the cards. And that allowed him to prevent the 2/2 from doing maybe 6 damage. Yeah, it set the course for the game. Just coining that on turn 1, saying, okay, I'm just going to throw this to the wind. It's going to just be a defensive measure.
The prep
also denied a
huge role.
card. He denied a card. Yeah, the prep was fantastic. The card he denied, I'm just going to get a little bit whimsical, when he put the Escape Artist to 4/1 to stop it trading into the Blood Mage, which denied a card. The last card that Windex drew was that Shadow of Demise.
Yeah.
So if you want to go all whimsical about it, yeah, that paid off in that regard. Obviously, the game would have been very different, but yeah, that worked nicely for him, and he's through again to Sunday, and that is Group C in the books, with Inkuru being the other person to fly through this group. Right.
Yeah.
That's enough of Group C. Let's get on with the final group, Group D. We've got 3 more matches for you to come up, so I'll get out of here and see you in 3 minutes.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're ready to get into our next match. It is going to be the winners match of the next group. I'm Raven and joining me is Pocket, and I'm excited to get into this one because it's just yet another match where we've got some question marks, right? We've got one player having access to Quest Mage and the other one actually having the Hunter in there as well. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see these. As usual, Pocket, which difference is gonna really impact the matchup. We can just see how Group C finished out though, with my guy Chonsu advancing along with Inkoro.
Yeah, clawing your way back into the caster predictions, breathing some life into it, so it's not just Inkuro running away with it. That is quite nice to see. Also nice to see for me smile. I don't think we've touched on this, that if Chonsu does top 3 this, because he will be getting a ladder spot from 4 Worlds, but those invites go out after the Masters Tour. So if he top 3s this Masters Tour and gets the qualification spot for this, his ladder spot gets passed down to me smile, who is at this moment in time perhaps the second biggest Chonsu fan in the world after you.
Yeah, true, yeah, still just second. We can look at Group D though. We've got Quanwu and Win Brownie coming up for our winners match. Of course, Quanwu taking the victory over Maverick and Win Brownie taking the victory over Rot, so they'll play in their elimination match a little bit later on. But for now, yeah, a lot to play for, and I think we've seen over the course of this weekend so far how brutal it can be for these players, how much pressure they're feeling when they know this world spot is on the line, and they've effectively got sort of not three chances, but there's 3 slots available, right? So it's not like it's only the winner goes. You've got 3 slots. You just get out of groups and you're in such a great position then, right? Because your chances really do shoot up with those 3 available slots.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how the nerves get to players tomorrow, because a lot of the top 8 matches will feel to them like win and ins for Worlds, even though for the most part that there is still that jeopardy that if you lose your semi-final, you still have to win the third place match.
Yeah.
So I'm quite interested to see how people's mentalities hold up there. But for this match here, speaking of pressure, Quanwu probably won't be feeling much of it at all, because he did win that first Masters Tour of the year, so has already locked up his spot at BlizzCon. So here he's just playing for pride, playing for prize money, and it's all the pressure really is on Win Brownie to come through this and trying to get world spotted for himself.
Yeah, it's got to be nice when you're in that position, right, where you'll understand what I mean, but this tournament, obviously Quanwu taking it seriously, wants to win. Who doesn't want to win a tournament when you're a competitor, right, obviously? But it's also probably a lot more sort of fun in that aspect, right, as you said, because the pressure's off. Quanwu will just be having a great time, being like, yeah, it'll be great if I win, I want to win. But as you said, without that pressure, must just be a completely different experience, right? Because you know you're locked up, you're good to go for Worlds, and it's just like, yeah, just have a good time, see how far you can get. If you win, fantastic. If you don't, not the end of the world at all. Whereas we've seen a lot of these other players losing out in groups, and they know that they're done, right? Like that's kind of, you're just done for the year till next time. So definitely a lot on the line for these players here. Yeah,
I'm really happy. I've been really happy to see Quanwu and Gabby coming to this tournament, taking it so seriously, because they didn't need to qualify. They'd already locked up their world spots from the first Masters Tour. They didn't need ladder points. They didn't need anything. But I think they both qualified here on ladder, if I remember correctly, which is just such a big undertaking to do when you don't need it for that world spot. But it's great from them seeing that they're staying in form. They're keeping the practice going, because I've seen a bunch of other times a player will make it to Worlds from the first Masters Tour of the year. They'll take it a bit easy for the rest of the year, then they'll show up to Worlds kind of rusty and a bit out of shape in terms of practice. So I'm really, really happy to see Gabby and Quanwu here and still performing. So they'll be very, very sharp in time for Worlds.
Yeah, looking at this matchup as we just take a look at what's banned. Going with the Demon Hunter bans, both lineups, although obviously slightly different with the Mage and the Hunter, as I mentioned. I do feel like we've seen and talked about bans a lot over the course of the weekend already, but I do feel like I'll say safe ban is Demon Hunter. Not only is it the most popular deck, but it's also been doing very well. Whereas Rogue, also very popular in this tournament, has not been performing as well. It's below 50 win rate so far, at least. And Demon Hunter, on the flip side of that, has been performing so well, and everyone has it. It feels like an easy go-to ban here, because it is just that good.
It's felt like the bans have definitely shifted from, I think, day one, the only player banning Demon Hunter on site was McBanterface. There were some other players where you saw other bans were slightly more prioritized, and then when they didn't have that deck, Demon Hunter would be the secondary ban. Yeah. But Banter was the only player day one just banning it on site, and I think that is the big reason why he got through top of his group. And I think a lot of the players today have probably seen that and gone, okay, actually, Demon Hunter is the correct ban, because we're seeing a lot more of it today. And I think the players that are banning the Demon Hunter are seeing a lot of success as well as a result.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. We are going to see the game one begin now as we've got this Shaman Mirror. Definitely a tricky one, and also because of the nature of the way the deck works, does have a lot of emphasis on how strong the openers are, right? The slight nerf, of course, to Blaze Invocation means it's not as busted as it felt not too long ago, but already Wind Brownie just having multiple generations early on is got to be feeling good about things.
I think this matchup is very much to do with whoever takes dominant control of the board sooner. Because these decks don't have massives of great comeback mechanics. Yes, they've got the Frost Shatter, they can freeze something, but that doesn't deal with stats. They've got the Storm Fury as well later on with... it's not massive, the lifesteal AoE. It won't deal with most of the size boards that Shaman can put out. So I think this matchup is all about who takes dominant control in the early game and can leverage that to an early win.
Yeah, and even like you mentioned, the freeze, that's still not dealing with anything, right? Yeah. So and it's expensive, so it's not like that's gonna massively help in a lot of instances anyway. We are gonna see the start here. Wind Brownie just getting stuff down on the board, and does have pretty decent follow-up with that security wing, of course. But okay, Kwanwu gets one of his own as well.
Yeah, not fantastic minions offered to either of the players. Wind Brownie will be slightly happier to get a playable minion right away. Kwanwu, interestingly, going for the Sands of Time right away instead of playing the security wing. I guess that suggests that he's just trying to hit a playable spell now. Yeah, actually, that's actually quite an interesting spot, because if he hits a playable 1-mana spell now, that means he can play the Frost Shatter Elemental next turn. So I do like the fact that he's done this and gone for the 2 rerolls. It looks really bad because he hasn't hit, but I think a lot of the time this had a lot of potential upside here from Kwanwu. Fortunately, he is forced to do a bit more of a clunky play. I think I wouldn't have minded just picking another Frost Shatter because it's default good, but also Ascendance is the one thing that his hand is missing right now of those options.
Right.
So
yeah.
I don't mind that either.
Yeah, definitely not the best hand in the world here for Kwanwu. Got a lot of work to do to make it happen. Whereas Wind Brownie is going to be able to drop the security wing and at least go fishing a little bit here.
Ooh.
Okay.
That's not bad at all. You've just seen quite a slow turn from Kwanwu here. The fact that he played the Sands of Time before the low security wing can possibly give Wind Brownie the read that he does have exactly Frost Shatter in hand. So coining out this Winged Aberration might be the perfect way to leverage that slight weakness from Kwanwu's hand if he has that read. I do think he avoided it because he doesn't want to have that overload.
Yeah.
That is the one problem. Although it really wouldn't have been a terrible spot. I think there is a credible read that you can make here to say, okay, I can put this down, and Kwanwu can't really do anything to stop it a lot of the time.
It's also interesting as well because like both the hands are obviously quite different, but both players have had relatively slow openings, right? Like nothing that mind-blowing. The one minion that Wind Brownie did get down is just a 3/2, so
yes,
nothing too scary for Kwanwu, so we'll be no doubt very happy with that. But yeah, both players just not having tons to do. A little bit rough for them, honestly.
I think both hands were just one slight piece away from being very, very explosive. If Kwanwu had found a spell last turn, or this turn at least, it's really, really bad for him that he's not found a spell to activate these Frost Shatters.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time, he was quite likely to find that. Even with the second roll of the Sands of Time, he didn't find anything that cost less than 4, so he couldn't have he couldn't have even bailed out with that slightly less desirable option. Wind Brownie here will probably want to prioritize getting something down on board. Could be Coin Tiny Pal just to start getting those swings going, or could be, I believe this Frost Shatter on the left will be active with the coin, although that's not very mana efficient.
What would the ancestors counsel?
Both players just in a bit of a struggle right now. There are, of course, options for Wind Brownie, but again, not how the game. At least both players know that. Okay, my opponent's also not having a great time initially, so that's like the one bonus you've got. But Win Brownie, it's not going to go for the weaponing. Going to go for a lot of board presence instead. And say, yep, you're probably not going to be able to clear all of this, especially with the rough opening that Quan Wu has clearly had from Win Brownie's perspective.
Yeah, so I think Win Brownie here is saying that if you had Thunderquake, you would have played it by now, probably. You wouldn't have just floated through last turn. You really do want to get those spells played to activate all of these transform effects. So I think this is the best opportunity he has to get these elementals down on board and actually get attacks for them to activate the Muradin's Last Stand that is in his deck.
Oh, there is Fire Breath now as well, which not too bad to have in the back pocket.
Yeah, might opt to play the Aberration first, just so that he doesn't overload. And also guarantees getting a minion down. Does choose to coin, so I suppose he doesn't mind the overload so much now, because it does leave him with 3 mana next turn to play the Frost Shatter Elemental.
Yeah, it's going to still fit pretty well, and this is just so clean. Yeah, so much damage being pushed out now for Win Brownie. This is just what a great pickup to be able to buff those elementals, pile on the pressure, still have follow-up next turn, as you mentioned. Even a little taunt to get in the way as well.
Yeah, I like that he's put this Witch's Apprentice down now, because a lot of the time you leave it later in the game, it'll just get swept up by some AoE. So if you put it down here and now, then that means it maximizes the odds of getting an attack in, discounting Muradin's Last Stand. Otherwise, yeah, it's just sort of cannon fodder for an AoE, and perhaps giving Quan Wu more lifesteal later on as well.
Also, late game can be a little bit weird for just board space as well, right? Because a lot of the time you do want to build up for those pretty big boards, and then suddenly just wanting to drop the 0-1 down is like, could that be better? So yeah, Quan Wu definitely having to ask the big questions now as to what's going to go on here. He's going to be able to freeze the Wind Fury, but that's still a significant amount of damage on the board here for Win Brownie.
The Voltaic Burst doesn't really do that. I mean, it gets 1 damage off board, and you probably do have to do it to get closer to activating that Storm Fury. I think Quan Wu a lot of the time is just playing for exactly Static Shock off the top to activate this Storm Fury and get that lifesteal going, because without it, he's looking very dead very fast. Win Brownie knows as well that it's not there active in hand, because it would have come down this turn.
I must consider.
So he could opt to just go Molten Gold, ship the damage face, and set up lethal for next turn rather than putting more stats on board. Although I don't see any actual downside to just putting another 5/5 on board. It's just compounding the problems that Quan Wu's already failed to deal with.
Exactly. Quan Wu's clearly struggling. You've got some burst damage in the hand for next turn anyway. Just pile on the pressure and just say, well, yeah, you're going to have to keep struggling if you don't clear this. And also, because of the freeze, the 5/5 on Quan Wu's side can't deal with the 5/5 now on Win Brownie's side, never mind the rest of the minions. So definitely big trouble here for Quan Wu in this game number 1. I don't really see the best way he can get out of it outside of exceptional draw, but even then, because there's chunky minions down.
Static Shock off the top. If he hits the 5/3 and the 2/3 with that, then he could lifesteal a lot and potentially swing back, but he just doesn't have it. So I don't see any way out of this game for Quan Wu with the hand that he's looking at.
Yeah, slightly limited mana, but just too many things to target, right? Because there's the good mixture of the small buffed minions as well as the chunkier ones. Even this like freeze draw 2, then you've only got 2 mana to play around with, which isn't really going to make the difference. Yeah, the sort of counter freeze from Win Brownie, I think last turn was really good. Remove this 5/5 from the equation, and it pretty much locks out 90% of the outs.
You notice Win Brownie kind of having a go at himself a little bit, because he Static Shock his own minion for absolutely no reason.
Yes,
very minor and inconsequential thing, but it's good that he's keeping himself a little bit accountable. But yeah, Quan Wu forced to just hope for some random transform that he may not accounted for. Sometimes if you can't see a solution, you do something random and hope there's something that you hadn't considered, but they're just not to be there for Quan Wu. And I do think that game easily could have gone the other way. I think Quan Wu had a really good spot early on with that Sands of Time. He was saying that specifically, if he hits a one-mana spell, then he could do exactly what Wind Brownie did to him. He could have spiraled out of control and snowballed and taken control of the early game if he just hit that key breakpoint there, but he just missed it, which is why that game looked so incredibly dominant for Wind Brownie.
Yeah, both players getting off to a fairly slow start, and sort of just, it was whoever just did that one extra step first really runs away with it. But that's also kind of the matchup, right? I think once you get ahead with Shaman in that mirror, it's really hard to fight back because there's no reliable strong board clears a lot of the time, and normally the way you have to trade is sort of the old-fashioned way with your own minions. But then the problem with that is if they just keep being that one step ahead, it's very hard to come back outside of your opponent whiffing a few draws and maybe running a little bit dry. But yeah, it was worth a go with the ascendancy there, but not going to be the case. So Wind Brownie takes the lead, winning the mirror match, gets the Shaman off the board here, and now has Hunter and Rogue left over. And I'm pretty confident that the Hunter's going to be fine, but honestly, after these last couple of days, I do have questions about the Rogue. It does feel like it's having to like really stretch to get wins. A lot of the time, the games we've seen on stream haven't felt overly convincing with Rogue. It is just, okay, we'll press Jade and hope, which I guess to an extent is the deck. Yeah, but like, it's just, you'd hope that there was something a little bit more consistent going on, because even the Jades haven't been overly miraculous outside of maybe like Chonsu's last summons in the previous game.
Yeah, interestingly, Wind Brownie does have a one copy of Agent of the Old Ones in this Rogue deck, and he does draw it here, although on the coin, I'm not sure it's really something you need, especially when you've already got coin Lotus Bookie. So strangely, we might see him mulligan away the only one drop in his entire deck that he has here, because I think the rest of his curve just doesn't need it.
Or is there any, because you're against Shaman, is there any value of just saying I'll have a 2/1?
I think like there's arguably even less because of Thunderquake and Static Shock.
Actually, yeah, you're right, yeah. And so often, if you're on coin, you just coin 2 into 2, right? Yes. It's kind of just the same.
Especially like when one of them is the bookie, then you're expecting to coin 2 into 2 on turn 3 as well.
Yeah. Because there's just no inherent value in holding the coin for anything, because so much of the deck is, of course, 2 drops, right? So you may as well just get going straight away. So yeah, it's going to mulligan it, you're right. Makes sense.
For that reason, I also like the fact that he kept the cultist map, I think, because his first couple of turns are spoken for, and he's saying that, okay, I'm progressing my 2-drop counter nicely already, and then when I get to it, I do actually want to fish for the key cards out of my deck. I don't want to get to a point where I'm just playing 2 drops for the sake of it, and I don't find that Jade Guardians. So I do like that he's also got that cultist map backup plan to supplement this strong early start. And we're not given the greatest of options. I think you will just have to choose the Envoy of the Glade just to get something strong down on turn 2 here. What he was sorely missing last game.
Yeah, also as well, in this matchup, specifically, like Kingslayer, not too bad, right? Like pretty reliable on getting that lane in hand. I mean, we can see now it's already there. But yeah, Kingslayer not too bad. Both decks not really running that many legendaries at all.
Yeah, so, it's Muggsy and Tiny Pal are the only natural legendaries in the Shaman deck.
Still though, dropping a 3/6 nice and early. And not too bad at all here. Going to be able to soak a good amount of damage.
Yeah, I like the trade, just softening up for the bookie to finish it off next turn. Quan Wu can just play the king lane, get rid of it. It's actually not so detrimental here.
Yeah. Yeah, if that card naturally cost 1, it wouldn't be so bad, would it? Like, no, 1 and just recycle it. It wouldn't be the end of the world.
Yeah, I was wondering if Quan Wu would consider playing Thunderquake Static Shock on turn 2, because that would have activated his Frost Shatter Elemental for turn 3, but I do prefer the line that he went for in the end, because it does give him more utility to actually make use of those cards, rather than just throwing them out for no reason.
The quick hover on Jade Guardians. Like, oh, what number am I on now, actually?
Yeah, I wonder if I do that a lot when I'm playing this rogue, and I do wonder if it's just really giving the game away if I keep double checking because I've got a goldfish memory.
Right. I'm just gonna get Kingslayer up. So start swinging away.
Oh, the Scenarios comes out because of the Envoy of the End that you played on turn 2.
Oh, I wasn't. That wasn't even crossing my mind at all. I
Me
should really
neither.
stare at the active deck list more often.
So,
Yeah, and
okay,
there's
because
still,
a lot of the
Ulfar.
time, yeah. Yes, because the Sounds of Time are the neutrals. I don't really associate this deck with having neutrals because it's all spells and you don't really get neutral spells very often. But it's the 2 copies of Sands of Time in Quan Ru's deck that got changed into Druid cards. So that is why the Scenarios was picked up.
Oh, yeah,
And there's the Ulfar.
There's the other one. Yep.
They're not guaranteed to turn into Druid legendaries, are they? They're just Druid cards, I want to say.
I don't think so, but now I'm questioning every decision I've ever made in my life. Hang on. No, it just says, yeah, random Druid ones. So it's just happened to just hit 2 legendaries.
Wow.
Which is hilarious.
We're seeing a lot of strange things happen this weekend with the Garishi Wasp showing up non-stop day 1 and Jade Guardians only hitting the same 2 8-drops
Yes,
in the last
that was
series
absurd.
as well. Win Brownie might opt to go for the Neophyte here, just to keep progressing his 2s. Needs a couple more to get these Jade Guardians optimally playable.
Yeah.
I think you pick Neophyte, you play Neophyte, you choose the other Jade Guardians, and then you trust that you're going to top deck a 2 next turn. I think that's the way that you ideally want this curve to play out.
And assuming you're going to draw a 2-drop in this deck is quite the reasonable assumption, as it is vastly, the vast majority of the deck is in fact 2-drops, of course. You are very likely. Yeah, he's going to go for the Guardians. Double guide, something we saw actually Chonsu do a lot, was maybe it just came up very often, but the Shadow being used for additional Jade Guardians, like in the middle of the other 2, being used a lot and prioritized. Now, on paper, that sounds, well, yeah, of course you'd use your most
That is
powerful
the
card in extra
optimal
time.
use of it, if you can, yes.
But in game, sometimes you just can't, right? Sometimes you don't draw the Shadow. Sometimes you've just got to use it on something else, and it is what it is. But I think Chonsu managed to get value out of that very consistently in the last match.
Yeah, and I think that is something that Win Brownie is giving himself the opportunity to do as well, because we're seeing that he's prioritizing trading into Quan Wu's minions here, even when it doesn't finish them off. Because he's saying that the way I win this game is with Jade Guardians with Troublemaker burst over the top. Chip damage isn't important. I just need to keep myself alive, and I will overwhelm him in the late game.
Yep.
Which I think is incredible recognition from him here.
And somehow, Quan Wu has a card from multiple different classes now. And a Hearthstone pack.
He finds the 2 off the top.
Yeah, all lining up kind of perfect with the prep.
Yeah, I wonder where this Rite of Twilight gets shot, though, because at this point, it's less important to shoot the minion because you're expecting to have large 8-drops that might just finish it off in one go. But you could still say the argument of, okay, that's fine. If there is a breakpoint, I want to create it because
and
these 8
also,
drops
there's
will
just a
probably win
weapon,
the
right?
game. Yeah.
Like, you can just have the 5/5 not threaten your minions and just actually swing the weapon into it instead and say, okay, my 8 drops are going to be full health and fresh, and it's going to be on Quan Wu to deal with the full power of them.
Yeah, there is also Ascendance. You want to keep the board as clear as possible to make sure that's just a dead rubbish card in hand, like we've seen it be so many times. Bit awkward here. I think you probably go with Sinner because Ursel doesn't really do anything. Sinner probably does nothing, but it's the only one that has any potential. I was seeing that.
I think, is there still the coin? Yeah, there is.
Coin
Oh, and
the
Thanos, of
Thanos.
course.
Yeah, which is why swinging last is definitely the optimal order from Win Brownie. Because if he found the Thalnos there, then that would have just been -1 draw.
So now quite low health for Win Brownie. However, fantastic board position, as you mentioned. Troublemaker there we can see on 9. And there's the Jades and Shadow, right? Which is a really big deal. Which is very nice indeed.
This is really the strength of Rogue. Once it turns the corner, then you're fighting 2 battles at the same time, because you know the fact that they've got their Jade Guardians to 0 mana 8 drops means that their Troublemaker will be doing a lot of damage, so you can't let any of this connect from Quanwu's side, even though ideally he would rather be just racing him with face damage right now.
I also did just double check, because I'll be honest, I forgot, but Demonic Assault is deal 3 damage wherever. So that could be face as well, right? With this Troublemaker potentially next turn, depending on how the turn looks. So it's just something to bear in mind that with Shadow of Demise and Demonic Assault, that's potentially 6 damage from hand, as well as the Troublemaker over the course of a couple of turns, of course. So just depending on how Quanwu responds to this, Win Brownie does have a little bit of flexibility in what he wants to go for.
Does he get the Discover in? I guess it's not a Discover, but I guess it doesn't matter that much. You've got the one you really wanted out of the way already. The question is this lethal here for Win Brownie? Because it'll be 9. You can move it up to 10 and shoot the Demonic Assault. That's sort of 12 damage on top of your 19, but there's 4 health on board, so I think it is just off.
Yeah. Is it? Yeah, no prep to be able to help out. You know, maybe being able to squeeze an extra 2 drop in there, for example. But the interesting question as well is this Guardians? The Jades plus the Demonic Assault for some defense, maybe, because Win Brownie is on 10 health, so you obviously want to see what you generate for. Just going.
No, I like this because it could just be lethal here and now, and if it's not, then you can just do something else and you probably win anyway. Although he doesn't hit a taunt here, and taking 8 is not completely unrealistic, so I wouldn't have minded just seeing the Demonic Assault there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, because like I think with the 2 more Jades, right, you're feeling pretty good about having the juice to win the game eventually. And it would just scare me sitting on effectively 8 health. Maybe it would scare me too much. Maybe that's too much of a defensive play, but I think
I would have done it too, because you're so far ahead. There are very few things that you can lose to, and exactly that is not that unlikely. Interestingly, Quanwu did play I was interested in the fact that he played that totem last turn, and it did block him getting a top deck, which did stop him having that out of finding the extra deal 4. But also the only alternative was to play the totem golem, which would have overloaded him and prevented him playing this Avatar of Hearthstone, which he does need to give him some miracle outcome to save him here. But I'm not sure this is quite it, even though it is a lot.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good, but just not good enough when you're facing down 18,000 stats, right? Let's see what the turn actually ends up looking like, but I don't see how these go, because obviously they don't have rush, which means the trades that can be made, however, Win Brownie likes. Also, important to bear in mind that there's still the Demonic Assault, there's still the Troublemaker, so there's a lot of damage that can just be pinged and dealt with here.
Yeah, with the Shadow of Demise, that will just be lethal, irrelevant.
Of course, 7 mana,
damage. But I am also interested in the fact that, remember, Quanwu roped out on the ammo pick from the weapon last turn. That meant he didn't get freeze as an option, which I think may have been crucial there with the way that game panned out. We are seeing that's the second time we've seen that today with exactly that weapon. Like, you need to lock in these animations fast, because if you do play things at the end of the rope, by all means take most of your turn to think. You should consider your options before locking things in with no decisions, but there is that extra element of animations do eat up the clock, and with things like that, you do need to get that done sooner rather than later. So if you're queuing things up, do your discovers first, because that will have longer animations and eat up the clock.
Yeah, even in the first turn it was used, as in before, once you pick the ammo the first time, maybe I was just autopiloting, but I was expecting freeze to come down straight away because there were some big minions on board. So I was like, oh, are they going to freeze and then go for something afterwards? But yeah, definitely a bit of a tricky one. Definitely something you need to be aware of as a player here is that the weapon just takes a while to use. It's just the way the weapon works. So we do need to keep an eye on that going forward. But now Wind Brownie got the Rogue over the line, and there's just Hunter. And I'm biased, but if Demon Hunter's being banned, what's the next best deck?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's Hunter. So Wind Brownie in a fantastic spot to go, okay, I've got 3 goes. At least for me, I think Hunter's more than okay against Rogue.
Yes.
I think Hunter's absolutely fine against Mage. And then like Shaman can get a little bit weird just because they can put like high health just minions out of nowhere early on, right? That can be a bit tricky. But yeah, if I was the Hunter in this scenario, I'd be putting my feet up feeling fantastic.
Yeah. My assessment of it would be 2 favorables probably for the Hunter, and then a rough 50-50 against the Shaman.
Yeah.
And I think when you were saying about the Demon Hunter ban, that I think those 2 decks have exhibited the highest win rate of any, apart from the 1 game of Z Shaman and the 1 game of Dragon Warrior this weekend. So yeah, Hunter, if you got any deck you'd like to get you over the line, this, according to the stats of the tournament, is the number 1 or number 2 deck you'd want.
Yeah, just checking over this Hunter list, does have the Raptor Nest Nurse in there. Does has, we can see the Rock Skippers, so kind of an interesting one. As always, and as I feel like with pretty much every deck in this current meta, there's always flex spots, right? Like, I feel like we're seeing a lot of variation, even if it's just 3 to 4 slots. A lot of it seems like the sort of player base overall just can't agree on what's like the 30, so to speak. And obviously the players didn't exactly have months to prepare for this with a recent patch, changing up the meta, of course.
Like
but
less than a week between the patch and submission, right?
Definitely difficult to nail down the list. But yeah, the 1 Rock Skipper in there, and then a few of the slightly different 1-drops, which are always up for a bit of debate with Hunter going on there.
Yeah, interesting that he's sort of gone for more face build of Contraband Hunter, because he does still have the top end of Briarspawn Drake and the King of the Underbelly. But I do think this slightly faster list of the Hunter will suit him better in particularly this matchup. He hasn't drawn all of his early game, but this matchup is a lot more about getting under the Rogue before they get access to the Jade Guardians to swing back control.
And you can see that as well, because, you know, obviously this is a 4/4 to deal with, but even the early usage of Earthen Roar, again, that card can be really powerful late on. It does go into the Tolvir, of course. Perfect timing. However, just getting the 4/4 out of the way, because you want to go full tempo, right? Pressure the Rogue whilst because if you actually described Rogue to people in its current form, it's like, yeah, you just play 2-drops for a while, and it's like, well, none of the 2-drops are like mind-blowing, right? There's good ones, but none of them are like, oh, they played this 2-drop, I'm in massive trouble on curve now. Arguably we saw one of the better ones with the 4/4, but it does mean that Wind Brownie can just back these aside and then just pile on the face damage.
Yeah, from Quanwu's perspective, that might have been a game-saving top deck with the Neophyte, because you really want to block the Beast Tripwire here, but he was not to know that the Tripwire in Wind Brownie's hand is actually the Arcane, so he doesn't mind the Neophyte effect too much. It's not massively disruptive, just blocking the extra Tame Pet utilization of his mana. Wind Brownie not thrilled with those hits, but I think that's completely fine. You've got the next one that'll probably clean up these Neophytes.
I think with the 1/1 as well, it's fine, right? It's so likely that at worst the 1/1 has to go in. At best, retains the minions, which is what happens. Does have the sisters, or well, basically all 3 sisters available now, so could work towards a very brutal Sylvanas. And when we start to look at the trips in the still trip on cast in the deck, there's the sisters for Sylvanas to potentially hit for 6. There's the Rock Skipper still available, and Confront. Like, Wind Brownie's probably starting to count lethal over the course of the next few turns.
I think he can piece together a very reliable lethal over the next 3 turns, because his hand sort of does everything the deck wants to do. He gets the AoE face damage with Sylvanas. He's got Rock Skipper for a bit more damage, and the Confront the Tolvir can just supplement that, getting the extra shovel, get Tame Pets in there, keep drawing through his deck, find his other Tripwire, and just do all of the above. Face damage, board removal, board generation. And yeah, Win Brownie in an incredibly commanding spot here. Guanwu really needs to get these Jade Guardians down as soon as possible and hope for something spectacular to keep him in this game and this series.
Now, choices. Could go slightly more aggressive faster and just get Sylvanas down this turn to clear up this, push some extra damage to face as well, and follow up with the Rock Skipper, because then there's the likes of the Rock itself into confront just to start keep going with more damage. Or could try to take it a little bit slower. There's Risa and the Beast Tripwire as potential options, but at 15 health, it's not like Win Brownie wants to just let these minions hit him in the face either, right?
Yes. So interestingly, opting to just completely skip the Varisa in order to get the Sylvanas down now, get the face damage and say, okay, I'm going to kill you before Jade Guardians. I'm not going to save Sylvanas for then. I'm going to kill you first, because Guanwu has actually pieced together quite a lot of damage of his own here. So I think Win Brownie really wants to end this game here and now with the Rock and the Confront the Tolbeer next turn. I don't think that will quite be lethal, but it probably is reliably lethal over 2 turns. And we might have to just go Jade Guardians just to get one playable 8-drop and hope that it's good enough to stem the bleeding. Could Cultist map to look for exactly preparation? That would be a lot better if you do hit. Unfortunately for him, does not.
Important to note as well that the Confront does have the Wound Prey, Earthen Roar, the Shovel in there as well, and then potentially the Rock, Edmund and Aldrin. So just a bit of a reminder on what's available on that.
Okay, I quite like the pickup of the Kingslayers because that is a fairly disastrous 1-drop. I think that hits Guanwu in the face for 5 with the Death Rattle. But I do like a lot that he's transitioned to this Garona lethal game plan, because this does set up exact lethal if Win Brownie did get King Lane stuck in hand with the Frostbolt and the Shadow of Demise.
It's 4, just so we can do maths.
Oh, it's 4.
It does 4 to face. It's 4 to your own face. Yeah.
Yes.
And you can see Guanwu just stood up and say, well, am I dead? Tournament life, not tournament life on the line, tournament progression on the line, I guess, through to Sunday. And knows the Rock's there, so that's damage he will have already factored in.
I really like seeing Guanwu on camera because he's not shy to express his emotions. Like he likes to have a bit of fun with it, as we saw. I think with his t-shirt, his definition t-shirt. I think that was the first thing I saw from him that sort of endeared him to me. He was really smug and really pleased with himself when he showed that off on stream the first time. Yeah, it's really nice to see him just having a bit of fun with it. I think the pressure's off, so he can just enjoy his Hearthstone, even though this series isn't going great for him.
That didn't go super great for Win Brownie though as well, using the Rock aimed at the zombie, which meant that it was just a +1 damage game.
Is this guaranteed lethal? I think Guanwu's got him. I think this is guaranteed to draw King Lane, and with the Garona Frostbolt and Shadow Demise, that will just be lethal. Oh, with the Troublemaker off the top, I think that's guaranteed lethal anyway. So it doesn't even need to take
of
the
course,
Garona
they're on
flip.
9, right? Yeah. Yeah, Guanwu is going to hold on. He's going to throw the torch out there just to be sure. Clear everything up and get that Troublemaker down. So very close game, very brutal game for these players.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Guanwu all year, to be honest, and in this series. I think he was fantastic when he won the Masters Tour in the first tournament of the year. And he's been around a while, but he's definitely not one of the big well-known names that a lot of players have gotten used to. But I think after this year, he'll be in the World Championship, and he's more than worthy of that spot based on all the showings I've seen from him. And this series, although he is 2-1 down, that game there, that setup at the end, really impressive to me. I really like the Sands of Time spot that didn't quite go his way the first game, but I think it was fantastic recognition of, if this works, I win the game. But yeah, I think a fantastic player, and I'm really enjoying watching him play.
Well, he's starting to fight back now. Still hasn't what I would call an uphill climb, and not only because of the score, but because of the matchups. As Wimbrownie still has that the Hunter obviously to get a win with, and even that game was really, really close. Obviously, we saw the zombie summoned, but the Rock going slightly the wrong way. Would have preferred the Wound Prey to come out onto it, or Wound Prey to go face, and the Hyena trade obviously would be perfect. But yeah, a little bit rough there. But Wimbrownie, I think, would be feeling pretty good about this regardless. I'm just going to double check. We are going to get Hunter versus Shaman. So Kwanwu potentially leaving the mage till last. Going to deal with that one at the end if needed. So another matchup that could easily go either way, because Shaman has the ability to just kick out just randomly large minions super early on, and Hunter generally struggles, right? The arcane tripwire just gets neutered a lot in that instance, outside of having Earthen Roar, of course, and also just the fact that, as we've seen, Hunter has very little defensive play. So if you get ahead, they're not really good at defending. As you can see there, the Rogue just absolutely decimated the health very quickly whilst being under pressure. So definitely something to keep an eye on. It's basically all eyes for me are going to be on how good is Kwanwu's opening, because Shaman openings can be the best and the worst.
I also think with this specific build of Hunter from Wimbrownie, he does opt to go for a lot more of the one drops in the deck that you see a lot of contraband hunters emitting, as we see here with the Nest Nurse and the Sizzling Cinder. Those don't line up fantastically well into Shaman with the access to the Static Shock, as we see, perfect timing, and the Thunderquake that Kwanwu did actually opt to mulligan away in his opening, very much favoring the proactive minion generation that the deck has, although he hasn't managed to pick any up.
Yeah, this is one of the scary hands for Kwanwu, isn't it? I feel like this is just the story of Shaman. You either do everything or nothing, it feels like.
I have no time for games.
Yeah, it's very close to doing a lot. If he finds a playable spell next turn, then this hand really could come together quite quickly. Molten Gold's not quite it, though. Probably does have to play the Static Shock.
Yeah, I think so. I imagine we are going to see the coin into Ranger Captain Lyria here, just to get some stats on board and start discovering some progression. Wimbrownie not going all in on saying, like, coin one drop, then one drop again, and so on. It's like you can just take it a little bit slower.
Yeah, because he knows that is just too vulnerable to the Static Shock and the Thunderquake that Kwanwu could very realistically have in his hand.
Oh, okay. Now has options.
Very clear game plan here from Wimbrownie. Could go for more spells or could go for bigger buffs. It is interesting. I think a lot more with the face iteration of this deck, the one that runs the Kildoro Fletcher, you'd be more inclined to go for Illyria first, just to get only one spell discovered, not clog up your hand and then get more minion buffs in deck. But I think with this deck, the spells are actually a lot more useful than in the more aggressive iteration. Just giving you more sustained
I think especially
pressure.
Yeah, against Shaman, right? Because like the ability to get maybe an additional raw or just nice removal if you do get overwhelmed, or the ability to potentially just get more damage output is going to be really, really nice. Whereas +1/+1 against Shaman is like, well, they have all this removal anyway. It's probably not going to make too much of a difference. You're not really actually playing that many minions anyway. So yeah, I definitely like this order in here from Wimbrownie.
I also really like that Kwanwu played this Static Shock here. It looked a bit weird playing it for seemingly no reason, just to activate his minions, when you could say, oh, next turn there'll be a minion on board anyway, and he can just play it there. But not always. A lot of the time, Wimbrownie's most optimal play here would just to play an arcane tripwire out, and that would leave Kwanwu with no targets on board to actually activate his minions with that Static Shock. So I think that's a great heads-up play, just to play it out. It does put your hand a little bit face up. Wimbrownie knows what you're going to do next turn, but it's a lot better than being left with a completely dead hand like Kwanwu had in game 1 of this series.
Yeah, this is going to be really nice, though, for Wimbrownie, because there is the Earthen Roar, there is Arcane Trip very smoothly this turn, and then there's a sort of more where that came from with the rest of the hand. And still the tracking's there, which is just such a fantastic tool to just dig into exactly what's required. So I would imagine we're going to see the Roar into Trip. Because this is also a generated trip, so you can get to the point where if you make an additional arcane trip or two, then you start just pummeling your opponent every single turn because there's then so many copies in the deck.
Yep. Just passively hitting them in the face for 5 or clearing their board, it can get to a point where the pressure just compounds. Wimbrownie might opt to just not play the tripwire at all now that he's picked up the wound prey. He does have an efficient way to clear it and perhaps draw through his deck a little bit faster instead. Because the tripwire is a bit of a... It does commit your entire turn and limit the rest of your options. So it does look like he is going for that.
Or more trips.
I would imagine you go for the Tame Pet here because there are some very key cards that really just bring your game plan together here. Like the Shovel, if he were to find that. If he finds Sylvanas, that's fully juiced up. He does go for the tripwire though, which I'm a little bit surprised about. And plays it.
Yeah, this is... not the outcome. I was even looking at trip, but then just play something else, right? And just say, okay, well, you've got them in, you've got options. I mean, there was even just Earth and Raw Wound Prey if you really wanted to, and then could still play the other one drop as well.
I think I've figured out why he's saving it is because I think you do see the transformation in your opponent's hand of the spells into minions, I believe. You see that animation. So he has the information that Quan Wu has 2 minions in hand that have transformed from spells. So he very realistically could have just been looking at a 7/7 with lifesteal. So I think that's probably why he's prioritizing holding on to the Earth and Raw here. Because if that did come down, he would have no answer to it as it stands.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense, actually. Yeah, because, again, it's nice to just bat away a 5/5, right? Like, it's nothing, that's great. But if the follow-up is the lifesteal, then suddenly that's so much of a bigger problem. And especially because there isn't a Tolviz available yet, right? If there was Tolvi, you can be a little bit more loosey-goosey with some of these one costs, but Earth and Raw is definitely a card you want to get right.
Yeah, there is the slight problem, though, that if he does just greed this too much, then he might just take too much damage and die anyway without even seeing that Storm Fury Elemental.
Yeah, no Shovel is definitely hurting Wimbrownie here.
Those are some fantastic hits. Lets him clean up the board completely with this Wound Prey.
I have no time for games.
Which I imagine... Yeah, he's still... You can see that he's definitely thinking about that Storm Fury Elemental because he was hesitant to play this despite it being so clean because that is his only instant ping effect to utilize this Earthen Roar. But I don't think that's that much of a threat right now. You don't need to worry so much about the 7/7.
Well,
even if Quan Wu has it, a lot of the time it's not his best play.
Especially with Confront now, right? Like, there can be Earthen Raw Confront next turn, which would do a decent amount because the Wound Prey was played last turn. So there'll be there'll be the additional Earthen Raw in there. There'll be the Wound Prey. So it's like the emergency scenario has an answer, right? For Wimbrownie. So it's not so bad now.
Honestly, it's such a commitment from Quan Wu. It would take his entire turn. The Earthen Raw Grace of the Great Wolf might just be enough as well. Just to take a really, really slow turn and say, you've just spent your entire turn playing a 7/7, I'll spend my entire turn clearing it and developing a 3/2, and that's actually a little minor win for me. Leave me slightly ahead.
And this is a very annoying minion for Wimbrownie to deal with because all these pings might not be doing him too much of a favor as it's going to spit out a 7/7 with Divine Shield.
Yeah, Quan Wu seemed slightly unsure whether or not to be happy or not about this outcome, but I do think it's incredibly awkward for Wimbrownie here. If it doesn't get popped, this is a bad outcome for Quan Wu, but if it does, it's possibly the best minion he could have rolled here.
Yeah, there's 3 arcane procced trips in the deck still, right? So that's that's a lot. Sorry, I saw a bug then and was like, not again. So yeah, it's so likely that these pings come down relatively early because also that's what the hunter wants to do, right? Wants to generate the stuff and get the pings down. Is going to develop the 3/2s. Obviously not double trade in because that's just not going to do anyone any favors apart from Quan Wu, I guess. So yeah, just going to put some minions down, put on some pressure, and basically say, okay, well, Quan Wu dropped multiple elementals back to back. What else do you have?
Yeah, I think since he hadn't seen the animation, he knows that there is no Storm Fury Elemental in Quan Wu's hand right now, so can afford to just go a little bit wider on board. And it's quite good for him that Quan Wu's popped this tank for him, so now he actually has target for the Earthen Roar before playing the Confront, because a lot of the time afterwards, he might not actually be able to kill it off. Although the Ascendance is a fantastic way to stop that easily clearing your board from Quan Wu.
Well, this just got spicy.
Yeah, this looked like Wind Brownie was just romping his way to a win, but Quan Wu's managed to cobble together sort of a credible lethal threat every turn, which is really, really disrupting Wind Brownie's proactive game plan here.
Is this just going to be Earthen Roar Confront?
I think it has to be, yeah.
Yeah, and just kind of hope.
Yeah, you can stick a Cinder in there. You can say that Quan Wu has 2 cards in hand. Even if this leaves him with a board, I'm not dead. Although he does know that there's a minion in Quan Wu's hand now, so that could so realistically be that Storm Fury Elemental, which would be disastrous for him here.
Okay, not bad ordering so far.
Could have been slightly better. Could have popped the tank out first, but even then,
at least it wasn't Earthen Roar straight away.
Yes.
Nope. Okay. Oh, time. I'd be concerned. Okay, not too bad at all. Probably gonna pop the shield. The hyena.
Yeah, because if you do see a lifesteal elemental here, that's just more healing. And the Sylvanas is huge. Now Quan Wu doesn't have it, even though Windbrown, that is what Windbrown is expecting. You're going to get the good news that that minion is the Frost Shatter Elemental, so no healing available for Quan Wu just yet.
Also, very annoying set of minions on the board for Quan Wu to deal with, because easy to deal with in most instances, but if these pings start going face, that's going to be a little bit scary. But also, even just chipping away at these minions make them infinitely more easy to clear, especially because we can see Sylvanas is just waiting in the wings right now.
If these 2/2/1s connect face for 2 each, then that would be lethal here for Wind Brownie, exactly, with Sylvanas, Sylvanas' Triumph, and Rock Skipper being 12 damage.
Yep.
But that is very unlikely, and now Quan Wu could pick up this Life Bloom and try and use it to stabilize on the following turn if he does manage to survive this, although it is quite a commitment.
Yeah, the biggest deal here as well, because even if it's not lethal, just the fact that Sylvanas just says nope to the whole board is absolutely incredible. Really big payoff for the sisters coming down earlier.
Yeah, now Wind Brownie needs to... He knows he's playing Sylvanas this turn, I think, unless there's something crazy that I'm missing. So he now needs to figure out what else he's doing with the rest of the 5 mana.
Yeah. I think the Earthen Roar just gave him pause for just a second, right? Because it's like, oh, well, procced Earthen Roar, like, does that do anything else that I don't, would want it to do? Probably not, but it's worth thinking about just for a second.
Yeah, is there a world where you greed Sylvanas? And the answer to that is, of course, no, but it's good. It's good to keep yourself focused, keep yourself honest.
I'm also
sure
thinking, like,
missing.
Is Rock Skipper the play this turn? Do you want to keep the board as light as possible and just go like Triumph Hero Power?
Yeah, you may do. Triumph Hero Power does set them to 5, and Rock Skipper Hero Power on the following turn would also be lethal, but just playing it out does do the same thing, so I don't mind it. Like, even if a Lifesteal Storm Fury Elemental does come out here, it would keep the Rock Skipper alive. So I do think I probably settle on it being correct to play.
Okay, big heal coming out there, but there is the Earthen Roar, which is absolutely huge.
With no taunt here, Wind Brownie would have lethal, so he needs to see what the highest odds of him of finding some way to deal that 1 damage to the taunt after Earthen Roar while preserving all of his direct damage for face.
There is a Wound Prey in the deck for a start. If there's a way to get to that, that would be a huge deal.
Nest Nurse into Elven Archer is lethal. Beast Tripwire finding a Rush would also be lethal. Assuming that this Death Rattle doesn't give him a taunt.
Oh.
If there's no taunt, this is lethal, and that's the series.
Hold a little bit longer. And it's a Divine Shield taunt. Literally
big
the
taunt.
worst thing. Yeah. Maybe not the worst. I guess Lifesteal taunt would be worse, but still. Brutal. Yeah, just get whatever damage you can get in. I would probably like to see, like... Oh, just gonna hero power, okay. Didn't know I was gonna go for Underbelly there, but I guess next turn is probably gonna be Drake.
Yeah, I think he's maximizing the chances of Drake just finishing the game next turn.
Brutal outcome from the dragon there. Not only a taunt, but a chunky one with Divine Shield. Oh.
Yeah, and I think that might actually be enough to turn the corner here, because I think Quanwu will be able to activate this Storm Fury, which will allow him to get the Elemental on board. And when Brownie's only answer to it would be to just play the Briarspawn Drake, and that would heal Quanwu up again.
Yeah.
I'm looking at picking Molten Gold and just shooting the Sylvanas and playing the Storm Fury Elemental for 5. Seems a bit weird, but I do think getting it down on board right now is your best avenue to win, because it not only threatens healing you for a bunch, it also threatens potential lethal. Although he could pivot to Tiny Pal to freeze to stop the damage now, and then just try and race.
Nah, just gonna.
Wait, Lava Flow is just more damage. It does.
Yeah, it's just better, right? Yeah, I was gonna say,
better,
yeah. You still get life, still you do it in this order, still ping, push some damage. Oh, there's King, just a little bit late.
Oh, this is brutal.
And the problem is, the decision tree starts and ends right now, because if the second you go, what can Raptor Nest get me? You can't Drake anymore, right? So it's as simple as that.
Because Drake is the way that you survive for sure this turn, but that's also your best avenue for lethal, and that does effectively remove it. It would survive at 1 health, but there are so many ways that Quanwu could easily deal with that.
There is, but there is King of the Underbelly for like Tortola, right, or something. You know, like there is further options now that King's been dropped.
You're not dealing with the 7/7 that's just going to kill you as well. That's the other problem.
Oh, I meant next turn, Drake this turn, and then King. You know, there's follow up if your opponent doesn't drop tons of stuff down, right?
Yeah,
there's like something.
Misunderstood completely, right?
Yeah, no. But yeah, the fact it's on 1 health as well means that the weapon can just clean this up no problem. With the deal 1 to all. Weapon loaded nice and early. We love to see it.
But what do you choose here? Is it... I'm leaning towards... Oh, I'm thinking Freeze or Battle Cry?
Really hilarious, because I was looking at Taunt.
Because I think you're possibly at a stage of the game where Wind Brownie... Well, that's Freeze, I believe. Yeah, I think Quanwu really wants to be able to just hit face and ignore anything Wind Brownie puts down.
Oh, of course.
He's back.
Yeah, of course. The regular.
So now Wind Brownie is able to go for Pterodax off the King of the Underbelly, and that might be enough to keep him alive and keep him in this game.
Yeah. Because that also allows him to just play the locations, right?
I think he can only play 1 of them if he gets rid of this Mugsy. But that
sorry, yeah, you have to spend 1 on the
Yeah.
Stinger. Yeah, of course, sorry, yeah. Oh, hang on a minute.
No undead's on
Pterodax
board,
buff?
unfortunately. Oh, yes. Yes, undead. Sorry. My mistake.
Yeah, the Pterodax, right? Not too bad.
More healing, preserve the Stinger.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. It's like
And
both
now-
of them just can't believe what they've seen from each other back to back. Like, Quanwu had no right to still be alive in this game. Although Wind Brownie had no right to even have a chance of lethal that turn. And now Wind Brownie coming back into this is...
decent location follow-up, I think, now, right? Any card draw is
Yes.
good card draw at this point, yeah.
Yeah, at this point,
Really
you've
nice.
sort of reset the game state to just play a more consistent game plan. You're not under threat of immediate lethal from Quanwu, and he has to deal with what you've got. So it's good to have that card draw as a bit of a backup if he is able to deal with this board, which currently he can't.
Yeah, and also, really interesting, isn't it? That, like, yeah, we can see Voltaic Burst, right? Like, that's great, but the choices for the weapon have an impact without you realizing, because yes, this was the 2-drop with Battle Cry, but you look at what was available and it's like, oh, freeze would have been quite nice, right? Because you could have gone
Yeah, freeze
burst,
would have been
kill the
fantastic
1 health,
with
then
burst.
freeze. But obviously you don't know, and that's part of the issue with the weapon, yeah? You've got to like pick your ammo before you know exactly what you're going to need. I think that's going to be it, yeah? Wind Brownie takes the victory, and honestly, fantastic game to end this series on. I think that was so back and forth, both players really pushing it to the max, right? Just doing anything they can do to hold on. Each time we couldn't really work out who was going to win until the very, very end. So really nice series, actually. I think really clean from both players.
Yeah,
and
I'm really impressed.
huge congratulations to Win Brownie.
And Win Brownie is also a player that I think Lorinda in particular has been picking out as one to watch going into this tournament, because he came along from Arena. He was just a really good Arena player, and this is just someone who sort of authentically likes the game. Like, he just loves playing. It's not so much about competing. His love of the game has got him to be a fantastic player, and that got him to grind the ladder ranks, qualify to the previous Masters Tour. I think he didn't have a great performance there, but now he's come through and won the group, and I think that's also the 3rd Americas player to win their group today, which is not something we ever see. They're having an incredible performance so far.
I guess if you have enough tournaments across enough years, you know, it's going to happen at some point, right? I suppose there's always a chance. But yeah, huge congratulations to a Win Brownie. But of course, Quanwu isn't knocked out, as that was the winners match from Group D here. We are going to go to a quick break while we get ready for the next one. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. We are diving further into Group D as we march towards the end of the day. My name is Sottle, joined again by Edelweiss for this one, and we have a lower bracket action for you here with Maverick and Rot. Maverick, of course, prepping for this one with Gabby specifically and Robo, bringing the same lineup, bringing the same ban strategy, and I think a strategy so far that we've seen have, let's say, mixed results, Edelweiss, up until this point.
Yeah, definitely lots more Demon Hunter bans today after yesterday, but still a few who've chosen to leave it up, and that has not generally panned out.
Yeah, indeed. Coming into this with the Priest choosing to ban Rogue, I think questionable on a few factors. Firstly, because it leaves up Demon Hunter, which has a 64% win rate overall in the tournament. Doesn't seem like the best idea in the world. But then also you're banning Rogue, which is a deck that has a 40% win rate in the tournament, which also seems a little bit foolish when you just look at it on the surface. Obviously, lineup construction and things like it go way deeper than that, but you certainly have a point to prove. When you come in with that as your topic sentence in your thesis, that you're leaving the best deck up and you're banning one of the worst decks in the tournament, you need a lot of justification from that point forward. So we'll see if Maverick can do it. Does find himself all the way down in the lower bracket already, of course, but there is Rot on the other side with Quest Mage in the lineup, which I feel like Quest Mage has been deck of the day for day two. These Group C and T, it does seem to be showing up with a little bit more frequency. We're watching a fair deal of Quest Mage games.
Yeah, I think there were only a couple of them yesterday, and so that today is the other four. Way more Quest Mage than I expected to see in a meta that's very, very aggressive. But I think it's a testament to how it's just able to complete its quest so quickly now that even if Vipers are all over the place, the threat of just getting that weapon down and having even one huge swing turn can present these boards that some of these decks aren't able to overcome.
Yeah, I think a couple of the decks in the meta now don't play from behind particularly well, so even if they do come equipped with Vipers, if you can get that big turn down, you know, just quest completion and then you go weapon Raptor Herald or weapon Stonehill on 6, sometimes that one board they just are never able to recover from that, especially if they have to choke 3 of their mana on that turn to destroying your weapon with the Viper. So can work. Sadly, we have of course seen Chonsu spoiling the party for a couple of the quest mages with the Dragon Warrior, which is the one deck that absolutely does not have to mess with any of that nonsense. But it's going to be an interesting series for sure. We did see there as well that it looks like Demon Hunter is going to be queued up first, going up against the Priest, which I have to imagine this practice group of Robert, Maverick, and Gabby feel like this matchup specifically has some game in it for the Priest. Is that a theory you subscribe to? Is this can Priest have game in this matchup?
I don't personally see it, but I feel like you have to believe that if you're going to make this bring.
Yes, yeah.
We do see first hurdle overcome. Maverick has Soothsayer. In playoffs we saw people with there's a similar kind of effect in the Egg Warrior, right, where you have this minion that you absolutely must find. In this case, that is the Soothsayer. You do get to run 2 of them, as it's not a legendary. But there can be times where you just simply cannot find the Soothsayer. Of hands for the deck, this honestly looks pretty spectacular for Maverick.
Yes.
Which is strange to say.
Yeah, right now, 0 playable cards. Fantastic hand, but you're absolutely right. It really does look great. Has the ability to prepare the Soothsayer to line up the curve, and then very playable cards. Getting the Schism to split pre-quest, like drawing it off the top in your mulligan step, obviously is great, because then the quest takes out one of those intersecting cards out the middle straight away. You're just one step closer to getting it to combine. So, yeah, Maverick in a pretty good spot to have a very rapid Soothsayer come down here.
Yeah, the hiccup is going to be we haven't found a holy spell to activate the draw here, and so that might just come down on 4 depending on when Maverick is planning on actually preparing the Soothsayer. The Grave Dawn Sunbloom, as it's called. There's a holy spell. there wasn't really anything else to do. I think you find often that's where people choose to prepare. Even if you might like a little bit more mana discount, you kind of have to look at your turns and say, well, this turn is otherwise a pass. If I'm going to be sort of passing anyway, I should probably just prepare.
Yep. Rot's hand's starting to get a little bit choked now with fours. Does have the Stardust Scythe, of course. One of the most impactful cards in the deck. Also, haven't talked about it, though. One of the wrinkles in Rot's version of the deck compared to everyone else in this tournament, there is an Irida Sinseeker in there to double up your draws, send your deck to the void. Not a common inclusion, I would say, in the deck.
Yeah, and actually, all this pressure from Rot, Maverick goes ahead and just throws out the Soothsayer. You know, this is the reason to prepare last turn. Is that it has that 3/4 curve, right?
Yep.
And under the pressure of Cult Neophyte, which eliminated the possibility of playing that Sunbloom, I think, yeah, this is just necessary to stave off some of the pressure.
Wants to open the box first before committing to the turn. Did have the option to just use the Stardust Scythe to break through the 6/6 straight away, preserve a minion, but I think he just wanted to open the box first, get full information about the turn, see if he needed to pivot in any way. But Scythe's definitely coming down here, save himself a little bit of health, loses a minion. No big deal.
Yeah, and Maverick, I think, yeah, just gonna go ahead and take the trade here with the Mend to heal back up. There it is,
Whoa,
Undeath
okay.
Sentence. Heal back up to full. Get another roll at 6-drop. Next turn, Grave Dawn Sunbloom will be reduced because of the
Oh my!
Holy Spell. That will get interesting, and actually, that makes Irida Sunseeker completely unplayable in a way if the minion is not cleared. Because if you delete your deck and then get 8 plagues shuffled in, you are dead.
But when would you wouldn't draw those plagues, right? Because your start of turn just draws cards from the void. How does that work? I actually genuinely don't know.
So if you don't clear the 8/8, right?
Yeah.
Yes, you delete the ones that are there now.
Yes.
But the new ones are going to go into an empty deck. So your turn will be getting 2 cards out of the void and then drawing all the plagues that just got shuffled in.
Okay, so you'd get it at... Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yep, got it.
Yeah, the major drawback of Irida Sunseeker, apart from just having to find her to get the effect, is that you're taking fatigue as soon as you start playing her.
Yeah.
So you're vulnerable to anything that shuffles.
Easily forgettable when you don't play with the card, as I don't. But yeah, that was a revelation I think we saw in Theory Casting, right? That you actually do still take the fatigue step after the draw from the void. Does that make sense with the plagues? And that is a terrifying roll.
Yeah,
But also, if it gets left up here, it's also a pretty good schism target over the long-term course of the game. So Rot is kind of damned if he does, damned if he doesn't here. He's in real trouble with this board state.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Maverick kind of gets to set up the situation where, like, all right, you've already got 8 plagues. I can set up another 16 next turn, which Rot knows about. And then he'd be in a position where he almost has to play the Irida to... I don't even know if it's better, right? Like, you delete them, but then I think you can still draw them from the void. And they...
Presumably, yeah, that'd be my expected behavior, yeah.
And I don't know how the cast when drawn effect would work, so... Yeah, there is a
true.
desperation to remove that minion.
You draw plagues, you also then get a genuine draw step that fatigues you as well from your deck. Yeah, that would suck. Okay.
Yeah. And here's I guess the boring power of Schism, right? Is like, this was just a 6-drop that's pretty big, that stuck,
Yeah.
and now getting to give it +2/+3 elusive and copy, yeah, it's vanilla, but it's putting on the pressure.
Yeah, Rot is going to have to pump stats very, very quickly here. He does have all the tools to do it. Void Soul to 4. I would imagine Glacial Shard is going to be allocated for the last one. Drops the weapon swing. So he's kind of back on board, relatively even in terms of how things are contested. One more Void Soul built up for the following turn. But if Maverick can either clear or push again here with another decent board, second Soothsayer, something like that, I think Rot would find himself in serious trouble.
Yeah, there's actually, a surprising amount of burst that the deck can get with Ruby Sanctum and the addition of Holy Embrace, right? The ability to, use the Sanctum to get extra damage, and then you've also got the Void Spell for damage. It also means that the quest gets completed in a regular fashion, right? Like, it has added, 2 more Holy Spells, 2 more Void Spell, or Shadow Spells, rather. So here we see both sides of the quest complete, ready for next turn. Viper not doing anything this matchup, and our Void Soul count is 5. So we could get that up to 7. 7 has Mystical Terror, it has the bigger Fell Hunter.
Demons.
Ferocious Felbat, yeah.
That one.
Yes. And Priestess of Fury is the other one that's impactful sometimes, but not big enough, really, to affect this board. So yeah, without anything to effectively spend mana on here apart from Void Souls, I think Rot is going to start spending some card draw. Okay, taunt number 1.
Decent.
Yeah.
Double Taunt actually buys significant time, and now I think Rot has to queue up this weapon because he's going to need those higher level Void Souls to really be able to have any hope of turning things around in the face of a quest reward coming down right now.
That is, I believe, if my notes are correct, there's only 1 taunt on 5 and only 1 taunt on 6, and that's a pool of 5 and a pool of 4. So that he just hit a 1 in 20 there to stabilize this game, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, both of which deal damage when they are attacked or destroyed.
We did see a 1 in 1300 in a previous game where both players got the identical 2 minions off of Jade Guardians, but that wasn't as impactful to the state of the game.
And somehow felt less probable.
Yeah.
So clearly that's not the case.
There it is. Big Fell Hunter.
Less improbable. Yes, there it is. Big Fell Hunter, indeed. The 8. I guess we're looking for Moarg Forge Fiend. Gives the armor.
The big Forge
issue.
Fiend. This is often the best one if your game has gone well, but not particularly useful in this kind of position.
Yeah, can see.
Although,
the hits
if he gets a shot on the Felbat, okay, now things just got really good.
Press the advantage, keeps it going. Broxigar's last stand, not going to be able to draw anything presently. The big issue is having to swing to get any more Void Souls. 9 for Demons, does have Lifesteal. It also has Immune. Oh gosh.
It's not
Mal'Ganis, right?
Calm down.
Tichondrius.
Tichondrius, yeah. It's a 50-50 on 9 to either get Rush, Lifesteal, or Immune, so 9 is incredibly good for defensive options. I wouldn't have minded the attempt there.
Yeah, rope running low, gonna go ahead and just let it ride.
I think you had to.
That is, yeah.
Because you were just
dead. Lethal with the...
Yeah, you're just dead on board, because it is literally just location hero power that kills you. So I think he had to take the risk with the swing of the weapon. I'm not sure if Scorching Observer or Tichondrius even necessarily get you out of it in that position in terms of what your opponent can do. The problem is, when you have a minion like that, that's 8/8 reborn, and when it dies, it deals damage. It very rarely matters what you have to trade through, because your trades turn into damage anyway in that situation. So I think he was kind of between a rock and a hard place there, between a rot and a hard place, I guess, if you want to do the bad pun. But the big news is that he finds himself 1-0 down, and that Priest picks up a win, because that was going to be the big choke point of the series. Priest has been fairly underwhelming so far. Narratively, this tournament's a bit weird because there's a lot of decks that have been fairly bad on average, 50% or below in terms of the fourth brings. But then the group winners are all the people with those strategies. So we saw Quest Mage get out as a group winner with Banter. We saw Gabby as well, etc. Like, they've been one-offs doing incredibly well, but then, you know, facing a lot of criticism elsewhere. So, you know, Maverick chalking up another victory for the Priest. There is still time. You know, we're only about halfway through this tournament right now. So Maverick can put his hat in the ring and boost up the win rate for Priest a little bit more, as he's already been doing, going 1-0 up in the series.
Yeah, and you see how, you know, every deck has its big spike, and for the Priest, that is Schism. Even being placed on just a vanilla 6-drop that was rolled out of the Soothsayer.
Yeah.
I think the fact that people so frequently are able to clear the Soothsayer but then not what it summons means that as long as you're able to assemble Schism, you're very often going to have a good target for it.
Rot back on the Demon Hunter. Speaking of win rates, hopefully, Maverick will be hoping to do some more serious damage to the overall win rate of Demon Hunter in this tournament as well, which still remains the most dominant deck, I believe. It might have just changed with that loss, though, by the way, because Face Hunter is hot on its heels from what I've seen last time I looked at the stats.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, I don't know about this Irida Sinseeker. Did get a little bit of a buff to become 4 mana, 7/7 lifesteal, but I don't know. It's still not exactly advancing your game plan. It feels strange to call a 4 mana, 7/7 lifesteal a little slow, but it sort of is in this meta. At least in the sense that it is just a single big minion that does not, you know, directly advance your game plan, and where we have so many decks that have some kind of system where they need to tick something up to make it more powerful over the course of the game. Jade Guardians and the Slingshot minion that, of course, I'm blanking on. The Troublemaker, yep. And then, of course, the Void Souls work the same way. Even Hunter, right? You're trying to play ones to fill up your...
Yeah.
I can't
Tolvir.
say cards.
What is... Have we swapped roles here? What is going on?
Yeah,
Why do I know all the cards and you know none of them? What's happened?
Yeah, confront the Tolvir, and also, you know, shuffling in the spells for your weapon to then pull out. It feels like every deck has these power plays that they sort of have a preparation phase that they're building up to then get the payoff on a spike.
Yeah.
So Irida is nice. It's very high tempo on that one turn, but then if it's dealt with, you haven't been advancing the rest of your game plan.
Yep. Curve-wise, this has all been a little bit awkward for Rot. Well, awkward isn't probably the word. He had kind of the dream curve, but it's always a little bit strange when you're on coin and you have the 3/4 and Stardust Scythe, because, you know, which one of those do you want to coin out? They're both huge power spikes. Rot clearly took his time. He basically roped out on that turn. I think he made the right decision because he had the upside of the Fiendish Servant trading in, which, you know, made his minion huge, made it a 5/4 instead of a 3/4 on the turn it was playing. And of course, he does know that there is Rustrot Viper on the other side in the deck for Maverick that could, if he goes all in on the Scythe, could shut him down. So I like the coin initially.
Yeah, and it's always brutal when you go all in on the Scythe and trying to snowball it into keeping you far ahead, and then you get vipered, and now you're suddenly far behind.
Yep.
Very tempting Proxigars here, but again, that doesn't advance you too much.
Yeah, unlikely to get better than this. Mana efficiency, a little bit awkward. You can trade away the Viper, or you can play an Illidari Studies that you're not going to use unless you hit Sigil Runner, exactly. But this is a turn that's competing with playing Stardust Scythe, which is always a compelling argument.
And it's just 2 damage. You can kind of leave them there for next turn, right? Go ahead, swing with Scythe, pick up a Void Soul. Or I guess now's the time. All right.
All right.
Well, we're
I mean, I respect it. I mean, obviously, we're not in the mindset because we don't put this card in the deck, but Rot has chosen to bring this card to the tournament and is saying, you know, if I have the 7/7 lifesteal in my hand on turn 4, I'm playing it. That's the point. That's why it's here.
It does mean that there is no chance of playing Broxgar's Last Stand for card draw ever at this point, because that will advance you very quickly into fatigue.
Right.
Those perhaps unfamiliar with Irida, we've talked sort of around what it does, but sends your deck to the void, which means that you will be taking that fatigue damage every single turn, and then just when you start your turn, 2 cards from the void just appear in your hand. So you don't get to discover them or anything. It's not like Geddon in that way.
Oh, Maverick saying, okay, we're playing accelerated Hearthstone here, rips the Jade Guardians for 4s, and then coins it out for a Crumble Crusher, which is an insane outcome. Huge tempo swing, deletes a 7/7, plays an 8/6. There you see the mechanic, Edelweiss. So adeptly described, 2 cards appear in your hand, but you do still take your start of turn draw step, which means that you are now on a fatigue clock.
Yeah, and Maverick probably expecting that there's no weapon there, right? Crumble Crusher can destroy a weapon, but I think it was too good to pass up the just tempo swing of destroying the minion and making an 8/6.
Yep.
And I think if you saw Irida played instead of weapon, it'd be reasonable to assume that Scythe is not there.
Yeah. This hand has become, what's the word? Janky, based on the way this has been played. Because Broxgar's is unplayable. You're also now committed to having King Lane stuck in your hand for the entire game.
Forever.
Which, by the way, is a card you can afford to play in Demon Hunter quite often, because sometimes you just get to play Void Soul. That's good enough as a turn, and then you have 3 mana just to dump away on King Lane to remove that out. It's a relatively common thing to happen. We've now passed 2 turns. We're on turn 5. There's a Stardust Scythe on the far left of our hand that has not yet got into play. There's a lot of things that are very unconventional to how I would normally expect a game of Demon Hunter to be played.
Yeah, you can't really play the Grim Harvest for the same reason as the Last Stand.
Yep.
Viper can't be traded. We're really just playing out of the void. Fatigue will get staved off a little bit by this 2/5 roll because it shuffles in a couple of 8-drop taunt lifesteals into the deck.
That's right. Yeah, very nice.
But those are never getting played, and that would just kind of clunk up the hand even more.
It is a little bit of natural synergy in there because there's only 4 outcomes on 3, I think, from the Void Souls. So you do get this scenario very often when you're doing this kind of thing. It's worth thinking about, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's one of these games, I think I was talking about this in playoffs, I can't remember the state, but it's one of those games that's very difficult to cast when you're in our position because the players diverged so far from what you expect to be doing in a game. It's quite hard to like readjust, because part of our job is to like be in the player's mindset, right? It's not necessarily this is right, this is wrong, it's what's the player thinking, this is what they're trying to execute, this is their game plan. The genuine answer is I'm just not really sure, because this is a weird version of the deck that's being played weirdly.
Right, yeah. And having, double copies of Press the Advantage, double copies of Broxgar's Last Stand alongside the Irida Sinseeker, like, it has diverged from before a single card was played. There is a hilarious option for Maverick that I don't think he'll do, but if he's ever in a tight spot for cards, he could sort of trade off a bunch of minions and then bat mask one of the Herald minions and just flood his hand with random spells.
Whoa.
'Cause I do
Now
believe
we're cooking. That's,
when they're
insane
summoned,
technology.
you do still get the random spells. I think now's not the time, and they probably won't live long enough to make that happen, but could come into play.
No, I'm seeing it. We're on the lines. This is the hand dump to make room for all of the Batmask stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I always forget. For some reason, I know with, like, Crush Mask that the minion stays the same, but I still never have it in my head that all the masks that never get played, it's not like transform a minion into a Harik and then just fill your board with it. The minion stays the same, so you absolutely would get all the spells from it. Definitely a thing that you could do in a desperate situation.
Yeah. Or you could, turn this 8/10 into 1/1 and then just eat all the minions in your deck.
Would probably be the second strangest play that we've seen this game.
They would be, they would all then be larger than 1/1s afterwards. It would be a lot of big minions.
Yeah.
But now they'd all be frozen, so that's no good. Can't have that.
Boo. Yeah, that's the deciding factor. Otherwise, we were all on board. But now that they're frozen, no, too far. We've jumped the shark now.
I guess portals, you can, once your deck is gone, something that can happen with the portals is that you can very rapidly draw all the portals, because you do also very rapidly fatigue yourself, because each time you destroy a portal, you draw a card. But you can get to Broxgar very, very quickly. Now, Cult Neophyte is a problem. Along with that freeze, honestly, the tech card's just doing serious work here for Rot, as, much as I scoffed at the line, it did force Maverick into an awkward position with his own Jade Guardians, and the top decks have not been phenomenal here. He's going to be able to just barely clear up a decent amount of this between Eventuality and Rite of Twilight. But the Doomguard roll really put Maverick in a tough position.
Yeah, massively accelerated the clock. Maverick is dropping the prep here, just giving himself more long-term flexibility for the Herald roll, for the Hero Power roll. Does have a lot of boxes to open here before he can decide on this turn, and rewind effects to go off, so not a great deal of thinking time.
Yeah, Hogger not playable there. And Jump Scare doesn't have immediate impact on the board.
Ooh, I don't think that was selected.
Yeah, I believe he wanted the Moarg there. I think it had Elusive.
I mean, most importantly, it had Taunt and 8 armor. I'm not particularly worried
of
about
course,
the Dark Gift.
But it, makes the Taunt and armor all the more important now that's looking at next turn, which there may not be one depending on some of these Void Soul rules.
Demons.
But yeah, so much of this hand from Rot is just unplayable.
All right, less
he does
good.
does have to think about that minion he froze last turn now, right? It's quite large.
It is.
So if Maverick's able to deal with that taunt, Rot's going to find himself in a scary position.
He's also going to find himself neophyted again, which is going to be miserable for the second time. Priestess of Fury.
Yeah,
Maverick.
Priestess is a very good roll.
Maverick needs
This
this
could be it
11-14
right
to
here.
tank for its life.
Oh!
1 HP.
And now is just dead to the death rattle off of the 4/6.
Oh, very true. Yeah.
So digging for a rogue spell. Yeah, the neophytes back to back have been. Priestess more pressingly brutal on this turn, but certainly doesn't help when you need to discover a spell to find a way out. That is not going to do it. Rot is, I think, nowhere deep enough in fatigue that Mimicry is going to do enough.
Wait, what are we at? Actually, I have not been keeping track.
It's going to need a minion that clears the taunt. This gives another spell. Deadly Bribe doesn't allow for also playing the Mimicry, but it does remove the taunt. Okay, goes for the Jade Guardians. They are free. Armor is in there.
Windpeak Worm, no Kindred
Not
though.
enough to clear everything else, yeah.
Yeah, no Kindred. Still gets the armor. Doesn't take care of the minion. Is going to be able to trade through. Yeah, there was a couple of ways to do it. You either had to gain enough health to stabilize, or kill a big... Like, if you found, like, a Tar Tyrant from somewhere, and then were able to, like, take some of the power off the board, the 4/6 can't die, right? But at the same time, you have enough taunt in the way to be able to stabilize. So there are a couple of ways to get out of that one. Lifesteal Battlecry off the Imbue hero power, generated spells. There was a few things that can happen, but at the end of the day, I mean, Rot slammed a 7/7 on turn 4, and then exclusively played the right-hand side of his hand for the rest of the game. I don't think any of the cards that were in his hand when he played the 7/7 got played for the rest of the game, and it was good enough. And that was against a really good response, right? Like Jade Guardian's coin Crumble Crusher was absurd, right? It was so powerful in terms of a tempo swing, and was still able to get there. So yeah, I mean, you know, we talked a lot of smack about the line, but here he stands 1-1, and he's squared up the series with the card that he put in his deck on purpose. So good job.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it would have been enough damage wise, but I know that the Neophyte may have made the difference there, because I was looking at the Mimicry into Deadly Bribe. In a world with no Neophyte, you can play Deadly Bribe. It's comboed, so you both get a coin. That gives enough mana to also Mimicry Deadly. Oh, I guess you just don't have the life, right? He was at, because of where the shots of the Priestess went.
Yeah.
It's very nearly, if you're ever able to connect with the large minion and basically put 3 fatigue on your opponent from the Mimicry, it's almost enough damage.
Yeah, but that involves breaking through the taunt. Breaking through the taunt involves you dying. Is a situation, but yeah, he picked the draw 2, which I did really like, and then maybe like prize vendor plus something gets you there or something off the Imbue hero power. I don't know. It was going to be a mess no matter what. He just had to scramble around, open boxes. It's one of those spots in Hearthstone where really your job is to think of an out, and then you play to that out, right? There's no way you can find the optimal out, the most likely out. There's just too many variables for that to be human calculable. But just pick something and play towards it is generally the best chance that you've got.
Well, I find this to be a tough match for the Rogue. I'm not sure where you land, but I feel like...
Yes.
Almost... Obviously, you tend to want to be on the play, but I do find that with this Rogue, I like to be able to coin 2 into 2. And so, actually, with Rot being able to have the coin here, you know, means that you are guaranteed passing your turn 1 as the Rogue. I don't know. It feels like it sets you back.
Yeah, coin's very interesting on Rogue, because particularly if one of your coin 2 into 2s, or if at least one of your coin 2 into 2s is a Lotus bookie, your curve is then coin a 2, play a 2, and then on 3 it's coin 2 2s again, because you've got your coin back, right? Which is such a nice curve to be able to play. Because generally then, like any Jade Guardians you find from that point onwards, you can work out a game plan to get it in play very, very quickly from that point. So, yeah, reasonable curve a lot of the time when you are on curve, but having to float that 1 is very awkward sometimes.
Yeah, Maverick, to that end, going ahead and getting that Imbue hero power online, making this truly feel like an even deck. 2/3 also gets to value trade into you know, a lot of the minions that Rot is going to present.
Ka-chow.
Yeah. this is what Lorinda has been saying, is that the Viper has, a lot more applications than you necessarily think about, even when it's not the quest reward for Mage or the Demon Hunter weapon. These spots where they're trying to set up for what, would have been a huge swing turn. Getting a pair of 5-drops now, it's just the one roll.
Yeah, big difference. So many of the 5-drops play nicely in tandem as well. Does get rush, but still no great tempo swing because the remainder of the 5-1 is already just dealt with on board. Maverick just has a full turn of development to do basically anything he wants. So yeah, massive difference between the extra beast here and not from the weapon. Fantastic use of Viper.
Yeah, able to discover a rogue spell. It kind of came back around to this minion, the Shadowed Informant. I think you typically want rogue spells for this deck rather than ones from other classes, but it doesn't always come back around after the initial turn.
Yep. Nab, a decent pickup at the very least. It's a card, of course, designed for the 2-drop package, not deemed good enough to see play in the competitive version of the deck, but it is a 2-mana card that shuffles another 2-mana card into your deck. Certainly nothing to turn your nose up at.
Yeah, just waiting for, another decent shuffle effect, and suddenly Quest Rogue will be playable. I am going to clear up the non-coin minion. And Kingslayer, very, very dangerous play against Hunter, I find.
Yeah. I think the meta right now, Kingslayer is so fantastic. Like, decks in general are very low legendary count, so I think we're seeing more Garona kills now than ever before. But Hunter is that deck that's never gone away, that it's classically super dangerous to be dropping that Kingslayer against, because they have these 3 specific legendaries that all pile on top of each other.
Nobody's gonna know.
Gonna go ahead and play the second bookie instead. And Maverick has managed to navigate himself quite well into a position where it's turn 5 and he has the board. He's still sitting on 28 life.
Yep.
Rot can play Confront the Tolvir to do some kind of swing here, but I think there's only the beasts shuffled in, and he won't get one immediately. There's only been one weapon played. Still worth doing, but is not going to be sort of the big snowball that it often is. Only a few cards in there.
Yeah, very
primarily for the
underwhelming.
weapon.
Yeah, I think just had to get the weapon back in this spot. Absolutely, just needs to try and get some kind of tempo swing going, and getting the free beast or potentially the free arcane tripwire, depending on where he goes with the next turn or two. His only real hope of being able to do that.
There it is, Sister Drawn. Does pick up the Shadow for Maverick. I think it's gotta be the Escape Artist. No, or, yeah. Maverick is just going on maximum dig here, right? Even doing the Kingslayer swing before playing the map, just desperately looking for Jade Guardians.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm gonna go ahead and play the Shadow as map.
Oh my
Misses
goodness.
again, does hit a prep at least to sort of keep the cycle going, can prep out the fan. There was one naturally in hand anyway.
Yeah, attack first
that
because
second
you might well be losing the damage off your 2/2 here. Drop the fan. You can now pick up the Escape Artist from the second choice here. Wow, takes the Garona actually. Okay. I figured with the Kingslayer swing still ready to go that you would leave the Garona in there because you're potentially down a card draw this way in some worlds.
Yeah, there's still the Thalnos in deck.
Yep.
But it may just be sort of hoping, you know what, I need to next turn have the option of just going for Garona and piling on the pressure.
Yeah,
with
no,
a
actually...
troublemaker in hand as well.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. Don't leave yourself open to the 50-50 of hitting the Garona, because you do have a very viable win condition with just Garona, Prep, Twilight, Lotus, Troublemaker, right? You can do a lot of damage next turn, potentially, so I guess the pick does make a lot of sense.
Rot taking the guaranteed 5-drop over playing the Tripwire first. Gets the clear and then continues to dig. Oh. Gonna go ahead and do Sisters instead.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. Stats on board, very important right now. Little surprised even to see that be a Sister over the Viper, honestly.
Yeah, I think Rod is actually hoping that the Kingslayer will draw him Sylvanas, right? I mean, he's still got a decent number of cards left in deck, and we saw the stash. Sorry, the Tolvir. I was thinking of Contraband Stash. Very different card. The Convert the Tolvir, doing so little. I guess he's figuring that he needs the draw off of Kingslayers, since it often is good for the Hunter.
That is fair. But if your opponent has not yet found Garona, then you are giving them a delightful gift here in terms of trying to kill you in the near future.
Oh, there's Sylvanas. But Lane is there as well. Here comes Pyroblast to the face. And, decent number of stats in play. You can prep Nab, which only hits minions, kind of thereby turning it into face damage.
Yep, yeah, better.
And then get as much damage as you can of the Troublemaker now before another board is built.
Yeah, this is great.
And have Thalnos follow up.
So it leaves them at 4 with the Blood Mage Thalnos. Yep, I like it a lot. Clean 2-turn lethal setup from Maverick.
I mean, kind of a 3, right? He was clearly planning this from the point
absolutely.
of picking the Garona to make sure he had it, to make sure that the second swing would draw Thalnos. And that's a clear, but that then also means there's no minions to even pull a lifesteal rush out of the hat. I think Rot kind of needed to go for Beast Tripwire or find that King of the Underbelly for the Pterodax, as we've seen come in clutch other times in the day.
Is there... Yeah, there's a tripped Beast Tripwire in the deck, right? So he was absolutely supposed to draw cards first, try and hit the tripped Tripwire into lifesteal, and then clear at the end of turn when he was out of mana with Sylvanas, because surely he can't be under any illusions that 4 HP is stable here, especially when your opponent has so likely to have Blood Mage Thalnos because of the Kingslayer swings as well.
Yeah. And that's going to lock it up very cleanly. Expertly set up by Maverick.
Yeah, very nicely done. Clean for at least a 3-turn setup there, I think. He played his Cultist map turn much better than I would have done, recognizing the out very far ahead, picking up the right options, knowing that going for the second map, knowing that he had at least 1 coin and a prep to go, and then a second coin potentially on board as well. If that thing died to the Cinder damage. So he still had tons of mana left to play with, which enabled him to go for the second map. Even whiffed a little bit on the second map, but still had the ability to play a bunch of cards afterwards, set up that lethal, took the Garona in order to guarantee having the Garona in hand for the following turn, and then just said, yeah, there's no way. Like one Tripwire maybe comes out of my opponent's deck. I'll be able to clear that up with a removal spell and the monkey, and then should be able to finish that off the turn afterwards. So yeah, very, very nicely set up indeed. From Maverick, he now goes up 2-1. He just has his Hunter left to win with, which is the slower Hunter, the Contraband Hunter in this one, which is, the same as we're seeing on the other side. It does, from what we've seen from stats, seem to show that you want the Face Hunter in this tournament so far, because it's been performing incredibly well, right up there with Demon Hunter overall so far. But looks like it's going to be Contraband Hunter now for Maverick, hoping he can put something together a little bit more effectively than Rot was able to in that last game.
Yeah, I think the Contraband Hunter just, you have that combo potential with King of the Underbelly and Briarspawn Drake, and we have seen a couple of crucial points with Pterodax coming out for lifesteal. But largely, I think with everything else that's going on, I'd rather be in the position of just really trying to get under the rogues, get under the mages, and the Face Hunter is just more consistent at doing that.
Yeah, agreed. We are going straight into the mirror match here, and that is a pretty nice looking mirror match hand because okay, tripwires on both sides, never mind. Very often this hunter mirror does come down to, I don't necessarily want to say a straight up race, but it comes down to pressure, right? Like if you're the one that can do the first 15 damage to your opponent, that forces them to play in a way that isn't necessarily productive for the matchup, right? Whereas you just get to continue to be aggressive and do your game plan and carry on with your life, right? So whoever gets off to the faster start with the weapon and the tripwire tends to be in a huge advantage in this matchup. And despite Maverick having the double tripwire in the mull, it is Rot that's found his way to the weapon combo as well. So all of a sudden, I think, in a marginally better position than his opponent.
Yeah, and go ahead and just push it all face, not going to be the one to break the standoff of the Cinders.
Love that. Oh, that's a great Neophyte, though.
Yeah, it's interesting. Neophyte, you can know exactly when you're going to lock out an option. I think Maverick is maybe sort of less scared of the tripwire hit the arcane tripwire hit as potentially a beast one. This is just an insane amount of face damage, and I think Rot will just sit on the swing to be able to clear any future minions out of the way. As tempting as it is to take the 5 face now. How's this for a race? Just hit him for 5 again.
I mean, this is how Hearthstone was meant to be played. Just firing arcane missiles at each other's faces.
Ah.
Yeah, as it works out, the Cult Neophyte used ineffectively, but Maverick not necessarily knowing that is the case, right? You explained perfectly. He's just thinking more about the Beast Tripwire, but Rot's hand is an incredibly Face Hunter-esque hand. With the Arcane Tripwire, with the weapon, with Sylvan's Triumph thrown in there as well. So he's just trying to deal damage and deal damage quickly. I think Maverick would have been incredibly disruptive if he'd done the Cult Neophyte on 2. As it happens, he coined the Tripwire, and then not only did he play a Cult Neophyte that didn't really do anything, he also floated a mana himself on 3, which essentially means he's thrown his coin away, right? Like, you look at what a coin does over the course of 2 turns. He's set that one mana on fire that he gained on the previous turn. So awkward position, not necessarily an objective mistake. It's just the way this game has played out. It's proven to be awkward.
Yeah, and a little bit for both players. Rot able to now pick up some card draw with the Platosaur inclusion there, as well as location coming online. Maverick just going to go ahead and fire off second tripwire. May need to rely on just top decking more of those to be able to compete on this clock, because Rot is very quickly running away in terms of card draw. Could throw down second location and just hero power while picking up a Triumph. Just gonna go ahead and get the other Triumph online instead of weaving in. And I think that makes a lot of sense. He figures next turn he's got King of the Underbelly. He can sort of set up a lock where Maverick is just going to have no way to come back from Agamagan Briarspawn Drake. I mean, there's nothing you can do about that.
These two hands have been so incredibly similar that honestly, like when the two hands are this similar, it often does come down to where you're going to choose to use your coin, right, as the break point, because that's the one edge that you do have going second in that position. If you're just playing all the same cards, but your opponent gets to go first, you're going to find yourself in trouble. Maverick does resist the King of the Underbelly, though, even with the Briarspawn Drake in hand, just in order to get a 2-1 in hand and represent a little bit of extra chip damage.
And I think seeing Rot's King come down may actually find himself in a position of not being able to play any minions, which it never really ends up well. I think Rot has to think long and hard about how at risk he is from his own death to go for this Agamagan line. 14, I think, is reasonably comfortable. Sylvanas, but I don't believe any other sisters have been played.
Nope, both others still remaining in deck. Have not been played this game. Needs to clear this board at the very least, because even without the Briarspawn Drake attacking, he will just be straight up dead to the Agamagam damage if he doesn't do anything about this.
I respect this line from Maverick. I don't think it's got high odds, but at least has a chance. He knows he's dead if he plays that Confront the Tol'vir and puts minions in play. So leaving no minions in play for Briarspawn to hit, yes, it's still 10 face damage. But this way, if he draws more damage, right, to go alongside this Ranger, I think it really would just be Triumph. That's not even enough. I don't know. You have to... If another sister had been played, this would be much more possible.
It would, yeah.
Well, I suppose here's what the out is. The out is Arcane Tripwire hits. There are 4 of them in deck.
Yeah, which I think, Rot was considering his options, but, he needs to deal damage and mitigate damage over the course of the next 2 turns. I don't see anything that even comes close to just doing what he did here in terms of being able to do that, right? Because it deals a ton of damage now. He's still got the damage backed up behind this to be able to shoot lethal over the top, and most crucially, this puts a million stats into play to soak up Arcane Tripwire damage as well.
Oh, the draw order is not good here for Maverick. He needed the Earthen Roar to happen first. And with no weapon in there, no way to break this weapon, that is just going to be it. I think his only out there was for Earthen Roar to cast first, hit the high health minions, and then for the draws to basically chain Arcane Tripwires.
Yep. Sigh of relief, I think, there from Rot as he squares up this series. Yeah, I mean, some questionable moments in general in this series from Rot overall. Sequencing at the end of the previous game, not great. Demon Hunter game, even though we're criticizing a winning strategy in terms of the results that happened, still not sure about the deck building or the line that was taken. That game, even, his hand worked out kind of perfectly in the end, just because he hit the Arcane Tripwire and the weapon off the mole. But keeping Viper even is, of course, very questionable in that situation as well. So he's found himself in a spot where he's now 2-2 in a series against, one of the most legacied Hearthstone players in the game, someone who's been doing it for as long as I have, which there aren't many people left in that conversation at this point. Does have a quest mage to fall back on, which is a extremely complex, high action, high decision, lots of little branching intervals kind of deck. So I think he's really going to have to lock in and play the game of his life here up against Maverick on the Hunter.
Yeah, and something unusual about this Hunter, right? You think of Face Hunter just trying to get under the mage before they really get going. The Contraband Hunter really has potential to actually clear some of those boards, if they do, Viper the weapon, they can also Earthen Roar away that initial big board that the mage makes. So, could be in for some real interesting back and forth, potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, it can roughly work out. Like, there are possibilities of, you know, the weapon comes down, the Raptor Herald comes down, the Stonehill Defender comes down, whatever the initial turn is. And Hunter is one of the few decks that has the potential with cheap enough cards to, like, Viper your weapon, then Earthen Roar 2 of the big minions on board, and then, like, swing your shovel, and that pulls Arcane Tripwire and it clears the board, right? They're one of the few decks that are able to do something efficient enough alongside a Viper to be able to mitigate that initial swing. And yes, as we have seen, Maverick is packing a Rustrot Viper in that Hunter. Keeping hold of the Arcane Tripwire yet again, he would like a very similar game plan to what he had going in the previous game, which would probably be good enough against the Mage if he was able to rip a couple of early Arcane Tripwires purely at the opponent's face. That is the business that you are in. Backing that up with a Cinder for some more chip damage as well. This is a very decent looking start for Maverick. Now he's found a sister to go along with it as well.
Meanwhile, I'm a little surprised not to see Rot just rip the Sleet Storm there to clear the first minion. The very first minion played is often the one that does the most damage to you. So here, taking an additional 2 damage can clear it up this turn with the Runed Orb, but with Sleet Storm not having Discover attached to it, it would be sort of free to be used on that first turn. Barrier, tempting heal, but expensive. I think Cold Snap is just the most efficient pick.
Yeah, I think Cold Snap might end up saving you very similar amounts of damage over time anyway, because you can, like, prevent a weapon swing Arcane Tripwire turn happening when it would be devastating for you. Try and set up for something where you can soak the damage a bit more. I did like that a lot more than a nice barrier here.
So, pair of Discovers in Sands of Time and Spark of Life. I think at this point in the game, you go for... you go Druid? Does Druid have more Discover spells? I always forget. Lorinda remembers these things.
Druid has 1 more Discover, I think, overall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gonna just throw out the Morchi. I think this is a nod to the Sands of Time in the hand to potentially get more value. Cease to Exist or Chrono Daggers, not a big difference at the moment.
Job's done.
And 6 is a lot of health, so this is gonna try and bait out some Earthen Roar if Maverick has it.
Yeah, I like the Cease to Exist pick here as well, because an expected play from the opponent here is just Beast Tripwire, right? Which most of the time does not have Rush, therefore does not kill your Morchi. And then you just get to rip Cease to Exist, kill both minions on the next turn, and play one of your 1-mana Discovers alongside that, which would be a fantastic turn.
Maverick has an opportunity to load up on ones here, but could also just take the Neophyte to slow Rot down a little bit alongside playing this Tame Pet. There's now not a ton of minions in the Confront the Tol'vir pool, but there is a significant amount of card draw.
Yeah.
I would guess this will just be the Cease.
Yeah, relinquishes a lot of pressure. There was an option to go with Sleet Storm and one of the 1-mana Discovers instead, but there is a potential, you know, you're kind of taking a 50-50 there on your turn being good. Don't mind the Cease to Exist. It's coming down, taking care of the problem, consolidating a kind of brutal minion on the board that Maverick is not able to deal with here whatsoever.
There is the Shovel pickup, though. If Maverick wants to set up Shovel with Tripwire going into Confront the Tol'vir next turn.
Yep.
Rod has been able to save off a fair amount of the pressure, but that quest is still quite far from completion.
Triumph very good, but I would imagine tracking is the choice here, yeah. Earthen Roar or Quick Shot, both absolutely have merit. Earthen Roar allows you to solve a problem right now if you want to, but I think Maverick quite rightly says this Morchi's done the damage at this point. I need to set up my own game plan. I'm not a control deck. I can't play like one. I'm going to lose the game if I do.
Finds another Discover in Ruined Orb. 2 picks, because the Morchi is in play. Eternal Firebolt might come in handy. There is Story of the Waygate, was the top deck for Rot. So with this handful of Discoverers after playing the Spark, we'll get a significant number of discounts.
Yeah, Eternal Firebolt, Deep Freeze, both potentially useful cards. I like taking the significantly cheaper one, especially because you're going to be able to discount that down to basically nothing.
Symbiosis, very good pickup.
Time runs out on me.
Go for maximum Discovers on this turn. Finds another. And that is quest complete, which means that Story of the Waygate actually will get to discount the weapon itself. If he even bothers. I think you can just weapon Herald is probably the line.
Ooh, okay, if there was one card that Maverick needed to see to make this a competitive Hearthstone game, that Sylvanas was going to be it. Because now there is real hope that Maverick can actually deal with the board state that comes down next turn.
Yeah, it doesn't have to put the Earthen Roar in there now. Can just save it for next turn so that he gets to pick the targets.
Yep.
And here, just setting up a ton of face damage while there's no minions in play. Actually,
finds
picks
the
it
tripwire off the tracking
and the swing for just the full face damage. Double Earthen Roar in hand means that even without Briarspawn Drake, the Sylvanas is going to be able to clear most boards.
Forget about clear. Forget about clear. Rot's at 6. Rot's at 6. That is a huge deal here. Maverick finding all the damage he needed. I said right at the start that you were going to be in trouble if Maverick was just able to rip as many arcane tripwires as he did in that previous game, and now Rot has a real choice to make. The proactive play here, the strong thing that he can do, dies to Sylvanas. He knows it. From his perspective, it might be the right thing to do. You don't know that Sylvanas is in your opponent's hand. There is, of course, other ways they can kill you over the top, on top of that as well. But not doing a weapon turn here is such a large deficit as well.
Yeah, and I will note there was an opportunity. Now, Rot was at much higher life, but he knew the weapon was queued. He knew that an Arcane Tripwire had been played. There was opportunity to actually clear with the Eternal Firebolt last turn, just to top off a little bit. Now, no minions in play. He would have to, use his own. Instead, going for a Druid card here, which is more likely to find armor, right? But is not able to pick any up.
Yeah, instant armor, plenty of healing in Druid cards as well. But yeah, big shake of the head from Rot. I think he knows he's going to drop the Eternal Firebolt. Takes the 3, but he's not offering any kind of pressure here whatsoever. Which means even if he is playing around 6 from his opponent, even if he's playing around 8 from his opponent with the hero power, Maverick has a free turn because nothing happened here from Rot. He was purely defensive. It just means Maverick has the freedom of the kingdom to do whatever he wants to.
Yeah, and the ice barrier sitting in hand is just very clunky to play, and a lot of the damage just comes from burn, not from minions attacking. Would the cold snap have been different? I don't know, but Maverick now free reign. I mean, if you just weave it in at this point, Mage is quite limited in their ability to recover.
100%, yeah.
Yeah. This makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of card draw in this Confront the Tol'vir. Weapon picked up. There's the second Arcane Tripwire. All of the shuffled in Castwind Drawns have been played. So queuing up the weapon swing and then drawing that second tripwire represents Pyroblast for next turn.
Yep. Still has the threat of Sylvanas Hero Power to kill through any board state anyway. I think this is great recognition from Maverick. Just the 1 damage from the weapon was all he needs to set up the 2-turn lethal again. His opponent was only 1 out of range. So he does the most powerful thing he can do otherwise while getting that 1 necessary damage. And now this is going to need to be Rush Lifesteal, Armor on Death Rattle, something that will prevent the kill here. Even on Armor on Death Rattle wouldn't save you. I mean, just Hero Power first, and then Sylvanas, I think, would play around any imaginable Death Rattle effect. So I think it has to be Rush Lifesteal specifically.
Yeah, or like a Rush minion with the Lifesteal Dark Gift maybe would be
exactly,
the best.
Yeah, exactly.
Taking a lot of time on this rewind. I feel like that was okay. Yeah, I mean, elusive does mean that this cannot be Earthen Roared, right?
Yep.
Able to set up a significant board of taunts. Sleet will clear up 2 of the minions. Ping on the Divine Shield and face.
It was always
brutal.
going face.
And yeah, just Sylvanas on her own is plenty to punch through this board and set up lethal with the hero power. An additional
Risky business, by the way, from Maverick. I definitely would have hero powered first there, just so I didn't have to read all of the cards to make sure nothing was going to go wrong when I played the Sylvanas. But hey, Maverick gets there. I think very smoothly done from Maverick. The exact kind of performance that we expect to see from Maverick. Like, it's hard to watch a series of Hearthstone without having questions or criticisms about some things an opponent is doing, but I don't think Maverick ever gets into the kind of spot where you're just sat there going, I don't get any of this. What's happening? I think Maverick is one of the most consistent and smooth players that we've seen in a long time. Very, very tight series in the end, and it looked like he was down and out a couple of times in that series. You know, the 3-turn setup with Rogue was lovely, and then just the amount of damage he was able to dump over the last 2 to 3 turns of that Hunter game in the finale there against Quest Mage as well. Just absolutely unbelievable to pressure the turn from Rot, who was forced onto the back foot. We love to see these qualifiers coming through. Rot shot his shot against Maverick, but in the end, Maverick marches through and progresses on from the losers match.
Which means Priest has made it in again. For the amount of criticism we've put on this Priest, we're really gonna have an interesting day tomorrow with so many of them made it through. We've got priests, we've got mages, we've got it all.
Yeah, I mean, Maverick still has 1 step further to go in front of him, but that Priest does go marching on for now. It's pushing, it's desperately clawing at 30% win rate. Maybe it can get there by the end of the tournament, who knows? But we can mock all we want. The Priest players are marching on and clawing at top 8 at this point, so maybe they know something that we don't. Maverick is going to continue. Myself and Edelweiss are going to go away, and we've got a little bit more action for you to come, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got one more match today to round out that absolutely stonking top 8 on the left-hand side there. I think many of the players you'd expect to get through this tournament have got through to that top 8, and that leads us to the question of who's the other one going to be, Pocket Train? It's going to be Quanwu or Maverick, two very experienced players, especially Maverick, who's been around since the dawn of time. He was at Seat Story 3, which was 2015. Quanwu more appeared in sort of the post-COVID era, 2021, the online Masters tours there, where he started to get sort of a lot of 50% and a few 6 and 2s, and he's just gone from strength to strength. And now, really, not only is he a former champion, but also known for regular top 5 ladder performances.
Yeah, I think he got, was it back-to-back rank 1s to qualify for this? Or is it maybe rank 1 and rank 2? Anyway, very, very good ladder player now. It's weird. You usually see the ladder results come before tournament results, but Quanwu won the first Master Tour this year and then turned into a ladder monster to qualify for this one. And yeah, he's got his work cut out against Mavericks, who I think we were going into this, we both did a little prediction, and I think we would have said that Maverick and Quanwu would be our favorites to make it out of this group, apart from Win Brownie as well.
I mentioned Win Brownie. I'm going to have that one, yeah.
But Maverick and Quanwu, two very, very good players with a history of very good results in the past. So whoever does make it through to top 8 to facing Kuro, I think will be well worth it, and I'm looking forward to this match.
Yeah, Maverick was the winner of 2018 HCT Tours. He also came second in one of those massive Masters Tours, like the old 450 player ones. I don't know if you know anything about those, Pocket, but back in the day we had these big tournaments. Yeah, I know you did. You did all right. But yeah, so he has got that pedigree to a degree. He's also got infinite tournament wins in sort of 16-player invitationals. He just eats those up and beats people and then goes home again. So lots of experience on the line, a little bit of old versus new, but not that new in Quanwu's case. But he has got it to do because this priest exists, apparently.
Yeah, I was going to say all these nice things about Maverick, but priest. And then that is the big issue here. Although you can arguably say a similar thing about Quanwu and Mage, although definitely to a lot less of an extent. The Mage hasn't really been impressing me so far this tournament. I think it's sitting at just slightly shy of 50% win rate, which is okay, considering it is almost certainly going to be the 4th deck in his lineup. But it's not looked powerful, and from my own ladder testing, it's a bit of a, I don't know, it just feels like the deck is missing something. It doesn't really explode that much. Even when you get your quest online, a lot of decks at the moment can sort of keep pace with it, like the Rogue with the Jade Guardians and Demon Hunter, which he has banned away, which I'm a big fan of, as I've said many times this weekend. I'm not hugely keen on the Mage in this matchup, although I think he is getting that Rogue matchup first, which, looking at Maverick's lineup, apart from, of course, the Priest, is a matchup that I don't think he'll mind seeing at all.
Yeah, as they match up with the other ones go, what you said about Priest resonates with me, whereas the Mage, if the Mage does its thing and gets quest on turn 5, it's kind of solid from there on in, whereas if Priest does its thing and then something goes wrong, like it gets removed, the Priest doesn't really have a second plan other than try and do it again, but worse. And then, yeah, I feel like, but head-to-head, like you say, it's a bit of a different story, and it may well come down to that, because the other decks are 3 of the main 4 decks of the tournament. Yeah, alongside Hunter, especially considering Maverick's lineup in particular. Shaman.
I think he has the Viper in the Rogue, and I think he has the Viper in the Hunter. So that's an added hurdle that Quanwu will have to cross with this Mage. So if he doesn't get it out of this game 1 and doesn't manage to queue it into the Priest, then I do think he could be facing a very, very difficult task not to get it through against the Hunter at the end. But yeah, first things first, Mage against Rogue, which we've been a bit split on this matchup, haven't we? We are in a bit of disagreement as to who's favoured here.
We started off in disagreement. The Mages have seemed to be getting the better of it. It always looks like they're going to lose, and they tend to find a way through, which is kind of how the Mage deck works when it does work. So I may have to. I don't know. We'll put it on this one. This is the final decider. That's how it works.
I'm confident enough in the Mage that I will agree to that deal. I do think that once the Mage does get online, if the Rogue hasn't got a really efficient 2-drop curve into Jade Guardians, then effectively the first board that Mage puts out can just be too much to overwhelm Rogue here.
I am confident in this Scrappy Scavenger and this Skeleton Key that I'm going to put it all on this game as well. Plus, I'm about 4-0 down, so, you know, that helps too.
Not fantastic for Quanwu. Might choose to go for the Caretaker just to have the 3 healing later on, I think is a good pick. Oh, just goes for it now just to give himself a bit of board presence instead of going for the Skeleton Key. Because that realistically can probably be played anytime. Is expecting a mid-sized minion to come out from Maverick with 2 to 3 health. So putting this Caretaker on board to trade it down and allow him to easily coin out the altar time next turn, I don't mind at all.
Yeah, in this matchup, you don't, like in any matchup, in any Hearthstone game, you don't want to, but particularly this matchup, you don't want to let the rogue get 12 or 14 points of chip before their Jades come down. Like, you want to defend against that, so maybe when they play their Jades, get a couple of 8/8s, you have a turn maybe to then quest, put some taunts in the way and stabilize, where maybe you take one lot of 16. You don't want to take much chip, so you can avoid that happening.
Oh, interestingly, doesn't
nice pick up.
Coin Altar Time. I'm not sure about this. Altar Time is one of the hardest cards in the deck to play. Like it is too. Ooh, hits himself in the face for 5. Not something you'd like to see. And still not great options here. Might
awkward.
refresh, but does go for the Relic of Kings. Just saying that this payoff might just win the game later. Okay, I guess that the 5 hit doesn't matter as much with the Caretaker on board already. But yeah, I'm a bit interested in not playing the Altar Time there, because it is a card that can be quite difficult to get out while facing a board on the other side.
Yeah, and it begins reducing that Techosaurus that's going to stick in your hand for a while if you get the stuff.
And Maverick
used
runs
quickly.
Double Neophyte, I believe, so he could very realistically have just been facing a completely dead turn here. So I'm not sold on the play last turn from Quanwu, but it does look like it's working out reasonably well with what he managed to pick up there.
You've mentioned this a few times, both on broadcast and sort of in the green room in this meta. Like with the Neophytes, with the Vipers, you're a big fan of getting your first swing in with a hunter weapon, of using your coin before he gets Neophyted. All that you're a big fan of. There's no hard rules in Hearthstone, but as a soft rule of just getting that stuff done so they can't be affected, right?
Yeah, a lot of the time, if there's something that you know that you're going to have to do, just getting that locked in is something that I think is very valuable in this meta, with so many Neophytes, so many Vipers running around, just so much disruption. But I do think Quanwu will be very happy to see that he's picked up the Pocket Dimension here, so he can turbo through this quest completion. And
interesting card. This. I wonder how they thought of the name for it. It's a very strange name card.
Yeah, I think it's a great name personally. I think it's a fantastic. Whoever came up with it, absolute genius work.
Yeah.
Not fantastic pickups here from Quanwu though. Might just choose to go for Soul Rest Ceremony just to have that backup plan. Well, might just play it here just to deal with some of the pressure on the board, because I think he'll be hesitant to coin out the weapon here when he knows Maverick does have a Viper in his deck. He'll probably want to play it in conjunction with the Pocket Dimension just to get as many ticks through as possible before a Viper can come down.
Yeah, me in particular, but as a crew, we talk a lot about sort of getting through that weapon. If the weapon's down, you've got to get through all the charges. Well, the Viper gets through all of them in one go, so that helps a lot. Maverick here, not quite got the board presence it looks like because of the Escape Artist, but he does have
Jade Guardians
things coming up very soon.
Yeah, he can play it this turn for 1 playable 8-drop. If he finds Preparation, then he can get both of them down here with 1 extra draw. Cultist map could also dig for Preparation, but I think he will just go for the Jade Guardians for the guaranteed this turn.
Yeah, make it hard on your opponent, get the pressure down. You haven't got a real sensible use for that extra 1 mana anyway, or that extra 4 mana anyway. Like just burning a Rite of Twilight just to spend a 2 mana card seems like a waste.
Fantastic pickup there for Quanwu. Is using the coin here, partly because of what we mentioned before with the Neophyte, but also maximizing hand space in case the Pocket Dimension does keep going. Usually it does stop quite, like after about 3 discovers, I want to say. But just in case he gets lucky, I like that from Quanwu.
Just like to clarify here, did you just forget the name of your own card?
What did I just call it?
No, you said it, but you paused briefly before saying it. I thought maybe you blanked out or something. Yeah.
I blank out very often. That's possibly something I did.
Okay, but there is no Viper is the important thing here. We're talking about how to
Not
play
just
it
yet.
from the Viper point of view. In that world, Maverick would be in a great spot. As it's not in hand, there is going to be a bit of a war in the next couple of turns
Yeah,
for
the
the
Dream
Relic of
pickup.
Kings that Quanwu picked up earlier.
The Dream pickup as well. That was the only one he got from Shaladrasil, and it was the perfect thing to deal with that Atlasaurus. There's definitely going to be a rewind with the Raptor Herald. I've been finding these really disappointing. They're not generating as big boards as I was expecting a lot of the time. Like, this is... Okay, he's got a Techisaurus from hand, but apart from that, it's a pretty mediocre board that's generated from this Raptor Herald here.
The magnet that was that Blood Mage, yeah.
I think Quanwu wasn't quite expecting that to come off the sheep there. Probably should have dealt with that first. I think he forgot about the Death Rattle, as in fairness, so did I.
Yeah.
But now Maverick has to navigate the secrets, and this could so easily be counterspell. And if you play a spell before this Jade Guardians, then it'll disappear. But if you play the Jade Guardians and it gets counterspelled, suddenly that's just gone anyway. So Maverick with a very difficult decision here.
I mean, if it's going to go, if you play any other spell to test, just rip it, because if it's there, it's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. You don't like it, you expect it to get countered, because you always assume the worst, because, well, I do. I assume most people do. Because Hearthstone has its way like that. But, yeah, you can move on and work out the rest of your turn either way.
Like I was saying before as well, with this mage can just tick down the weapon, and you don't actually get much value out of it a lot of the time. Quanwu's only got 3 charges left. And if Maverick is able to stabilize this board, Relic of Kings does often do quite a poor job of actually generating board or threats yourself. It can just give you card draw and removal. But there are so many AoEs. There are so many... I think you've got Muradin's Last Stand as well. I think there was another card draw that... There's the Warlock one. I can't remember the name. But the 10 mana draw 3.
So, yeah, you're right. He's ticking through them dangerously.
Yeah.
That's the point you were making before I rudely cut you off.
Yeah, and here we see it. It's
that looks good.
Removal and stabilization, sure, but Quanwu's only got 2 ticks of the quest left. And Maverick's at 26. So as okay as this looks right now, going back up to 40, Maverick, I think, might have the upper hand in the long game here. With another copy of Jade Guardians, the double Troublemaker, he does have more of a sense of inevitability than Quanwu does.
Yeah, the Troublemaker's turned into, since the balance change, has turned into a bit of a weird role of a card. It's like, we'll have this massive fight forever if you get into this spot. And then there'll be a moment where I could just hit you with 2 Troublemakers for 14 each and the game just ends. But it's not used as a board clear as much anymore because it just isn't powerful enough. If you've got an opponent playing Hunter, sure, you put it down fairly early, turn 5 or 6. We saw Maverick do it last round and clear up some of the little things. But if you face a board of 6-8, it's completely useless until the rest of your deck's done the work.
This is Quanwu's weapon gone.
Weapon's gone.
This is his entire push.
It's not enough. Well, sorry, it could well be enough.
It might be enough. It has to be enough.
Glance.
He does have Burn in hand. In fairness, he has the Starfire, the Frostbolt, the Barrage, which was always the way that Mage was intending to play against Viper decks. We saw a lot with the old Herald Rogue. They tech in a Viper against Mage, but often still lose because one charge of the weapon with a Raptor Herald, that board would put in enough chip damage, and the Mage would stock up with Burn behind that to just finish them off over the top. So this board here, I think it's great recognition from Quanwu saying, I need to end the game right here, right now, because in a long game, I'm not going to win.
And Maverick has missed on the Jade Guardians. You saw the head go into the hands. Like, this is not what he was looking for. And one feature of this rogue deck that seems to come up time and again when you're in almost exactly this spot is your hand becomes very clunky. There's a couple of cards you don't want to play yet. There's a couple of cards that don't really do anything, and you start digging with the hero power and hoping to hit something. And yeah, you end up... This happened last time I cast Rogue. You end up just playing an 8-drop for 8 that's fine, but you don't want to play 8 drops for 8 mana, do you? It's not fun.
Yeah, Quanwu can honestly use this. What's the name? Where's the name gone? Soul Rest Ceremony. Just purely for damage as well. Just buff up this board and hit Maverick. Maverick doesn't know about the story of Amara as well. He knows there's a high cost spell there. It could be anything from his perspective.
How do those numbers work? Yeah, you proc the egg, you get some Wind Fury damage in. Most of your stuff's dying anyway. It's not the worst time to use it, to be fair.
Yep, I think
usually your brain just defaults to, I'm going to use it for lethal at some point later, but yeah. Things are dying and you can be a bit more efficient, especially with the egg in play.
23 damage here for Quan Wu if he decides to shift full face.
Runs out on me.
So he could play the Amara and just say, you're not actually going to kill me through an ice barrier and 40 health. Oh, it's actually more. It's... Never mind, that should just be lethal if I counted correctly the first time.
Look.
No, it was one off. One off. Because he had to use the frostbolt to do that. Yeah, this was one off. So this was one
so
more
you had
damage.
to give it the 3 that you counted.
But it was
sure.
better. It was better overall than using the soul rest to wipe your own board and guarantee troublemaker hits face.
Well, if you're Maverick, you've got to establish a board and keep it there because 45 health's not happening in a hurry. Quan Wu gets very nervous on these turns where he thinks he's won, doesn't he? He tries not to get his expectations up. Like he paces about and he's like, don't let yourself think you've won. Keep concentrating. But I think I've won.
Yeah, it's good. He recognizes the game state so well. I think I keep saying I'm not going to get sick of myself saying this. I've been very impressed with Quan Wu a lot this year. I think he's establishing himself as one of the top players. And this game here, I was very, very impressed with how he just built a sort of threatening-ish but mediocre board. Said, okay, I'm going to get through my quest. I need to end the game now. I'm not going to save it for more because I have this very, very limited window, so I need to make the most of it. And it does look like that is paying off here.
Yeah, we have seen players sort of defend the quest and sort of take their time, which is valid if you do it right, and I think we've seen it done right. And yeah, he gets there. Quan Wu through with the mage, importantly, the 5th deck of 4 for some people, I think.
Yeah, I would say my favorite lineup in this tournament would be Rogue, which everyone has, Demon Hunter, which everyone has. I don't know about specifically Contraband or Face Hunter. I'm a bit torn there. Maybe I'd honestly lean Face.
It wins the mirror.
Yeah,
Face
because it wins the mirror, and I think it might be slightly better against Rogue. And then on top of that, probably the Mug Shaman rather than Z, because I think if you're banning Demon Hunter, which I would choose to do, then I think you prefer Mug over Z. That would be my favorite
It's
lineup.
funny, we all played...
Yeah, next maybe
We all
Mage.
played Z Shaman a couple of days ago, like, this looks like it might be the best deck. And it is, to be fair, the highest win rate deck in this tournament, with 100%.
Joint with Dragon Warrior.
Yeah, equally tied with Dragon Warrior. But the Z Shaman's locked in. It's taking no more risks. It's just locked in at 100%. But yeah, and then you play it a bit more and you realise how inconsistent that deck can be. And a lot of these top players aren't comfortable playing an inconsistent deck.
Yeah.
Because they think they can outplay their opponents. You can't outplay your opponents if your opening hand is a 1-drop, a 10-drop, and an 8-drop, and you're stuck with that hand.
Yeah, there is a very real skill in Hearthstone of giving your opponent as many opportunities to make mistakes as possible, because you're not playing against a robot here. You're not playing against someone that, oh, if they get lucky, they'll always win. A lot of players just forget that there's another person sitting on the other side over there who's very, very capable of making mistakes. So if you maximize the window in which they can make mistakes, that is a fair thing. That's why a lot of top players do gravitate to slower, grindy decks, like we saw, like Bunny Hopper had so much success with doing, because he'd force opponents into sort of playing on in his terms in a very, very uncomfortable manner. And so that's, yeah, you see very few of these top players like to play these decks that are very, very volatile, decision dense in the first 3 or 4 turns, but that's all you've got.
Absolutely. And actually, just while we talk about that, just before this game starts, I do want to shout out Nubuja for the lineup that he brought. I think he recognised, it's his first time in a Masters Tour. There are a lot of strong players. And he brought a lineup that, if it did its thing, it would just beat anybody.
Yeah.
And that is a skill. That is a very smart lineup choice. I'm not saying he's bad at the game. He's very good at the game. He's got to a Masters Tour the hard way. But if you recognise, I don't really fancy playing against some of these strong players for the first time. They are a little bit better than me. doing the opposite of what you just said was very clever, and I think his line was very well put together for that reason.
Yeah, he acquitted himself very confidently as well. I was impressed for him, but someone I'd honestly never really heard of before. I think he really held his own. I think he went 0-2 in his group, which,
Yes, absolutely.
wasn't the result he would have been looking for. But for someone that you do see a lot of nerves get to people on this stage, they're maybe not playing to their potential. I do think that is a player that, his result doesn't necessarily reflect completely his performance. Yeah.
I agree entirely. But now this game is underway, and it is the ladder matchup of Rogue versus Demon Hunter. If you're playing any ladder at all, you're playing one of these two decks. You've played this matchup a lot of times, and you still don't know who's favoured. Nobody does. Pocket might.
I have an opinion. I would.
Go on then, put your hand in the air.
Yeah.
And ask.
Yeah. I almost did, honestly. I'm a big fan of Demon Hunter in this matchup, I would say. I think the mid-game pressure is just a lot for Rogue to deal with. If you don't get there on early game threats, you can just get to a point where your Void Souls are as big as Jade Guardians anyway. And the Rogue needs to curve out and stay level on board with you before even getting there. So I do think that tilts it very much in the Demon Hunter's direction, especially if the Rogue doesn't have Rostrot Viper for that site. I think this is great recognition as well. Leaving
I
up
love
the
this
4-1.
choice.
Yeah, not hero powering it, which is obviously what I think both of us were initially looking at, because this escape artist...
This is what you do.
Yeah, you clear the 4-1, but it's not actually going to get a draw if it hits into these minions. It needs to survive the attack in order to get a draw from deck. So Quan was just saying, you know what, I'm just going to make a 4-mana demon. I'm just going to keep building a bigger board. And I think that's fantastic. Just try and end the game sooner rather than later. Don't give Maverick time to ramp up these 2-mana cards and get to his Jade Guardians.
Yeah, I mean, look what you've done here. Like, again, your Hearthstone brain rebels against this immediately. Like, well, it's just a free kill on my hero power. You've sacrificed your 2-4, probably, if you want to take it the easy way. And you've got a 5-4 instead, and you put a mana into your future voids already. That's so obvious when you see it, but your Hearthstone brain is just like, well, this hero power just kills this 4-1 for free. Nothing about being free. You need all this stuff on the board. Otherwise, all the advantages that Pocket described a minute ago are no longer advantages because you're giving them too much time.
Goes for Fumigate, which is a nice pickup because essentially all the minions Clanwu will be playing here will be demons. So that'll be just a straight up AoE, especially since it's not going to have that double-edged effect because Maverick doesn't have any demons in his own deck. I do expect we will likely just see the Stardust side to clear up the 2-2 and the 5-2 go face. I think Quan Wu definitely will have Rostrot Viper on his mind, but if you're not going to play this weapon now, then what else are you going to do, and when are you going to play it?
If he gets Vipered, he gets Vipered. Your opponent spends 3 of their 5 mana, which is annoying, and you get to play a 1-mana 5-drop next turn anyway, so you get your 4 mana effectively back. By doing that. And again, if you're not going to play it, you shouldn't be playing this matchup, and you should try a different deck.
And if there is no Viper, you're just very, very happy. I think it's one of those things where you go, okay, if Viper, then what? And then you go, if Viper, then whatever. It's fine. I'll just do this. But I think Quan Wu just being responsible, paying heed to that possibility, but correctly assessing that that's not actually something that he should be playing around here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's also on 28, which is... You can tell a lot of the time from the early exchanges in this who's going to end up winning them just by the health totals. I know that sounds like incredibly beginner-level numbers, but the person who has the advantage in this matchup keeps the advantage so often. Even with all the weird swings and someone plays some 8-drops and someone plays some more 8-drops, it usually stays with the person to get the early tempo.
Interestingly, chooses
because they've got it by playing Void Souls.
Maverick choosing the Fumigate here, but if that 4-3 is cleared, the Fumigate could easily just hit the Thalnos instead and clear that up. But Quan was not to know what the spell inside this I don't know the name of the elemental is, but whatever.
Inside the elemental. You go.
He knows it's a Demon Hunter spell, though. He does know that. That is all the information he has. It's not going to be a random surprise Jade Guardians, suddenly Maverick's got 0 mana, 8 drops in hand. He knows that that's not a threat. But that is currently the only unknown going on in this game. So Kwanwu does need to try and find the best way to navigate around that. And I'm not sure if that's go face, ignore it, or trade it now just to remove the mystery as soon as possible.
Yeah, someone spent some time on these turns looking at, like, do I want to double Broxigar? Is there a way to set up a really good one, even though it's a heck of a lot of mana, but he's got nothing, his hands, like, run out of steam. So there's a lot to consider on this turn alongside what you just said.
I think Kwanwu's considered everything and thought, you know what? I'm going to hit him in the face.
I've got a Cane in my hand. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
got a
on
Cane
low
in my
health.
hand.
I think he's going to go down to 8, which almost sets up lethal going into next turn.
Yeah. 1 off, right? So. And first of all, they've got to clear this board. You're not scared of their 8 drops. You just, they clear this board, probably. They might make an 8 drop or 2. It could happen. And you've got to find 1 mana in a deck that does have a lot of annoying little bits of damage here and there.
Maverick is able to, I think, full clear this board with the Fumigate, 4-3 into 6-5, and then that does let him Cultist Map, look for a preparation, and then would be able to get 2 8-drops down if he finds it. Isn't able to, but Shadow of Demise is definitely a good compromise here. If he finds a powerful 8-drop, Tyrion is good. Because even though there's the cane in hand from Kwanwu, it's not lethal just yet.
Right, so now, do you want to take 8 and then Void Shard the 8/8? Just to put a few things on the board.
I'm ignoring this Tyrion and putting Maverick to... Am I putting him to 1 or am I putting him to 2? That's a good question. Because I feel like that's exactly the same breakpoint, especially considering you've got Axe of Cenarius in hand. The ways that Kwanwu will get over the line are with, let's say, Priestess of Fury, maybe from this Void Soul here. It doesn't hit it. Or from Infestation off the top. Those are the 2 main ways that Kwanwu would be likely to lethal here. And since Infestation does increments of 2 damage, I do like that he's gone for the Glacial Shard and opted to freeze this Tyrion here.
The thing that bothers me about this play personally, and this is why I'm not there, and they are, although you're not there, but you've chosen not to be, is Rogue just has so many ways of finding health gain. I guess they do have to deal with the board as well.
The rush is huge here, because otherwise he didn't have a clean way to deal with the cane and heal up with this Aspect's Embrace.
Yeah, my strategy would have been to delay 1 turn, get the Glacial Shard down so it's on the board, and try and find some other stuff on the board with my king, and then just waste a turn. That doesn't sound good when you say it out loud.
Honestly, I think that might be enough for Maverick to turn the corner here.
So Kwanwu does have his natural card draw. He has 7 mana, so he can not use the king, but he can use this Grim Harvest, and he can use Broxigars and the Portal.
If the Portal plus Broxigar's Last Stand hits Infestation, that will be lethal, because he can Infestation and shoot all the shots into Tyrion, and then the minion on board plus hero power would be lethal. So Infestation off the top here is lethal. Isn't able to find it, though.
My goodness. And this game ends fast in the other direction.
Very fast, because you've got the King Lane in hand. Maverick might just be forced into a spot where he goes, okay, if you have King Lane, I win. If you don't, then we go another turn. So Maverick is not going to give you that chance at an extra turn if he has Garona in hand here, and that is the only way he has of finding lethal.
Yeah, he has nothing to lose by playing the Garona, right? Like that board either sticks for 2 turns and kills you anyway, or you kill them a turn quicker, so you just play it.
Does still have an out with another Void Soul off the top from either Grim Harvest or Broxigar's Last Stand. And if that hits Illidari Inquisitor, King Lane could also draw into it here, in fairness, which I think makes a lot of sense. Fumigate just to get a little bit of damage off board.
He picked up the Infestation, though, so With the axe in hand, it's currently representing lethal coming back again.
Although Cult Neophyte that we're looking at here would actually block that.
Oh. Yep.
Maverick looking for lethal straight away. He has 22 damage that we can see. Looking for another Jade Guardians probably as well. I believe he has another copy in deck. Just to find a taunt, or just Troublemaker, honestly. Actually, that's probably what he was digging for most of all, because that would just be lethal.
Discover Lightning Bolt. It's Discover, that's not how that works.
Deadly Poison? No, that wouldn't be lethal anyway.
Deadly Poison wasn't enough, yeah.
I also... Is that in the past, or is that in the present? I actually
It
can't...
might be both. Some cards are both, but I'm not sure in which formats, so I lose track, I must admit. I don't have to admit, I'm not admitting it, you didn't hear anything.
Yes,
Okay.
no, I didn't. I don't listen to you anyway, so it's okay.
It's honestly a really good decision. So Infestation, not good enough. We worked that out before, right? Thief, yeah, it's one short. 1 mana short.
That's just lethal. Press the Advantage was the card off the top. It's 2 damage.
He got there.
And that was... Apart from Void Soul off the top into exactly Inquisitor, that was essentially the only out for lethal, I think, remaining in Quan Wu's deck there.
I think so, because of the Neophyte situation that you said, yeah. He gets there. He's 2-0 up. He's got Shaman left.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I thought Quan Wu was just steamrolling to a win that game, and then Maverick really, really turned the corner, and it was really on a knife's edge, and I'm surprised at that point that Quan Wu managed to... Well, it was fortunate, the top deck there, but the way he played the early game with prioritizing getting that 5-4 down instead of trading into the Escape Artist, maximizing the face damage, limiting Maverick's time to scam him with random 8-drops, I think was great recognition from Quan Wu. But I also think Maverick did a fantastic job of just living on the edge and finding that out to put himself into such a favorable situation in the end. And it was very unfortunate for him that it didn't quite go his way, either with better 8-drops, Quan Wu not top decking lethal there, or just finding a Troublemaker to hit lethal of his own. Quite unfortunate for Maverick, but yeah, well played from both of them there.
I mean, to be fair, the first 2 8-drops were, Tyrion and 7-9 Rush, which cleared up the board. So it wasn't exactly... He was about to lose if he didn't have Rush, because he couldn't deal with the Cane. So there's a line over which you're not allowed to whine, and I think he'll probably have a good whine later if he does lose the match, but he rolled okay. I'm still interested in the maths behind going face and putting your opponent to 2 when they're a rogue and have... I don't know what the chance of having healing there is, because no one knows, because it's impossible without just playing a million games of rogue and getting a feel for it, but I don't like investing my Cane for non-lethal against rogue when they've got a lot of mana. And
yeah, I think it was the fact that you really wanted to swing the weapon and you didn't want to take 8 as well. I think that was a big part of it.
Sure.
So if you were going to do that, then you had to play the Cane, and so you're obviously going to send all the damage face just so that Infestation isn't out from your perspective for the rest of the game. He wasn't to know that there was a generated healing spell in Maverick's hand. But yeah, also he chose to put him to 2, not 1. That did remove the card that was in the end lethal, the Press the Advantage, as an out.
And we've just been told there's a Librarian in his deck.
Yes, of course.
That changes that massively. That
I did
gives him another chance. That's another Cane.
Yeah, I did actually see that as I was looking through, but kind of forgot to mention. It didn't really sink in how impactful that was as well with the extra weapon in Quan Wu's hand there. But yeah, Librarian.
Yeah, I'm on board now. Thank you, Soto.
Sort of the flex spot in Quan Wu's list, where a lot of players, like we saw the 4-mana 7/7 from Rot in the last series. Quan Wu's gone for omitting that. He doesn't have the 6-drop either. He's gone for a copy of Viper, which most Demon Hunters have, and then he's got the Librarian. He does have a couple of Glacial Shards in there as well. Just adding a bit more flexibility, whereas I think a lot of Demon Hunter lists don't actually run Oh, they do run Chad. What am I talking about?
There is a flex spot there for sure.
Yeah.
I've been playing a lot of Sigil of Cinder in that spot
Okay.
for the more aggressive matchups on ladder. Not in this tournament, just to be clear, but on ladder, there's a lot of aggro down where I am at the moment. So, bit of Cinder, clear them up. So that's what exists, is what I'm saying. And
Yeah,
Librarian makes a lot more sense in this meta.
In the world of the Z Shamans on ladder, you want something that deals with board rather than like a Glacial Shard's not going to do much against them there, is it? Just they've got a lot of little minions that will hit you in the face. But I do think Shard is fantastic in this field. A little worse when you're banning away the Demon Hunter, but it's quite good against Hunter, blocking away a weapon swing, and not ineffective completely against Rogue when it can just invalidate a turn swing from one of their 8 drops, as we saw in that game.
Yeah, it can also stop them just giving you a king. It's not very common, but sometimes that's their out, and you just no, you don't have that. Right, it's priest time. We're here.
Yeah, so
I've dodged it for 2 days.
if Maverick is to win this series, he needs to start a reverse sweep with a win with, I think, statistically the worst deck in the Masters Tour based on win rate, which is, to be honest, the only metric you're going to use to call it the worst deck in the Masters Tour. But the Medivh's Triumph in the opening hand...
Sottle does raise the point that qualifying from your group is a metric with an overall set of decks, and that it changes a bit,
yes.
But sure.
That is
if
true.
You're trying to be
but
a
my
priest
metric,
fan.
my metric I would use for priest, very biased probably, and I'm just sort of moving the goalpost to support my argument, is that if they bring priest, they're not banning Demon Hunter, which makes the rest of the lineup worse. And only Gabby has made it through the group. If you're going to go, oh, 3 players brought priest, one of them made it through, and then you ignore the fact that it's Gabby. He came second in Masters Tour earlier this year. He's won 2 Masters Tours historically in the past. He's qualified for the World Championship. This is his 3rd time there. Yeah, that kind of means that the stats are a little less impressive for the deck. Because you can make the argument that Gabby was just going to make it through regardless. As long as the deck can win, he'll find a way.
Gabby finds a way. Quan Wu not finding a way with his Shaman hand.
Not the fastest of starts, although with the Stellar Balance, it still doesn't allow him to play the Frost Shatter Elemental next turn, because Maverick, unless he is to coin exactly the 3-drop dragon in his deck, the Portal Vanguard, which he doesn't have in hand, then the Static Shock still won't be playable and wouldn't be there to activate the Frost Shatter. But I do like, to some extent, that Quan Wu's giving himself the possibility of that happening by opening up the Stellar Balance.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it is a disaster. These early turns on Shaman are the ones where you make your money with the reductions of 2, of course. Obviously, that goes on through every turn, but later on, percentage-wise, just the way the board is. There you go.
What was I talking about?
That's fine. I didn't catch you, I'm sorry.
He played a card that I didn't notice. Oops, my mistake.
I was distracting you horribly. It's fine.
Yeah, I'll let you take the blame for this, even though it's completely my mistake.
Now he has at least the opportunity to play stuff.
Yes.
And threaten Muggsy if he has to next turn. And they're quite chunky.
Yeah. Priest just doesn't have Shadow Word Ruin as well, so big minions do quite a lot. The Ruby Sanctum Mend is a good answer, but when there are 2 of the minions, the 5/5 will still hit you in the face. And that 2 mana being expended from Maverick does limit what he's able to do with the rest of his turn, because he'd really like to get this Portal Vanguard down here and now, because if he takes a while to play his Soothsayer, then his deck doesn't do a lot, and it also maximizes the odds that Quan will have that Hex that he has in hand ready for the Soothsayer. Although that Medivh's Triumph Devouring Plague Clear was very clean, that did look good, but that is also the most efficient removal in Maverick's deck that has now been used up in that copy of Medivh's Triumph.
Yeah, now, I mean, Quan Wu can't possibly just keep missing as well with a hand. He is going to now just play big minions every turn, and the Priest is going to have to find a way to make their own threat and keep killing these threats. And I think this is when you say, there's something a little bit missing in Priest for how you feel about it. This is what it is. It's like it gets to a point where it's constantly defending and doesn't have time to get its own attacking.
It's always on the back
foot.
foot.
A lot of these decks.
And this Truth Seeker picked up from Quan Wu as well. If Maverick does pick up the Soothsayer and prepare it, Quan Wu can just set that right back to 7 mana if he so chooses. So I do think we'll see him hold on to this 2 mana 4/5 here and prioritize trying to get a minion out from one of these locations instead. Or the Blazing.
Yeah, he's got a lot of cards. Let's start playing. Let's get him down.
Honestly, Renovator?
Renovator's kind of tempting.
Not so bad, yeah. I think I would choose it and I would play it. I do want to get the...
You don't have to play it this turn, of course. You can wait a turn.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't find anything better off these locations, then you play the Renovator here and now. But if you find a better way to put stats on board, then I would opt for the Renovator. Cleanly going with the Ritual Power just to clean up this Vanguard. I like that a lot. And now I think we might see Maverick spend almost his entire turn potentially preparing this Soothsayer. I'm not seeing a whole lot else that he'd like. He'd like to get it to at most, 3 mana. So he wants to prepare for at least 3 mana remaining for himself because he really wants to combine this Soothsayer with Schism just to make sure that Quan Wu can't hex all of his Soothsayer effects in one turn.
Yeah, and when it's prepared, like heavily, like you're talking about, the rest of this hand will get that Schism to join up very rapidly.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cheap stuff in there. He's not under health pressure at the moment, although he is under, oh my goodness, my opponent's a Shaman with a full hand and 7 mana pressure. Like, that's not good.
Yeah, and he's walked straight into Quan Wu's trap here because Maverick didn't really have a choice. He needs to get the Soothsayer cheap just so that he can copy it with Schism. The Schism doesn't need to be combined. Obviously, you'd like it to be, so because more stats and also means it blocks Hex. But yeah, it does mean that you have to spend more mana discounting the Soothsayer, which means you're committing more of your time, and that means the Truth Seeker just absolutely crushes your prepare turn, and now Maverick will probably have no choice but to throw this Soothsayer down into an empty board just for 7 mana and walk straight into the Hex in Quan Wu's hand.
Yeah, and then that's as good as GG if it does.
This hand here does not come together without getting the Soothsayer down. You could go Xavius to find another Soothsayer and prepare that, but in the meantime, you're still taking another 10 damage, and you're just getting closer and closer to death. I think from Maverick's perspective, you probably do need to just jam this Soothsayer and say, I'm not beating Hex this game. I think that, yeah, he's
worked it out, yeah.
He's making that assessment himself.
The hardest thing is, what would my mum say? Why did you play that? He got hexed.
Yeah, he's saying if he has it, I lose, but this is the only way I win. Good assessment from Maverick, but he's got to get the bad news.
We just checked himself there for a second, sort of moved, and then went, actually, just make sure that I'm just not going to insta-hex this. Work out the rest of my turn, see where my mana is, calm down a bit, and look forward to Sunday.
Yeah, just do the technically correct thing of click your location, prepare. I think he's also deciding whether or not he was going to play the other location this turn. And if you are, you play it, of course, before Hex so that you can use the most mana possible to spend on whatever random minion you pick up. So as painful as it is for Maverick, making him wait to see the terrible news. Also, the Kragwa giving him another Hex, by the way. I didn't notice that at first, but that next turn
it's massive. That's
can just be played down on another Soothsayer that at the moment Maverick doesn't have, but his game plan is to get to it, so that does just probably lock him out of the entire game if he wasn't already locked out.
Yeah, quite. Yeah, just spending the spare mana to do even more damage as well. It's not quite lethal, but it's all but. There's a Starfire in hand. There's a massive board. There's no Soothsayer. There's no sensible option here for Maverick. There's no combo kill because that's gone.
And this is why I wasn't
Don't
getting
think he can
that
complete the quest.
excited about the Medivh's Triumph earlier. I feel like a lot of people have seen that and gone, why is he not bringing this up? The board's just been cleared for like 1 mana. But this is the spot Priest gets into. Yes, the removal is fantastic, but you are so limited on the amount of copies you have. And another board will show up eventually. And if you can't deal with that as well, then it doesn't really matter that you dealt with the first one. You need to be progressing your own game plan here. You need to get your Soothsayers in the Resurrect pool. You need to start utilizing those Death Rattles. And just with the Truth Seeker that Quan Wu generated, combined with the Hex, Maverick was just forced into a completely impossible situation here.
And he gives it up. Quan Wu moves forward to tomorrow. Another top 8 for rising star of Hearthstone, unless he's already risen. I'm not quite sure what it is at the moment. He's gone so far so quickly. And Maverick bows out of another tournament, but glad to get to see him anytime we do. Quan Wu and Wind Brownie go through the group pocket. What do you say about that?
Well, Quan Wu, big favorite of mine. I picked him on Choose Your Champion, not on my caster predictions, admittedly, for the first
You
Masters
always
Tour.
do this. You pick you tweet out one thing.
Yeah. That way I'm always winning, or at least I'm hopefully winning. Sometimes I'm double losing, which is a disaster. But I picked Chonsu and Inkuro this time, so I'm pretty happy with that. But we will see Quan Wu against Inkuro tomorrow as well, which I'm excited for. 2 big favorites of mine. Yeah, Quan Wu, he's impressing me every time I see him. He just plays really, really solid. He's entertaining on camera. I can't get enough of watching Quan Wu, and I'm really looking forward to seeing him at BlizzCon in the World Championship as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a reminder, he has already won one of these this year. So, well, he beat Gabby in the final, which is something we might get a chance to see again, I believe. We'll see that in a moment. As we just see today's events, Inkuro, Chonsu, 2 more of the best. I think this might be the highest sort of standard top 8 we've had this year. We've had a lot of good players through, but this one looks absolutely stacked.
Yeah, I think, no disrespect to the players that didn't make it, but it is very consistently along the lines of the players that I would have expected to make it through to top 8. I think some groups had a bit of discrepancy on slightly mixed experience of players, so it's like here or there, but a lot of the big favorites, you've got like Demo Shadow, you've got McBanterface, you've got Inkuro, you've got Chonsu, you've got Quan Wu, you've got Gabby. I think they were all very, very strong favorites looking at this field, and that's just made up for an incredibly strong stacked top 8 here.
Yeah, so Quan Wu and Gabby would meet again in the semi-finals, which would be a repeat of the final in the Winter Championships. But look down that list. You just named 6 of them. Skill Drain and Wind Brownie, I think the 2 you didn't name when you were trying to memorize them all. But that's our lineup. And Inkuro, 3 of the casters picked Inkuro, and Chonsu was obviously picked by Raven, because he always is. But that whole lineup is a sight to behold, honestly.
Yeah,
and Skill Drain played great. I mean, Skill Drain, I don't know what he did in the 4 minutes where he was disconnected and came back looking like a different person. But he had the fright of his life when he got disconnected towards the end of his final match. And he still managed to cope with that and get through as well. So he was playing really well as well. So,
yeah, no disrespect for Skill Drain and Wind Brownie. Despite me not listing those were just the 2 players in this top 8 that we hadn't seen a whole lot of before this tournament. Wind Brownie with just 1 Masters Tour appearance, which was fairly short-lived at the time. But they've definitely played fantastically well and are well worth their spots in this top 8. And I think we just got quality all over looking at these matchups tomorrow. In particular, slight bias, I'm looking at the top 2 of McBanterface, Gabby, and Inkuro Quan Wu. Those are just incredible matches that it will be a pleasure to watch tomorrow. But yeah, the other two matches as well. There's a quality all over.
Well, I think that's us done for the day, everybody. Thanks so much for being with us as long as you have, no matter how long that was. But tomorrow, we will be back at the same time as the previous 2 days. We will get that top 8. We'll get a 3rd place playoff as well, an important one, because that 3rd place will go to BlizzCon. But for now, I'm going to bid you farewell, and we'll see you tomorrow.